Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 56. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I am Sean Whalen, Dr. Norge on the CGS forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. Don't give him a hacksaw. Don't give him scissors. His bite is definitely worse than his bark. I made fun of Hawkman 1 too many times. Sean wants to make me this podcast, Simon Dark. So says the sensei of the Whatnot Segulin.
How's it going, eh? I didn't know where you were going with that one. Outstanding.
On this episode, we're going to be joined by Damien, Lord Shaper of the Kryptographik Podcast, as we discuss Simon Dark #2. We really want to talk about this book and why we're both loving it so much and why Damien is loving it so much as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Jim and I are also going to be continuing countdown with issues 27, 26, and 25, as we're going to be doing a weekly or bi-weekly catch-up to get us back caught up to where Countdown's at. We're getting there. We're starting to get there finally. Our sponsor for this episode is GeekArmor.com. GeekArmor.com is your fandom apparel source. Jim, they have this Superman Metropolis t-shirt. The home of Superman is honored in a special way on this t-shirt that is imprinted on a copper-colored, pre-shrunk, 100% cotton t-shirt. Small to extra large is $18.99. Double X is $21.99. That looks pretty cool.
That does look kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the Superman shirts that they have there, and these are pre-order shirts, so they're shirts that are in the process of coming out. This one's Superman Doomsday 2 t-shirt, which is cool. They have Superman on the front in a fighting stance, and on the back, the whole shirt is taken up by Doomsday in a fighting stance as well. And it's small to extra large is $21.99. It's on a white t-shirt, but you see these characters, I mean, they take up the whole entire shirt. It's a cool-looking shirt. Truth, Justice, and the American Way on a black t-shirt. It's red, white, and blue, the Superman ones. It's a small to extra large, $18.99, double X, $21.99. It's another good looking. Actually, this is one I can see you in.
Dude, I know. That's one I can actually see myself picking up and wearing. That's a cool looking shirt.
I'm eyeing that either the Metropolis one or the Superman Doomsday one. The Superman Doomsday one looks really sharp too, because it looks like the artwork from that particular storyline. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm curious about one of those. I don't have any Superman shirts.
Yeah.
I
have my Superboy shirt.
Right, but I don't have any actual Superman shirts. I have a lot of Batman ones that I've gotten at conventions, because that tends to be the character I gravitate towards. But I definitely, the Doomsday one looks pretty slick. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Show your fandom with the great apparel available at GeekArmor.com. Whether you're looking for something special to wear when hanging out with friends or hitting a convention, Geek Armor is your fandom gear source. From film to TV, comics to animation, Geek Armor has the apparel you are looking for. Thanks for your sponsorship, GeekArmor.com. Before we jump in the show, we have a few things that we want to get out there, and the very first is that we are supporting the Comics Podcast Network, Hero for the Holidays Drive. We are proud to help support the Hero Initiative. Hero creates a financial safety net for yesterday's creators who need emergency medical aid, financial support for the essentials of life, and an avenue back into paying work. It's a chance for all of us to give back something to the people who have given us so much enjoyment. For more information, visit www.heroinitiative.org or call 310-909-7809. And I'm glad that we're shouting this out on repeated episodes, because I want people to know this is something that you and I heavily believe in. It's great to have an opportunity to give something back to our favorite creators. And we're asking people, please, just the price of a comic. If you're on a tight budget and all that, price of a comic, if you could donate that, try to get as many people as we can to donate at least that much. If you could do something more, that's fantastic, because it's going towards a fantastic cause. But if you can at least do the price of a comic, that's something where you can help somebody else out in this holiday season. Seeing as we're releasing this episode, Jim, this is going to be our Christmas Day episode release. What a great time, if you haven't had a chance to donate, to think about giving something to somebody else. We're doing a Christmas Day release.
I know. Yeah.
Well, we have a tradition of not skipping the holidays, and I wanted to get us back on a weekly schedule. And I said, with episode 100, we're going to get back to that. So this is going to be, it was 1 week later would be Christmas Day, so we're coming out with you. It's probably going to be in the evening on Christmas Day this one's going to be released. But, We're back. We are proud members, as always, of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. Thanks again for supporting us with Podcast Alley, Pop Current, and iTunes reviews, and so much more. Anything you're doing to let people know about us is tremendously helpful. We want to remind everyone to check out the website, ragingbullets.com. We have news on where the show is heading, updates on top bullets of the month, funny bullets by Squatch, Love and Capes the web comic by Tom Zoller, bullet points reviews, sketches, columns by listeners, and so much more. And over this winter break for myself, I'm planning another update because I want to get some of the stuff from the forum that I've been saying that I want to get up on the website back up there, and I have some other bullet points and things, and some general site additions that I want to put up there, including an actual button for Where's What Not Now. Because Jim, that's one of the fastest growing sections of the website.
There's some really, really funny stuff that I tell you, I gotta just say outstanding to all the contributions and everything. Those I'm sharing those when new ones come in. I get I tell my folks, and we sent a couple of them over to my brother who's right now in Iraq. He's laughing his head off with it. I think it's probably shifting around the fourth ID. So thanks a lot.
And wait, there's about 15 of them up as of when you and I are recording this right now. But I have another 3 to 5 to put up on the site. So Christmas Day, if you haven't had a chance to check out Where's What Not Now, go to ragingbullets.com and click on that and check out all the stuff that's going on that particular section. It's one of my favorite sections of the website now. Want to remind everyone by Funny Bullets by Squatch. Jeff Squatch Griner of the Tome Podcast has been putting this together. I know the Zatanna one we haven't had too many submissions on, so if you haven't had a chance, keep sending in those submissions, and we'll try to get a Zatanna one up, because I know that's been the main problem with that one. Nobody's done it. So show us your funny side. Get out there, and that's funnybullets@gmail.com. So definitely get that and participate in that one. We got a special audio comment here that's from listener David Wallace, who has been doing top bullets from us and helped to organize the Raging Oscars. And he's been going through some tough times right now between work and issues with his mother. So he was kind enough to record a special audio comment that he wanted to put on here. So I'm going to let David go ahead and speak for himself right now.
Hey there, Sean and Jim. It's David Wallace here. I just want to start off by saying happy holiday to everybody out there. I hope you have a safe time and have a good time. The reason I'm sending this audio comment in is just I could have dropped an email to Sean, but I want to give this out to people who've contributed and helped over the time. For the time being, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop the top bullets. It's not a decision that I've made lightly. I've really enjoyed it. It's just, unfortunately, with everything that's happened, as Sean mentioned in the previous podcast, I'm afraid my priorities have shifted slightly. Hopefully, when things calm down and when things start looking better, I'll hopefully be back and raring to do it once again. And if anybody wants to take it over, please feel absolutely free to. So I just really wanted to come here and today and just say thank you very much to everybody who's contributed to it over the past 7 or 8 months that I've been doing it. And I want to thank Sean especially for giving me the time to do something on his show, really. I've really appreciated, and I really appreciate the enthusiasm that both Sean and Jim had for the concept. The Raging Oscars as well. I'm really sorry about this. I've really let you guys down with this one, but I'm going to try my absolute best to get it to you. Unfortunately, I can't really say when, but like I said, thank you very much, and I'll still be listening every week. I'll still be here. Luckily, travel and iPods mean that I ain't going anywhere with that one. So what I'm hoping to do is, and it may be possible to do this, is perhaps just to do some small audio comments for the show as well. That'd be really nice. So anyway, as I said, have a safe holiday, everybody out there, and congratulations on the 100th recording, Sean and Jim. You guys deserve it, and I hope everybody has a happy and prosperous 2008. Thank you very much. Bye.
First of all, I want to begin by thanking David. There wouldn't be a Top Bullets if he didn't have that idea to start that off, and that's become such an important segment of the show. As far as his shout-out to have somebody take over Top Bullets, Jim and I talked about it, and we decided to bring it in-house. Jim has actually agreed to take over Top Bullets, which you're a brave lad. But it's become such an important part of the show that it's really something. So you're actually going to do your own little intro for Top Bullets now, aren't you? Very similar to your spoiler warning.
Yeah. I don't have it. I don't have it finalized yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, well, this is actually just sprung on you today, too, that you're going to be doing this. But the new email address for Top Bullets, which you're going to be sending your top 5 best of the best comics to, senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com. And I'm going to be updating the website with this episode with that new email address. But David Wallace put this all together for us. I think it's become an important part of the show. We are going to kick that off again with January's comics. So our first new Top Bullets with you running it is going to start actually in February, where it's going to be on the show. But in January, any of January's comics, with the kick it off of the new year, send them to senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com. So take a look at your January books, whatever you think are your top 5 best of the best, get those in, and we'll air that episode in mid-February. The reason why we're waiting till then is we are going to still do Raging Oscars. David mentioned right now there's been some difficulties there. He's given us some of the Raging Oscar details from the listeners. So whatever we have from that, we are going to put on that episode. That's going to be the mid-January release. You and I have decided to change up ours. We're going to do our best of 2007, mid-January. Raging Oscars is going to be from Jim and Sean. All of 2007, we're going to look over them, rework our notes, and it's going to be our best of 2007 episode, the Raging Oscars. And we're doing that in mid-January. So we're getting that back on track. We just decided, you know what, seeing as we've had to delay this for so long, why don't we rework it and we'll make it our best of, and that is going to be a yearly best of show. And we'll kick it off next year and do that, and we'll bring that back in-house too. Because I think that's something where we'll figure out how we want to release that for next year. You know, how we want to, we'll have them send the regular Raging Bullets site, and we'll do it that way and get it in that way. But we're going to bring that back in-house as well. None of these would have happened, though, if it wasn't for David Wallace. I want to give him a shout-out. I wish his mom the very best, and I hope everything turns out okay there. We're here for you if you need us, and you are always welcome to submit anything you want to the show, David, or if you ever want to take any of these things back over again, they're yours to take back over. But right now, we don't want them to stop. We're going to keep them going. So rather than worrying about a shout out to anybody to take it over, we're just going to do it, because I think these are main features on the show now. Top Bullets especially has been a monthly feature. So we're just going to bring it back in-house. So the new email address for Top Bullets is senseiofwhatnot@gmail.com. And starting in January, look over the whole month of January, your top 5 best of the best that you want to send in, send them to senseiofwhatnot, and we'll get them on the show. And don't be afraid to include a comment as far as why you're enjoying a particular book, because those comments are fun to always include in that particular segment when we do that. So after we do our Raging Oscars in January, Jim, we'll kick back off with Top Bullets again in February. This episode, Jim, we're going to be talking Countdown, and we're going to be talking Simon Dark. So let's get right to our friend Damien, Lord Shaper of the Kryptographik Podcast, and start talking about that. But first, Jim,
we are a spoiler podcast. We go in depth in a plot line, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we are reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
You know, it's kind of funny that you stumble over the regular one, but when it's your rap, you did it nice and smooth. What, the 101st recording? We don't get a rap?
Okay, I started working on one. I didn't have it finalized yet. Yeah, and so instead
Jim,
of doing
it's Christmas.
It's okay. I'll give you. I will tell you right now. This is not complete, and it's not. I couldn't get the semantics and the flow down correctly. But here's what I was going.
You're doing it now?
I'll do it now.
Really?
Yeah, we'll do both. We'll do both spoilers, and people can comment. You know Dasher and Dancer, Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid, and Donner and Blitzen, but do you recall a spoiler-filled podcast named Raging Bullets? See, once
the
again.
The semantics did not get down here.
See? But you get where I was going to. You know?
I do get
Raging
where you were
Bullets,
going with
spoiler-filled podcast, goes into depth, plotline, story, twists, and whatnot.
See, I would have done that. Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman. And
I was going to do that one as well, and I started, and I kept stumbling on the thing, so it's like, all right. I'm like, well, so I get where you're going.
I get where you're going. I get the flavor. I like it.
Yeah, see, not everyone is a home run, knock it out of the park. So it's the stumbling building process. If it helped, if I had some, musical talent, I probably could have knocked something out a little bit better. But
like our Gumby recording.
Holy caffeine!
All right, our next review is going to be of Simon Dark #2. The writer is Steve Niles. The penciler is Scott Hampton. Letterer is Todd Klein. The colorist is Chris Chuckery. The assistant editor is Stephanie Bushima. The editor is Joey Cavallari. Joining us for this episode is longtime friend of the show and co-host of the Kryptographik Podcast, Lord Shaper, Damien. Welcome to the show.
How you guys doing today?
Good. Actually, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, welcome back to the show. Yeah,
you joined us for that informal segment where we were just chatting over Skype. We said, let's just record this.
Yeah. And then we had I sent a review in, I think, before that.
This is the first time we've had you on formally to actually do a formal segment, so this is great.
Without gifts being unwrapped on the show.
Yeah. Talking about Simon Dark, this is one of those books that just kind of caught me out of nowhere. I'd actually just reread both of these this morning. We were talking about this right as we were getting started to record. I read issue 1 when it came out a couple of times. Then I read issue 2 a few times. And it dawned on me, I'm like, I want to get more of the connection between the two issues. I haven't read them sequentially, so I went back this morning and reread them again while I was finishing up my notes for this particular recording. It was one of those things that I'm really glad I did that because I got an even greater appreciation for what's going on in this, because I've always liked the story. I've always thought it was a little quirky, a little outside of... It takes place in Gotham City. It's a little quirky and outside of the typical like Batman-related book. And that's what I like about it. It's got its own flavor. And as we talk about the actual events of the issue, but reading it together, issue 1 and 2, I started to see more of the connecting threads between some of the characters. And actually, issue 2 started to make a lot more sense to me.
I felt the same thing myself with that, actually, because when issue 1 just blew me away, and I thought, great, this is, something that's going to really cater to what I want to read. Then when I read issue 2, and bits of it just disappointed me. But reading them together, it's actually put it on place. As we hear you do all the time, Sean, it was the same sort of thing there. Just actually putting them together made so much more sense for the character to, what was happening there rather than, forgetting everything that had gone on while waiting for the next issue.
Yeah, I think it'd be safe to say, starting off, before we even get into reviewing issue 2, I would highly recommend, if you are going to jump on this book, to make sure, because they actually they're doing a second printing of issue 1, which is great news because it means this book is doing quite well. At least the initial issue attracted enough interest to bring people in. I would recommend picking up issue 2 because it's great, but it's so great if you read issue 1 and 2 together. So I would recommend this is a great time to grab this book because issues 1, 2, and 3 are on the stand. I would definitely grab all 3 of them together, and you can get a great flavor for this book. But I haven't read 3. Have you read 3 yet, Jim?
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay.
I read it after I did my notes, so it wouldn't interfere with any of the comments I'm going to make.
I haven't read it yet, and I know Damien hasn't either.
Yeah, I get my shipment at the start of each month. So
I won't
from
spoil
the previous.
I won't spoil anything, but I am going to say that issue 3, for me, was my favorite of the 3 issues. I was like wowed by number 1. When number 2 first came out, I read it, I was like, what? And then, this whole thing where rereading it again, doing 1 and 2, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Then I did 1, 2, and then 3 right after it, and I was like, oh, this is good. This is really cool. So this is one of those things where if you've read it and you're kind of like on the edge and you're kind of on the fence, pick up 1, 2, 3, read them through. You will be locked and hooked on this title.
Yeah, and it is one of those things where I guess it's one of the first times I've ever had to preface with this because it is, and it's good writing. It's very solid writing, so I don't want to make it sound like I didn't like it. It's more of I got more bang out of it after reading issue 1 and seeing how it flowed into issue 2, because that's really what's happening. And if you don't get those connections from issue 1, issue 2, there's parts of it where it gets a little confusing very quick.
Actually, the one thing we should note first, originally it actually wasn't supposed to be a DC Universe title. It was actually supposed to be more like your Vertigo type title, which is why it's got that feel that it's appealed to me. And I think it just got offered up to him, like, we can put this in the DCU, so they actually just changed it over for when Steve actually was pitching it to them. So
the village itself was not actually supposed to be Gotham City?
No.
Or a part of Gotham City?
No, that's something like my many discussions with Lobo on the forum, or Brian, who's the co-host of the Kryptographik, about this. He would have bought it actually if it stayed with the original actual theme of not being a DCU title. Now, I've been trying to convince him ever since.
Also, he hasn't read it because it's a DCU title?
Yeah, his theory is he doesn't like when we're actually recording, we're reading a lot of stuff which isn't related to the main Capes and Tights universes. So this sort of thing, you can see it getting into that universe at some point. Like, you know, in the future there will be either a Batman appearance or a Bat-villain appearance, something along those lines coming through there. You know, I think that's the thing. He's not interested in himself, but I read all the Bat titles as it is, so it doesn't worry me.
I don't mind if they do that, except I would like if they did it more of the Starman route, because Starman always felt like it was, while it was a part of the universe, it never strayed away from the fact that every issue of it, even when somebody had an appearance, it always felt like they were appearing in Starman, and it never felt like it wasn't a Starman issue, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense, and if you realise both times we've actually started talking, we've got onto Starman.
Yeah, well, but I mean, this is a perfect title to talk about it, though, because this has a Starman feel to me. This could be another Starman, the way that this book's going right now, just in the sense that it's really got that unique, it's in the universe and all that, but this world that they're setting up with the village and all that has its very unique flavor that it really... I'm hoping that they don't go crossover crazy to try and get it a readership. That's why I was so jazzed to see that this title went to a second printing without the crossover.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, and one thing I was thinking as I was reading issue 2, the crossover may not be Batman; it may be a member of the Bat family, and specifically, I was thinking a possible Robin tie-in to this guy.
Because the age?
Yeah. As soon as I was like, I wonder if they're going to maybe do something like that, kind of keep people, or even a Nightwing, kind of not actually have it be Batman, but have it be one of the family.
I don't want to see it.
No, I don't want to see it. I'm just thinking.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm actually, when he was talking about Brian Lobo's view on it, that he really doesn't want it to be. This is a title just because of its flavor right now. I'm not saying I never want to see it. It can be handled very well, and obviously, these creators. This is their baby, and you can tell that there's a lot of love going into this character because, when we talk about what's going on in this book and just the way it's put together, you get that vibe right from every page. But I don't want to see that be like a crutch for this book. Like, okay, to get people to read this book, we're going to bring in Batman. I don't see that happening, or we can bring in Robin or whatever, just because, I don't know, When you talk about Simon Darkin, as we go to talk about it, his quirks and the fact that everything doesn't always seem to work out in this world nice and with a neat bow at the end, that to me is part of the charm of this thing. And I don't know that we need capes and tights in this one. We really don't.
Well, as I sort of think about it, like the whole area that it's in, it's an outskirts of Gotham, so it's actually not in Gotham City. It's Gotham County.
Right.
That's what I'm sort of taking it as. So it's sort of the forgotten area or whatever.
Well, like the East End became in Catwoman.
Yeah, like what I could see actually happening is, like, you'll see a shot of a street one point and you'll have, like, the Bat vehicle go through, and that's it. That sort of thing, like it's just being missed on the current protectors area, radar.
I do like the concept that, to the outside world, this seems like a nice, peaceful part of Gotham. When the police, the beat cops talk about it, they talk about it like nothing really happens here. And that, to me, it adds a lot of reason as to why Batman wouldn't be making regular appearances over here. Because it just doesn't seem like a place where he would visit.
It's not your usual hangout for Joker or Two-Face or any of his regular rogues. They're going to avoid... They're not avoiding it. They're just not in that area. They're in the downtown Gotham, the meat and the heart and soul of Gotham. That's where all the hustle and the bustle is. This is a suburb, kind of.
Well, and as of right now, they're not reporting everything that's going on because of the fact that Simon Dark's involved, and there's a big question mark as to what's really going on. So that actually adds another thing, too, that Batman wouldn't necessarily be getting the police reports about this area because they're not actually reporting every little incident that's happening.
Well, they're reporting after they find out, a resolution to it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and just dive right into the book, and as we go along, I'm sure there's a lot more we can talk about with this. The book opens up with like a really creepy and unsettling atmosphere and mood. Batman's world's very dark, but the tone of this shows that this small area of Gotham is like another animal. The village is an area of Gotham that usually has no incidents, but you ask the beat cops, it's kind of funny, because it does look very dark and mysterious. The art team, Scott Hampton and Chris Chuckery, really did a nice job of setting this like moody, fog, like it was right out of a horror movie atmosphere to me. when I was looking at the way that they drew this. Beth, the medical examiner, who seems to be a reoccurring supporting character, notes, the people do seem a little creepy. The shopkeepers and things like that when she's talking about them. Even the people that are like watching the deaths in the first issue, for example, they're like looking at them, they have like this blank look, like they seem almost bored with this. Whereas if it really was a place where there weren't any incidents, they wouldn't be bored. They would be shocked and dismayed and everyone would be talking about it. But they don't do that. It's unusual behavior for a place that's supposed to be so peaceful. That kind of struck me in the first issue, right from the opening. And I mean, that was one of the flavors. So I get like this whole vibe, like we're going to be learning more as this series goes on, that this town is not at all what it seems.
It's like they all know what goes on there. They all just turn a blind to what's happening and hope it doesn't happen to them.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Summersdale from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They all knew about the vampires. They all knew about the Hellmouth. They all knew that something was creepy with the town. They just didn't mention it. They just didn't talk about it. But they all knew the rules.
I love the opening, though. This dialogue is great. Gotham City has its legends. They are well known and feared. The city also has its rumors. Rumors that Gotham is a cursed city, cursed with crime and a greedy infrastructure. And then there are Gotham's secrets. And it's a nice setup to, like, why haven't we heard of the village before? Well, this is a secret area. It really is. It's a very small, off in its own corner, secret area that really just never gets addressed. And it was a nice little moody setup to this second issue, which I really enjoyed. Campton and Chuckery, I got to talk about these two. This is like the perfect team for this book. You know, the art and colors, they seem to just, as I'm reading the dialogue, everything visually looks like what Niles is laying out in the dialogue, which is nice to have that like companion piece. It's clear that the art team and the writer are both the creators of this series because it just has that nice flavor and mood. I would love to see this on the screen.
You're not the only one who would like that.
Yeah.
It definitely is one of those books. I mean, very similar to, and I refer to it a couple times in here. It's not oversimplifying this. It reminds me a lot of The Crow. I'm not saying it's a clone, so I'm not trying to say it that way. I think in this issue, certain reveals later in the story start to set it apart from that. The mystery of who Simon Dark is and what is happening to him makes what is totally drawing me in. But I did get a little bit of a Crow vibe from it, and that's what I really am enjoying about it.
Oh, definitely, dude. And it's, we're talking about just our team. With the colors and just how you're saying, like with the dark shading, and I don't know, it's kind of weird.
It just forgotten, doesn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
That's a great way to put it.
Thank you.
It looks like a forgotten place.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, this is, and it's, I'm reading it and you can kind of hear that, dun, 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 kind of like dark, dreary music playing in your mind, and it's just, this is a living entity.
You can hear classic horror music playing in the background. The horror instrumentals, the classic horror instrumentals playing through this, because it's just got that kind of, like even something from a Hammer horror movie, like that soundtrack would be perfect to listen to in the background.
Oh, definitely.
I think Simon explains his status quo at the moment the best in the first issue. My name is Simon Dark. I live in the dark. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I came from. I am here. I am inside these harnesses. The straps hold me together. They keep me warm and they hurt. When I came here, I was smaller. The straps grew and I didn't. And I was sitting there, I'm like, we've got this guy who, as we go through this issue, we're going to find out later that he's this patchwork guy that's put together. And we'll talk more in detail about that a little bit later. But
so I've got my own theories about that too.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is an interesting mystery. Just to get inside his head in the first issue, because they didn't even reveal in the first issue that that's what was going on with him. That's where I'm starting to see that this is adding a lot more weight to me when I read the first issue and blended into the second. You got to see Simon from his own point of view, knowing what happens in the second issue. This is one of those series that it's really important to just kind of follow along. And it's a good time to jump on because it's still only 3 issues into the series. So you definitely want to get the whole flavor for what's going on in this book. He's got a bit of this Robin Hood thing going on, too. Because he has this group of friends who he helps out, but they don't know who he is. Because he's afraid, obviously with such a creepy look about him.
It's like he knows how to survive. He does what he has to do just not to get into people's way. And he pays his own way as he's doing it.
But he has an endearing quality about him, too, because of the fact that when you're talking about that survival, I absolutely adore that. It's one of the cool things, because you love characters who are on that edge, and you know that the odds are against them, but yet they still continue to survive. But the nice thing about him is there's that quality about him, too, where you can be sympathetic to the character, because he's just, like, what is the reason for helping these people? He doesn't really have one. I mean, when you think about it, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But I mean, there seems to be certain people that he's helping that he considers his friends, and considering that he doesn't know who he is, and he doesn't really know them as far as we know, it makes it kind of endearing to follow this guy because he's just doing nice things when he really has no reason to, because they aren't reciprocating in any way, even with a thank you. Because they don't know who he is. This particular storyline opens with a 13-year-old girl named Rose who is killed by Eddie the Machete. And one of the things I'm really enjoying about Simon is that his story isn't one of the standard superhero. This is a mysterious character who's doing his best to keep the town safe. Unfortunately, he doesn't always turn up on time and can only prevent future problems, which is what happens with the Eddie the Machete case. He confronts him, and he easily gets the better of him until the police show up. And that was really one of the neat things. I'm like, wait a minute, they just killed that girl. Isn't the whole MO supposed to be Simon shows up and saves her?
And I like the fact that, we got, Rose's name, Rose Sanfilippo. Yeah. Whatever. Rose
so you want to start off with that again? We got Rose's name?
And now you know why I don't say names on our show and Brian does it all.
Wait, I love it, though. I like Rose Sanfilippo or whatever.
Sanfilippo. But, we get her name. We get that she's this popular girl in school. We get more about her than just victim number one. So we, as the reader, can draw... Quit laughing at me.
No, I just love it because I know where this point's going. Because I know you're going to this whole great thing, and you're right. You're 100% correct with where you're going with this. But you're going to this whole thing where you're going to be saying it's so great that the writer made us attached to this character and didn't just make her a blank, faceless girl who was killed. But I love the fact that you're like Rose Sanfilippo, whatever.
Hey, I don't know her. She's not a friend of mine, sir.
You just took the writer's balloon and shot it with a machine gun.
As I said, you said it better than me. I would have probably said Filippo or something like that. So I think you're doing better than me.
Okay.
Hey, I only put her first name down, so...
Well, see, that's
she was just Rose to me.
See, that's why I was going to go accent it with the last name, then as I butchered, I'm like, oh, dang it. I thought that would be just a dramatic moment that I got the first and last name, proving my point how attached I was to this person who is now dead, but in reality, oh, well.
We were on a first-name basis, Rose and I.
Oh, okay.
So it's one of those things we didn't bother with the last names. Yeah. It was interesting when the police showed up, though, because I really liked how this was written. How would they know who was the killer? Simon looks very horror film. He has this leather face from the Chainsaw Massacre movies thing going on with the mask that he's wearing. When he's pushed towards the police, they gun him down because you got this creepy-looking guy coming at you. What are you going to do? And they really didn't know. They showed up at a time in the situation where you see two people going at it, and and you see a dead girl. Who was the killer? Who wasn't? So they shot him, and they hit him with 9 bullets, and the guy drops, and I'm like, they just shot down the main character.
The fact that he throws the knife and pushes him so it looks like he dropped it.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, that was a slick thing there. Throughout this issue, just the reaction of the police department was something I kind of liked. It had a very realistic feel to me. This is, Gotham PD. They're used to dealing with weirdos. So they're not going to have the panicking. They're going to have the react first. You got this weirdo dude who appears to be lunging at him. You're going to light him up like a Christmas tree. That's Then afterwards, you see the detective show up, and he starts sorting through what happens, and he kind of figures out that Simon wasn't necessarily the killer.
I like that Eddie even escapes, though. Because these aren't clean stories. Things don't always work out. When all this went down, all I was thinking was, I want to see the inevitable rematch between Simon and Eddie. And that's great storytelling. Make me anticipate future happenings. Build a world where I want to see the main character interact with it. And I really liked that. It was great story development because they didn't deliver the whole thing right there. They used this as a great opportunity to teach us a little bit more about Simon, letting Eddie escape. And because of what Eddie did, you're like, that the reason why I got gunned down is because I jerked through him into the police to begin with. So you want to see him come back and get something off of this guy. It was just a very well handled.
But also the fact that he's escaped so many times before, as it says through there, you're now sort of seeing how he's escaped. That's another way I took it as well. So if someone did come in, along the way, they actually got put out of their misery or, blamed for what just happened while Eddie got away himself.
Taking some time for some good villain development, which is important. This might be Gotham City, but it's starting to build an area of distinction here, because Catwoman's totally done this with East End, and Simon Dark's now doing this with The Village. The police are left wondering who it was that they just gunned down, or what it was, and I liked that aspect of it, that they were saying, is this even human? Which would make sense in Gotham, that you've seen a lot of people that you can put that big question mark on. Even the Spectre has made an appearance in Gotham City before. I loved the creepy look of Simon's patchwork mask in the close-up. It was a great art sequence where it just looked like it added more reasoning in my mind as to why they shot him to begin with, because it was a creepy-looking mask.
Did you actually notice with those two panels with the mask that you actually see his eye open in the first one and closed in the second? It was as if you saw him, he passes at that point.
Yes.
It was so subtly done.
Yeah, which left me to wonder what was actually happening with him. Do you think, are you guys assuming he died there? Do you think that's what happened? Or do you think he passed out or what? Because they actually, obviously they took a pulse and all that stuff, and they declared him dead.
He was dead as a doornail. And, there's a line later on, the coroner says, I'm pretty sure, where she said, she was like, hey, he was dead. I took his pulse. I took his vitals. If he wasn't dead, then you can take all of my certificates off the wall.
Here's my question, though. I guess, are we under the assumption that, all right, let's say that, okay, he's dead at that point. Was he actually alive anywhere in any of the issues that we've seen so far? Is, I guess, what I'm questioning.
I don't think he was.
Okay.
I think he's something else. If that makes sense, I don't think
that's what I'm saying.
alive.
Did he really pass, or did something else happen with him? I guess that's why I'm asking that, because I guess if for him to pass, that would mean that he's actually alive, and I don't know that I feel that this guy was actually ever alive in anything we've seen yet.
I'm looking at it more like basically the body's the car that the something is driving.
Okay.
And when, as we see later on, I wanted to get a bit more into it a bit later on, but the fact that he's made up of so many different parts sort of shows upgrades along the way.
And as the medical examiner is actually looking at him when she shows up on the scene, they notice immediately the scars all over him. We don't get to see it as an audience yet, but they're like, well, what about all those scars? Which, again, it's nice development of this. It's spreading it out throughout the story. They're teasing us with little tidbits along the way, which is kind of bringing you into the whole mystery and making you want to read more to find out what's actually going on. There is solid police work going on here, because he doesn't fit the profile of what they've seen previously with Eddie the Machete, and I like that they were talking about that. The detective came on the scene and he just said, I don't get the vibe that this kid's it. It doesn't fit what we've seen. And the medical examiner, even from just examining his body and the state of the scene, it just doesn't wash in her eyes either. And I liked that conversation taking place. I liked seeing the police work in this.
I think that actually comes from Niles's writing, the fact that he's actually been doing like noir stories and stuff like that. Police-based stories for other companies as well at the moment.
You know what I liked at the police work sequences? Did you read Gotham Central?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay, and this won't spoil it.
I've been meaning to get the trades at some point, but
if you liked the police sequences in this, it's very Gotham Central. That's what Gotham Central was all about, and the way it was written. So this for fans of Gotham Central who are looking for a book that has a nice mixture of police work in it, that has a Gotham Central kind of flavor, this is that book. This book has some of that too. It's got a lot going on in it, and it's handled very well. When we get over at the morgue, Simon's body looks like that of a doll, and it has been sewn together, and they mention like a patchwork quilt. Like, he looks like a puzzle, like a living puzzle of some sort. And under the mask, they reveal this face of this 17 to 18-year-old kid. I guess I was left wondering at this point, not only who Simon is, but are all those parts actually his? Or do some belong to other people? If so, what does that mean? And regardless of whether they're other people's or not, does the way he is constructed affect him in some way? Like, I was thinking if perhaps they were parts of other people, is that going to play into him discovering things about himself as he goes along?
Or if he's getting random memories from each part that he puts on there.
Yeah, I guess I was getting that. I mean, and that doesn't necessarily have to be the way this goes. It could literally be that Simon himself was just patched up. But it seems like there's an opportunity here to do a lot of different things with this character. I'm really curious to see what's happening with him. I'm with you. I'm getting the vibe that we might see something where these parts aren't all his, or what are you doing?
I was, when I first saw that, first thought that popped in my head was a new telling of Frankenstein. You got the dead flesh animated and brought back to life. And just something about just the way Simon was reacting and what Simon was doing kind of changed that for me. I want to say, actually, I was kind of like maybe, and I think, I don't know. It's weird. I'm initially thinking Frankenstein, but there's more to this for some reason. I don't know what it is yet. That's one of the things. I want to see the mystery. I want to see what exactly is going on with this guy.
That's actually what I'm kind of liking about this, though. I'm seeing a lot of different archetypes.
Well, that's one thing that I know. Like when this book was first announced, I sort of read every interview we could come across just to find out more about it. And this is like Stephen Niles' his version of a Frankenstein story, but not the Frankenstein, if that makes sense. When they actually mask off Simon Dark, he's got a nice, lovely scar that goes right across his neck, which to me hinted that the head wasn't the original.
Yeah, that he was that was a decapitated head?
Yeah.
Now, do you think the head is Simon?
No, I'm just trying to remember. I remember reading something now. I don't know if it's for another book or something where I'm pretty sure it was for another, but it plays along the lines of this, where basically there was someone who had been alive for thousands of years, but they had to keep on replacing body parts as they tarnished and decayed. And that's the sort of vibe I'm sort of getting from this, where he gets to a point or he gets damaged and he actually has to replace some of it. But it's because of, I don't know, I've just got a feeling that it's either like a spirit entity, think of the spectre, but it's actually not that powerful where it has its own physical presence. It's got to actually manipulate something else. And that's what I'm thinking it is. But along with taking these parts into itself, it's actually learning bits from each individual part. As we see later on, where he runs off and goes into hiding, wanting to, even as we turn the page, and he's sort of hiding underneath the gurney saying he wants to go home. I think that it's taking memories, especially from the head, since it was, 17, 18-year-old kid, the face looked like. So it's sort of like that confusion after, realizing what's happened to it or repairing what's happened to it or getting itself working again.
That just want to go home, too. I like and we'll talk about what it refers to when he actually gets up on the rooftops. But it was a powerful moment because I am connecting to this kid. As the story's been told, it's nice that, his mystery is our mystery, too. He doesn't know who he is, and we're trying to figure out who he is, and we're kind of going on this journey with him. And I do enjoy that kind of storytelling, kind of taking the journey with the main character, and they become more sympathetic as the story goes on. I've never died and been on a table of the corners, but I do like the way that they're the perspective they're giving us from Simon, because every question that we've got are the same questions that he seems to have, which is nice.
Now, do you guys think it could be like a ghost type spirit, or maybe like a symbiote? A little physical alien type, bot thing inside the body itself.
I think he's definitely human on some level. I mean, or was at one time, is what I should say. I don't. When you're saying alien, do you mean like out of this world kind of?
Well, either out of this world or some ancient, thing that has been around since the dawn of time is inside him, animating the flesh, and but it's kind of because he's got the child's head on him. There's confusion going on. It's a symbiotic relationship where the thingy, whatever it is, keeps the body active and alive, but it needs the human to actually do the physical interactions.
I'm wondering if there isn't some connection to whoever did this to Simon. Meaning like whoever constructed the body was trying to bring somebody back who died?
That's something we also get onto a bit later as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually like a spirit type thing. I don't think it's like an alien something actually driving the body, or someone with a remote control driving the body, or something like that. Just for the mood that both the first two issues actually give you. It's that sort of, there's that haunted to it, the haunted feel to it as you're actually reading it. I think it has to be something spiritual.
I don't know. There is part of me, I got to be honest with you, there's still part of me that thinks that that the 17-year-old's head, it might be the 17-year-old. It's definitely a kid, whoever it is. And just because of the way he's reacting to his world, it feels like a kid. I'm not saying it has to be that whoever that 17-year-old's head is that's involved in this whole thing. But I do get a vibe like that Simon Dark actually is some 17 to 18-year-old that's been thrown into this. That age grouping.
Well, for a slightly different take, like the way I've reading through them, it sort of gives you the idea that the first appearance of Simon Dark was in the first book. There was nothing prior to in that actual town or in that village. There was nothing prior to that showing that he had been there. And then the kids started sort of, like, it might have even been brought on with the actual nursery rhyme that you see the kids doing in the first book. But that sort of, like, I don't know, I've just got the feeling that sort of he just appeared, and it could be actually a learning experience. Like, he's got the feeling that he has to protect this village, but he's still learning himself who he is. Like, it's like a newly created type thing. So his whole history he doesn't know, but he's got the drive to actually tell him, I need to protect this area.
And it's interesting that when you mention that the initial incident in the first issue takes place at the church.
Yes.
Which he seems to be drawn to. So that's interesting. I've got a lot of questions. I mean, my views on this book, as far as what's going on, keep changing the more I read it. I keep coming up with new ideas on what I think is actually going on. Because when I'm listening to you, the things that you're saying, I'm like, okay, I can totally see this. That's resonating with you. Jim, you were throwing out a few things. I'm seeing those too. I actually really like right now that I don't have like a firm, stuck in place, like this is what's going on. I like that the mystery has really been handled in such a way that you can see multiple possibilities coming out of this and know that we're going on a journey to discover those mysteries. I like that. It's a lot of times the mystery's laid out too well, if that makes sense, when they do it in a story, where you it's like they're directly pointing you at what's going on with the character. I like with this one that the mystery is a little open-ended right now. That you can see multiple threads, multiple possibilities. He's clearly playing off of a lot of different horror genres and horror movies to kind of give you different vibes and make you think certain things. And I like that because it's just keeping my mind very open to following Simon and seeing what's happening with this kid, whatever he is right now. I did like the police work. When we're talking about when they were looking over the body, they found Simon's weapons from the last issue. He decapitated one of the members of the sacrificial ritual, and then he's saving the life of a man who's about to be murdered. But the police found the body of that man and have no idea that he died because Simon was trying to prevent death. In their eyes, the decapitation is a sharp contrast to the attempt to stop Eddie. So for them, it's a frustrating mystery of who this guy is, what's his MO, and it makes them really sympathetic characters, the police, too, where we can kind of latch onto them because we currently know very little as well. So it's interesting to see that, and it is good police work, though, because, again, they're looking at, well, all right, it clearly looked like he was trying to stop Eddie the Machete, but then he decapitated somebody over here. So what is really going on, or what really went on with this guy, because at this point they were still assuming he was completely done.
Yeah.
But, of course, that thought stopped because he gets up after having 9 bullets in him. And naturally, that's going to be the point where you're like, huh? Imagine your corpse just gets up and runs away. I can see why they didn't report it. Because as they're running after him to try and see where he's going and all that, they're like, until we know what's going on here, we're not reporting this. Because there would be a major danger of you being considered nuts. This is your career, this is your job, this is your livelihood. You start reporting things like this, they're going to throw you off the force.
Also,
in Gotham?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, although, see...
Hold on, here's one thing.
This is the village, though. And I guess part of me has to wonder...
Here's the one thing. Even in Gotham, though, you think about the fact that you tell them, hey, we had this dead body, but it got up and ran away. Yes, there's some weird stuff that happens there, but first thought that is going to enter any supervisor's head is that, okay, they lost a dead body and they're trying to blame it on this far-fetched story, figuring this is Gotham will believe them. We'll need more evidence that this body got up and ran away. And it would cause more problems down the road of, then you have to document how this happened. Where were you when it ran away? Did you try to stop it? Right now it's easier just to say nothing and figure out the mystery than to actually report it.
Well, you're right.
If you actually have a look going through there, it actually looks like they've actually got a camera set up in the room.
Which during the medical examination?
It looks like there's actually a camera set up on the roof so they could, and it looks like it's actually able to be moved, so they could actually move it from A to B to, change body positions or something like that.
Which would make sense because if you're doing a medical examination, you would be using it for evidence later, possibly, depending on what you're going for with the particular case, especially if it was somebody who was murdered. A medical examination is usually used as a major piece of determining how the victim was killed, and that sets up a story for later on when they're trying to convict somebody. So, yeah, you would imagine that there would be some form of recording going on there on some level.
If it was actually recording at the time, it's another thing.
Yeah, no, very true. I liked when Simon was escaping that daytime is clearly not his time of choice. Looking the way he does, it totally explains his Robin Hood MO. He cares and wants to help others, but with his looks, it would be like an Elephant Man kind of thing. People would view him as a monster naturally and would be scared of him. They scream, he runs, gets hit by a car, gets up and keeps running, gets on the rooftops, and he's looking at that burnt church, and that's the home that he's going towards. I'm wondering what the connection is there. It could be, Damien, like you're saying, that may be where in the first issue that was where he first woke up or where he first got his start, or first came into some form of awareness. I'm curious to see how, as his origin develops in these issues, if we start to see what the connection is with him and the church.
Yeah, I'd like to know what actually happened to the church. And how long ago it happened to the church as well.
Was he in the church?
Getting to me. If something if something major happened there, especially with this group that seems to go back there all the time, he might have been created through something that they were doing unintentionally.
I wonder though if he was like when whatever happened to the church when it was burnt down or whatever, if he might have been in there.
Yeah.
So,
but also the fact that we keep going back to the last issue. But the fact that where they're talking about how Richard Guest was dead, and the fact that they took somebody out there for a ritual sacrifice, so they've been using this spot for a while. So maybe he's left over from the people they've sacrificed.
That's interesting.
Nice, yeah.
I'm glad though. We keep going back to that first issue. I think it's important that we do that though, because I think it's illustrating that really if you want to get the most bang out of this series and you really want to understand what's going on, you really need to pick up the first. I would recommend picking up right now if you're like on the fence and you're like, I don't want to invest in 3 issues, do yourself a favor and at least pick up the first 2, or you can easily pick up the reprint of the first issue. I think with the first issue it's enough for you to make a decision if you want to keep following it. I wouldn't start with issue 2 though.
Oh no, definitely start from the beginning.
Yeah, so I would, on some level, if you only want to pick one issue, pick up the second printing of the first issue if you haven't already picked it up. If you're interested enough in our conversation right now, at least pick up the first 2, maybe the first 3, and you'll get, like Jim, because you're saying that after having read issue 3, this is a really nice build to the story. I would definitely say, though, for me, issue 2 would not be one that I would have liked to start off with this book. I loved issue 2. It was great, but my love for issue 2 really came after I reread it with issue 1 again and followed that in that nice order. Because like Damien's doing right now, Damien, you're making some great connections back to that first issue, and you're actually making ones that I haven't even made. And it's nice to kind of get a different perspective on this because it's adding more to the story for me right now. But this is where going back and rereading a story sometimes is so good because you get to see so much more of what the author's really doing here. This is really deep writing.
I can just see it. It gets up to issue 80 and we're sitting there starting back with 1 and going through them all to get the story running each time.
But, it's funny nowadays, we talk about how much comics cost now. And if I've got, let's go on that. If in 80 issues I'm enjoying the series so much that I want to go back and reread it again and I'm getting that much out of it, that much depth out of the story, I'm getting my money's worth. I am really getting my money's worth out of that because it's worth going back and redoing because I'm enjoying the experience. Like, I didn't reread these issues because of any other reason other than I'm enjoying the story, and I want to know what's going on at every single point, so it was worth going back and rereading 1 and 2 to get those connecting threads between them. That's the nice thing about it. That's where, with what we're paying for comics nowadays, this creative team really, they've developed a very loyal fan out of me. Because if this series keeps doing what it's doing right now, I'm going to keep grabbing this series as long as they're publishing it, because it's such an entertaining read, and it's worth going back to reread again to see what they're doing here. Because there's a lot of layers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
And when you get stories where you need where the flow really helps it, that's going to help with the trade sales, because this is one I could see. I already know you're going to pick up the trade when this comes out, just so you can have them all together in that one bind, even though you have the individual issues.
Well, you know what it is for me, and I'm finding myself, and it's just a personal thing. When it goes to rereading a book over and over again, I like it bound, and It's worth it to me to have a bound copy of something I know I'm going to reread over and over again, because it's really nice to be able to just take and grab, that selected run, if it's 5, 6 issues, whatever winds up in the first trade, be able to grab that ticket with me in the car, whatever, go through and read that story in that sitting. It's really nice that way to do it, and that's not for everybody. It's that's just my personal preference to it. So yeah, this particular book right now, if it continues the way it's going for the first 5, 6 issues, I'm definitely going to buy the trade for this one, because I've already reread it multiple times and have enjoyed the experience. Damien's already giving me a few things right here, and you, through your discussion, are giving me some things that I didn't think about. So now you're making me want to go and read it again to kind of see if I can connect with what you guys are laying out here. So, I mean, that's a lot of bang for my money. That's worth buying in trade. No, I mean, that is where my decision comes in. If it's something I'm going to read once and say, I don't have any reason to read it again, I enjoyed it, then no, I don't need the trade for that, because I know I'm not going to reread it again. But something like this, where I know I'll reread it again, sure. If it's, and then from what you're saying with issue 3, it looks like this series is going to be one of those where it's going to be one I'm going to want to reread again. Starman, we're back to the Starman reference again.
Yeah.
They're releasing the doggone thing in hardcovers. I'm buying them.
Yeah.
And I'm buying them too. Yeah. And I've also got 2 actually full sets of it, and I was actually going to be getting my second set bound, and now they've gone and done this.
But I'm thinking now that might be... I'm looking for verification. It's an omnibus, so they've got to be in there, the Shades journals, right?
From everywhere I've seen, I think Chris from Collected Comics Library said that they're supposed to be in there. He went through everything that was supposed to be in there. The only thing that I think he missed out was the Mist series, but I've heard that that's supposed to be in there. The Mist, was it 2-issue miniseries, or was it one?
It was a one-shot. That was it was the Girl Frenzy. It was that Girl Frenzy. Remember when DC was doing those week 5 events? It was on the... What happened was, for those of you who don't know, DC used to do an event on the 5th week of the month. Sometimes on a month there will be 5 Wednesdays. So what they would do is on the 5th week they wouldn't release anything except this event. And they released one called Girl Frenzy, where it was a female lead character who was a tie-in to some of the series that they were doing. So James Robinson did The Mist. And it was the main villain from Jack Knight's Starman, and it was a spotlight issue on her, which tied directly into the main series. It was a very well-done issue, but it was great because we always talk about how you've got to have really good villains to have a really good hero that you're sympathetic to. It was, again, further development of a character that had already been well-developed in that run. It was a nice one-shot issue for anybody that hasn't read it yet, so...
And it was a good companion to the legacy hero with the legacy villain. You don't often see many legacy villains, I've noticed, out there.
Yeah, it was nice that they did connect that history to those. And it made sense. Her story was very similar to Jack's story, which showed later why they had a good connection, which we're getting off on a major tangent here. But this is a book, it's funny, this is a book that reminds me a lot of Starman, which is why that keeps coming up again, because it does have its own unique flavor and place in the DC universe, and I like it. When we get to talking about villains, this was the perfect time for them to really start continuing that development, because back at the church, did you take the guy in the business suit to be one of the guys from the Ritual, that Vincent, perhaps, or someone else?
Yes, I took it to be the guy who had to report back.
Vincent, that was Vincent.
Yeah. And who was told if he stuffs up again, basically he's going to be killed.
Which is definitely where that adds a lot of weight to your connecting thread that this is something to do with the ritual. And that's why they're trying to keep an eye, literally keep an eye on Simon, because he pulls his eye out and sticks it in the wall. I'm like, what is going on here? And then he killed that homeless guy, which made sense to me because the guy was a witness to what he was doing. So obviously he's trying to be covert here. And if you got a homeless guy who just saw you stick your eye in the wall, you're not being so covert. So he just killed the guy.
And also, could that be the make-up sacrifice for the guy who survived?
Oh, definite possibility.
So that's another part that I took it as, sort of like, he's trying to get that sort of fear aspect into them, as they did with the guy who was blindfolded in the first issue. And they literally got him more and more scared, but they were going to sacrifice him.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this one and how it can go. You know what I like about it is there's a lot of unanswered questions. And a lot of those questions are ones that you want to be asking when you're reading a series because you want reasons to, like, I need to know, why am I going to pick up the next issue? Do I even care at this point? And yeah, I do, because there's a lot of things he's laying out here that I want answered.
Now, here's the thing I'm wondering. These ritual dudes, do they need to instill fear before they do the kill, or can they just kill? Because will Simon be afraid of dying if he's already undead?
I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
He was definitely creeped out when he woke up in the morgue.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Because he was cowering.
It was that sort of, you wake up in the wrong bed after a bad dream type thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that definitely for him was a very, because he kept saying, I want to go home, I want to go home. So he was cowering in the corner, or cowering under the table, I think was what was going on with him, if I remember correctly. He was definitely cowering, though. It was a definite different set of mood. Then he collected his thoughts and got out of there. I think the home was the beacon. So I think
then his reaction to actual daylight as well could also be to it. Maybe, I'm pulling at straws with this idea, but the fact that it could be something like, when he goes into some sort of, I don't know, he appears mainly at night from what we've seen through the first two issues. This is the first time we've seen him through the day, and he was just disorientated. Like it might be the sort of, they've got to go back to the place they were killed at or something like that. Hence why he has to go there.
Yeah. It's funny, is every time I keep hearing a new thought about this guy, I'm like, yeah, I can see that too. And that's what I like. I like the open-ended nature of this right now. That really is what's attracting me to this. Because a lot of times, I mean, anybody who's been listening to us has heard our discussions. I get pretty set on certain ideas where I'm pretty locked in, and in the end result might be that I'm totally dead wrong on it. But a lot of times when storytelling will firmly make me plant my feet on something. This one isn't. It's I've got certain ideas that I think are going on in my head right now, but then as I'm hearing other ideas, I like that this just kind of feels like, well, yeah, that could fit too, and I'm actually enjoying that. I'm enjoying hearing other ideas, and I wouldn't be disappointed with any of them. It's kind of the fun thing about this book right now is I think all bets are off. I think we could all be wrong, and that to me is a very interesting approach right now. It's definitely a strong mystery. I think, though, when we find out what's going on, we're going to have those oh yeah moments where we're going to be able to look back and connect to things that have happened in each of the issues. Because we already did that from issue 1 to 2, where we really needed to look back to issue 1 to kind of get some of the connections on what's going on in issue 2. This is really an interestingly crafted tale, the way it's being told now. I'm enjoying that. Back at the marketplace, Beth shows up to find a young girl there instead of the owner. Now, the young girl was very confused as to what was going on. So assuming the worst in a typical police, she's a coroner, but she's a police officer and all that, she tells the girl to leave. Of course, the girl doesn't do that in a typical horror movie fashion.
No.
And they both head to the basement to find Robin Hood Dark, surrounded by the people he has been helping. And I did like that. They want Beth to help this guy out. The girl screams and leaves, only to be seen by Eddie the Machete, who's looking for his next prey. He starts up his van and begins to follow her, and it's going to be interesting to see if Simon is going to save this girl in the next issue, or if it's going to be another one where this girl winds up dead, and because there's that ongoing mystery with Eddie the Machete, and Simon's things don't end so clean always, so... But taking it one step further and adding to more mystery, the detective pulls off his wash, announces that he may have found him, I'm assuming that he means Simon, and reveals his own sewn-up wrist. So I'm like, What is going on with him? Is he tied in with the guys who are doing the ritual? Is he tied into somebody else who might have somehow brought Simon about that might wind up being an opposing force to the guys who are doing the rituals? I don't know. I see both possibilities for this one, but I'm loving this. Back to the Batman Simon thing real quick before we share some more of our thoughts on this. I have no problem with seeing one of the Bat Universe guys eventually, but right now I think part of the joy of this story is that we aren't seeing a lot of DC Universe appearances. I would actually more like to see, if we're going to see any of that right now, I'd like to see what Damien's talking about, where you see the Batmobile maybe drive through the city. Or, if you're going to see, like, Nightwing swing on through or something. I don't know that I want to see, though, the confrontation yet. The journey of Simon Dark right now is what I want to follow. I want to see him developed. I want to get to know him. When he's established and we've got a better handle on who he is, sure, do an issue or something where you maybe have one of them in there. That's all well and fine. But right now, the first issue went into a second printing, and I think it would be a disservice to the series if we just blatantly threw it in there. If the writer already has a storytelling reason to do it. But it sounds like this series was not conceived to be that anyway, so why do that right now? It doesn't make sense to me to do that.
And also the ideals of the Bat family are not the ideals of Simon Dark.
And that is where the confrontation would be interesting.
Yeah, he will. Simon will take a life, and Bats doesn't. So that's
So that is where I'd like to see it. That actually is one of the attractions to actually seeing the inevitable confrontation. Is that first issue he chopped a guy's head off.
Yeah.
That's Batman's not going to like that.
Now the girl that was found that's leaving that flower shop. Now, who did you actually get the feeling that she was actually from the first issue as well? There was that one scene of about 4 panels where there was a new family coming into the town.
Oh, the daughter.
Where he got the book from?
The one that Simon left the dollar?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's her.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. You know what? Being fair and honest, I did not make that connection until you just said it just now. But that's totally who that is. Very cool.
Yeah, definitely is who that is.
Okay, that's going to be very interesting to see what happens there then.
And
I love
see
this.
what relationship forms between those two as well. I think something's going to happen there if she survives. Because she survives, it will be one or the other.
The reason why I keep referring back to Starman for this particular book is because Starman in the opening run, had a very unique feel and concept to it, because it had James Robinson that was consistently giving his own flavor on this character and his love for the characters of the JSA. He brought that into Starman in that amazing revamp. And then you had the art team, of Tony Harris on there, who was really giving his own unique style and his own stamp on that book that gave it a very unique atmosphere and feel all the way through it. Opal City was a definite unique experience. The same way you could say it about, the Flash's home and Batman's home and Superman's home. Each of those places has their own unique flavor to them. This definitely was defined as a very set place. We're seeing that with the Village. This team of Scott Hampton and Steve Niles and Chris Chuckery on the colors, too. I've got to definitely comment on the colors, because there was a lot of shading and things like that which are natural in a very dark atmosphere, but it never went too far. There was always enough light sourcing that you got to see characters' faces and identify them. And that's how we're able to make those connections between the first and second issue as far as who characters are and things like that, because it's clear who everybody is from issue to issue, which is nice to see.
Especially with Simon himself. He's the hardest one to do expressions for because he's wearing a mask. So you actually get to see it through what you can see through the mask. So the way his eyes react to things, that's what really captures me about the actual art itself. As we said with that scene where you sort of see the eyes slowly close over the 2 panels, and then later on when he wakes up and they just open, something's really shocking in there. So that's one thing that really blew me away about it.
I totally agree with you. This is really a great book. A lot of times there's a lot of screaming about people just saying budget-wise, I can't keep affording all these different crossovers and things that are going on. And I totally respect that. This is a great book I see for people being able to jump on. Like we've mentioned, because it's in Gotham City, there's got to be that inevitable, eventual Bat family of some sort. Somebody's going to pop in. But I don't see this being a book that is going to have the Final Crisis banner on it, for example. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be a book that's going to have its own unique pocket in the universe. If it ever has a banner that has to do anything with a crossover, I see it doing more what Starman did in the sense that Starman was more reactionary to the event that was going on, instead of it being something where you had to read that event in order to understand it. Final Night, when that crossover happened and the entire DC universe went dark, there were so many titles that tied into Final Night. But really what it was, you could pick up a number of those issues, and they read like one-shots, where it was a single issue. It was clear that the sun was being burnt out or whatever was going on. The Sun Eater was taking out the sun. And it was just that particular book's reaction to that event. So you didn't even need to read really Final Night to understand what was going on, if that makes sense. They gave you all you needed within that issue. I see that happening with Assignment Dark if it ever touched on any type of crossover. If that makes sense of what I'm saying. I think this is a very good book for somebody right now who wants to pick up another title but does not want to invest in something where they feel like, oh my gosh, 6 months down the road I'm going to have to pick up an event in order to understand this title. So I urge people, if you miss this one, it's fantastic writing. It's got a great mystery to it. When I say I had to reread it again to understand things that were going on in issue 2, it was more so there's so much going on in issue 2. I really needed to go back to issue 1 to kind of get a grasp for what's going on in order to kind of clear my head, because it was and that's great writing there, that there's so much depth to the story. So it wasn't a chore, it wasn't a tasking thing, it was a pure pleasure every time I read the series. And it's another one where you're going to want to do a read-through where you just look at the art. I think this is artwork that is really, it's interesting, it's very detailed, it's got its own flavor and style to it, and this is a book that I'm also picking up with because this is a great art team. They've got this whole little dark world flavor to it that it feels very horror movie. I want to see this on the screen. This would make a great either animated series, or if they don't do an animated, like an HBO animated series where they're not afraid to go really dark with it, or do an actual full-blown movie. I could see a number of directors who would be able to really capture this world that's going on here. It's something that I hope takes off as a series, and that Hollywood takes a look at and maybe considers throwing on the screen.
Just give it to Tim Burton; he'll do it right.
Oh, he would be absolutely wonderful with this, because this is definitely it's almost like the script is tailor made to be a Tim Burton film. So I'm definitely on board for this one. This is a great one. I'm glad we got to talk about it. It was funny when you and I were talking about having you come on and do something as we were celebrating our 100th recording. We were talking about Simon Dark. I'm like, this is like the perfect book, because it's something that I really wanted to spotlight, because it came out of nowhere for me. I know you had known that it was coming up, but I didn't. And it was one that I'm like, all right, this is, Steve Niles, Simon Dark. I'm like, I'll pick up the first couple issues and, see if it's for me. I was blown away by this.
Yeah, I picked this thing up basically because I saw Gotham's Other Protector on it. When I saw that, I was like, that should be kind of interesting. And that's literally what pulled me into it. And then, once I read that first issue, I was like, this is a cool thing going on.
And I agree with you. The attraction to me at first was like, all right, I typically, when a Bat book comes out, I typically enjoy seeing a different take on the Bat universe. It's funny, though, how animate I am now that I want that to be as little as possible a part of this book. Because that was my initial attraction to this whole thing, but reading it, and it really is a compliment to the creative team that they've taken me so emotionally in a very different direction that I feel almost protective of this book, like that I don't want it to lose its own charm.
Do you think it could have been set anywhere else other than actually Gotham?
You mean in the DC universe?
In the DC universe. Would you have preferred it to be in somewhere else apart from Gotham?
No.
Or do you think that they just used Gotham actually to be a selling point?
Probably that, but I think also when you think about the mood and the nature, typically we're talking Tim Burton because let's talk the Batman run. The first Batman movie had this kind of like this could easily be in the city that was in the first Batman movie, in a pocket. Definitely. So I think. I don't know, I guess for me, because I've kind of established in my head now that it's Gotham, this isn't something I want to see in Central City. For example, it's too bright, too happy to feel like that there is, this going on in it, if that makes sense. It's almost too out of place for there. Metropolis isn't an area I'd like to see this in.
This could have worked in a pre-chemo Bloodhaven, but now well, there is no city, so, but, before that happens.
Although realistically, if it was in a pocket in Bloodhaven right now, it would make sense that nobody would know about it. I don't know. I guess the Gotham thing just kind of fits. I understand definitely where the decision making was. I agree that probably a marketing standpoint, hey, if we attach this to Gotham, people are going to pick it up. And honestly, that was a draw for me at first. My mind's
the first
changed.
printing sold 30,000 copies, if I remember correctly, which is good for a first title of a new character.
Yeah, enough that they're reprinting it, which I give them credit for. I'm glad that they're throwing this one out there again because it's a special book, and it's nice to be able to talk about this and say, hey, this is so good that they're putting out another printing of this title. So do yourself a favor and give it a shot and take a look at it. And I'm hoping to see that I don't know what the numbers were for issue 2, but I'm hoping that issue 2 maintained those numbers, or at least close to those numbers, because I think it's a fun book. Damien, tell us a little bit about Kryptographik. What do you guys... first of all, tell us a little bit about Kryptographik for our listeners who haven't listened yet. Kryptographik, for me, on a personal standpoint, is one of my top-of-the-stack podcasts because you guys really have a unique take, not just on comics, but the film, books, the whole genre, really. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what Kryptographik is to you guys and why our listeners should be listening to Kryptographik?
Well, originally, I think it was actually, I've been meaning to do a podcast for years. I started off listening to the tech-based ones, so This Week in Tech and stuff like that. I was actually going to be doing something like that at one point, and I just never got around to it. And it came up with Lobo and had an offhand comment on the forum saying, oh, maybe I'll have a podcast one day. And the fact that we just clicked when we started we just clicked when we started talking, and we decided, okay, let's do this thing. And we wanted to sort of take a step outside of what a lot of the other comic podcasts are doing. So we sort of went along the lines of the actual sci-fi, the dark fantasy, and the horror. That's what we really touch. We don't touch much of the superhero stuff. Probably the closest we'll get will be some of the independent stuff like Black Summer coming out of Avatar at the moment, which we've yet to talk about, but I know we're both getting and loving. What we've done in past shows, we've had there's an author who's actually he's putting his book out through email submissions. Basically, he's puts out 2 chapters a week to you, and he emails it straight out to you. That was for a book called Deadolescence, which is very twisted, I can tell you, after I've been reading it. But it's a great book. The more I read about it, you find out he's got I'm sure there's a fetish with belly buttons in this book. It's bizarre. I know, but our last episode was actually an interview with Kat and Josh from... it was actually winter here, but would have been summer over there in the States with Kat and Josh about San Diego Comic-Con and just chatting in general that we recorded at one.
And you've done multiple things with Kat and Josh.
Yeah, they've been on... Actually, we did our first director's cut was actually with them for the first issue of the Utopians.
Which was excellent, which was really an excellent episode.
And those who heard our promo, Kat was the one who actually recorded it for us. Who made up Mr. Sin. So that was, we came up with the script for it, and she played it to a T.
Yeah, that was a very good episode.
But other than that, we've had all sorts of things. We've always tried to talk with Grant Bond when we get the chance, when he's got something new, since he's the one who come up with the graphic for us, which is Brian and myself dissecting Cthulhu. So I've been a big supporter of him, especially since actually, if any of you guys got the Revere hardcover, which I'll pimp a bit of my own stuff, I actually had my first published work in there with the 2-page story in the back.
When you mentioned, because I had the issues of Revere,
yep.
And it was one of those that I picked up. CGS had been talking about Revere back in the day when it was getting ready to get started, and it just the concept sounded.
It was one
great.
of the indie ones, wasn't it? Indie Challenges, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I ended up grabbing it.
I ended up starting to talk to Grant through his forum at grantbond.com, and I've just been talking to him ever since. We're actually, Brian and myself are moderators on his forum now for him.
So it was great. It was one of those that I just picked up and loved. But then you had mentioned in passing in one of our conversations that you had done a story in the hardcover, so I ended up ordering and grabbing the hardcover myself for that particular purpose.
And you got the extended story of the actual main thing as well. So.
Yeah, which is excellent. It's well, and that's another one. It's a great one to pick up in a collected edition because it's just a great story cover to cover.
Especially after what happened with Alias as well, where they changed from being having a lot of horror comics coming out to being the Christian comic book company, and as everyone expected, they fell off the face of the earth after that. But they really did the dirty with them as well, where they actually delayed the last issue for months, and yeah, it was rather nasty there towards the end. But it was good that they've actually found a home with Astra now, and they've actually got a new series which should be coming next year, so continuing on from it. Our last episode, we just had that Lost interview. We've had sorts of stuff upcoming. We've actually got Brian did a follow-up interview with, I think it was all of the Eisner judges from this year. So we actually had James Syme from Isotope in San Francisco actually on, and he was talking about what they did with the decision making for actually being an Eisner judge. And then Brian was able to actually get I think he's got 5 people on there he's sort of herding, and I couldn't be on because I was sort of working that day when he was recording, and but he had to juggle 5 different people and direct the conversation to find out what they have to do when they're locked in the room choosing who's going to win for the judging.
I got to meet Brian when we were you had mentioned that Brian was going to be at the CGS 300 episode.
Yeah.
It was funny, it was one of those things, I was in the room where they were going to be recording the episode, and somebody mentioned that Lobo was there. And I've never seen him before in person or anything like that, so I'm like, where? I want to meet this guy. He is one of the nicest guys when you meet him. He's like the easiest person to talk to. And he was turning me on to a couple of comics to read and all that. I mean, we had a nice conversation. So he's another great guy. If this is a podcast, Kryptographik is definitely a podcast. It is. I'm not just saying that because you're here. It is one of my top of the stack podcasts because of the fact that you're really covering, like you said, some things that aren't being covered in other podcasts. Those tend to be the ones that I go towards first because I'm reading a lot of DC stuff right now. So when I have to be time-wise picky about the stuff that I go to outside of DC because we're reading basically the entire DC line. So I love reading stuff outside of DC. I love reading Marvel. I love reading Image and all kinds of independent titles and things like that. But from a time standpoint, I want to be getting the best of the best. So when you've got other podcasts out there that are covering those things, I tend to gravitate towards those immediately because you guys are the ones that are telling me, hey, this is what you need to pick up because of this, and this, and I can make that connection with it. So it's a wonderful show, and it's one that definitely I can't recommend enough. You guys have such a great rapport and such a love for the genres that you're talking about. That's what I really enjoy. Because even when it's something, I've listened to episodes of yours where it's something that like by the end of it, I'm like, you know what, that's not my cup of tea. But I enjoyed the episode because you guys have such a love for the genres that you're covering that you get me excited to just enjoy your conversation. And that to me, that's probably the most sincere compliment I can give you, is that even when you're covering something that at the end I might not be interested in because of personal preference, it was fun to listen to the episode. So thank you guys for the podcast that you put out there, and I definitely want to make sure our listeners, if they're not subscribing to your podcast, definitely give it a shot.
I'll tell you, the amount of time we have so many takes at trying to actually get an episode done, because half the time we actually end up like talking for about 4 hours and then realizing we haven't recorded anything.
And see, we record our tangents.
Yeah. And we call it an episode. Done. We're going to give you a short one this time, only 3 hours.
Yeah. I think we keep on saying we should just record all this crap and just see if people want to listen to it.
Well, that's what it ended up being for us, because it's anytime that we've gotten comments from people where they've said to shorten it down, we get like 3 times as many comments from people who are saying, no, please keep that stuff in there. So that's why we went to the timestamps and breaking it up into segments, because we found that for people can jump on board and just listen to a segment if they want to, which is perfectly fine with us. If somebody's like interested in just hearing us talk about Simon Dark, they could jump off at the end of this conversation and be done with the episode. After this is done, we're going to go on and talk Countdown. So maybe there's people who wanted to hear us talk Countdown, so they're going to come in and talk about just the Countdown part. So our show can easily be broken up for people who want to. But then there's a whole slew of people who are really enjoying listening to the whole thing. So,
well, like me.
I mean, but that's it's nice.
I've listened to every episode from the beginning to the end, and I'm glad I'm actually now on a job where I can actually have an earbud in one ear and sort of listen to podcasts while I'm actually working.
I actually want to tell you how much I appreciate that. Damien's been a friend of mine since basically back when we started Raging Bullets. You were one of the CGS forum guys. I was on the CGS forums. You were on the CGS forums. You were one of the guys that, like, almost immediately when Raging Bullets started, was kind enough just to send me comments just about the show and your thoughts on the show and things like that. And it was nice, especially early on, when we weren't getting a lot of feedback because we were new and just getting started and we hadn't gotten, a listener base yet, just for people to take the time to just give feedback, like, hey, I'm listening and here's what I'm liking and here's what's going, and this is the part, because it helped us to decide what the show was going to look like. Because when people gave comments, they're saying, hey, this part I really enjoyed on your show, well, that we started focusing more in that direction. So it was that kind of feedback early on. Your friendship in the beginning especially, and continued friendship, has been very important to the show. So I really want to thank you for that and for giving us your time and your friendship all this time. Because it was well before you had your own podcast going. You were here for us. And definitely your friendship has been amazing. Plus, you sent me this wonderful Birds of Prey that's signed.
I know,
which you're my hero for that. So thank you very much.
I have to give thanks actually out to Purple Belly from one of the Australian guys from the CGS forums. He was the one who was actually going to the show where they were going to be at, and I said to him, "Look, can you just buy me the book? I'll pay you the money." I was actually getting some other stuff from him anyway that he ordered from Mile High. We all put in for back issues from Mile High so we could actually get the free shipping. And I sort of said to him, "Look, if you can get this, I'll send you the money. There's no problems there. Just if you can get." I wasn't expecting him to get Gail to. I was trying to get the same thing as what Jim's got now. So Jim's going to have to race out now and actually find Gail to get his signed. But she apparently just snatched the book off
Nicola Scott?
Yeah, off Nicola Scott, and said, "I'm going to sign it too if she gets to." And so that's why you got both of them.
Oh, so Gail actually grabbed it and signed it too?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They were sitting next to each other. So.
Yeah, that's great. I was.
And Nicola Scott's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. I'm hoping I'll get to meet her again.
She was kind enough to send us an email.
She listens to the show, so I was going to say she sent you an email in, and I think it was just after that I actually met her at Free Comic Book Day, and hopefully I'll get to sort of meet her again, and hopefully she hasn't sold that page of Spy Smasher with all her identities yet, so I can maybe get it next time.
To this day, one of the most breathtaking issues of Birds of Prey for me was that Swan Song issue, Gail's last issue on there. Some of the artwork that Nicola Scott was doing in that particular issue just blew me away. Right to that title page where it said Swan Song and just the wonderful scene of the plane and everything. And it was just it was absolutely gorgeous.
My wife doesn't even read comics, and I actually was sitting there and I was just looking at this page and I actually said, "Look at that." And, she could actually see just how good it was.
I was so thrilled when I heard she was staying with the book because she's definitely become a very important part of the personality of Birds of Prey to me. And
she's been off for a couple of issues.
I think she's coming back with Sean McKeever is my understanding, which I think that was the issue that was released this week, wasn't it? McKeever's first? I'm almost positive that issue was just released. I haven't had a chance to read much of this week's books yet.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% certain.
I've got a Birds of Prey in my stack this week. I'm almost positive it's Sean McKeever's first issue, which I'm actually very interested to read because I want to see what he does with Birds of Prey. Because it's a book that's very important to me. So I'm anxious to see that. But he nailed Titans, so I'm anxious to see what I'm anticipating what he does with Birds of Prey.
Yeah, I jumped on it 1 year later for that, and actually from your recommendation, and I've just been loving it ever since.
Did you have a chance to go back and read any of the stuff before 1 year later?
Not yet, because I just can't afford it.
It's a good one. Her stuff's all traded, so you can actually get the stuff before 1 year later. At a convention, if you're looking through some of the some of the back issue bins and stuff like that, a lot of them have those discount trades. So if you haven't had a chance, do yourself a favor. Her entire run read very much like the stuff from 1 year later on. It's a nice book-ended run, so it's definitely worth it for anybody out there. I can't pimp that particular run enough because it's one of my all-time favorite runs of any comic book. And it's definitely one that you should, because you went back, Jim, and got everything.
I have the entire, the individual issues of her entire
I'll buy
run.
omnibuses of that. I'll buy absolutes of that. Whatever they want to throw, if they want to collect it in any form of bound edition, I will keep buying that run. I'd like to see them with Birds of Prey actually go back and recollect the whole thing. That is one of my dreams, is that DC will go back and, because they collected the Dixon stuff to a certain point, and it was really just like the initial opening run. And they haven't collected very much afterwards. They did a Nightwing one that was like the crossover between Nightwing and Birds of Prey, which falls a little bit further down the line. But they haven't collected too much of the rest of it. It's been a great series all the way through. The Gail Simone run was definitely one that when she kicked off on the book, something special happened. And they were characters who I was already enjoying, but they just... It was like somebody hit them with nitrous oxide or something like that, and that thing took off running. I always get back on that book, don't I?
Yeah, we all.
We just got to. But no, definitely thank you for getting that signed for me, because I guess that I wanted to set why that was so important to me when that book arrived, and I opened it up and I'm like, oh my God, both signatures are on here on the 100th issue. I'm like, this is really awesome. So and two creators who really put something very special for me together. So thank you very much for coordinating that, and Purple Belly from the forum. So
well, when I actually got the first one, I just couldn't find a second one to get to send to, so I had to get around it at some point.
And I wanted to, because Jim, usually a lot of times you get the short end of the stick. So I was like, on that one, I was kind of like, you know what, because I gab so much about the things that I love, so I tend to get those sent to me. So I figured, you know what, it's very hard for me to do, but I'm going to give this one to Jim, because I figured I know how much you jumped on board and loved it, and then for you to say, hey, I'm going to send you another one, I'm like, yeah.
Well, I didn't know if I should just send it and actually wait for your reaction or not.
It was awesome.
That's what my whole plan was, but then I've sort of got to,
I don't think I've ever anticipated a package arriving more.
He's like a little kid at Christmas. Oh.
Well, I know how you feel with Jim with getting sent stuff, because Brian gets sent a lot of stuff because it's all like within the country. So apparently, I think he said he's got a stack that they've sent for me there. So he's trying to get something together for me at the moment.
Well, you got sent a couple of runs of books actually that you had mentioned that you hadn't read, and listeners sent things to you, which was really nice. There are things that they just recommended that you be reading. And Damien sent me some Firestorm, which was great. I actually forgot to mention that. You sent me some great issues of Firestorm, which I wish
I could find the rest of that Elemental War, though. That looked really good. I couldn't find it anywhere.
I'm gonna have to start digging through I've got so much stuff on my list to read at, hopefully dig up at convention bins. I'm hoping to find, and that's definitely one of them, because I enjoyed so much the issues you sent me. So it was great.
Yeah. So which one did you prefer, the Nuclear Firestorm, or did you prefer the Elemental Firestorm? Personally, I like the Elemental. It's
kind of my reasons for liking the Nuclear Firestorm are longevity with the character, because I liked it so much. I really enjoyed the Elemental Firestorm. As far as which character did I think was cooler out of the two, Elemental Firestorm. I think I have a certain affinity for, like, there's certain characters where you get kind of a affection for them. That being said, I'm not so attached to him that I want to see him replace Jason Rush, for example. So he's a character that I liked the evolution. I did like the Elemental Firestorm. I thought it was very cool. And then I like Jason Rush now being in the role. So it is a character that I've liked the history of the character. So when you sent me the Elemental stuff, it was great because it was a part of the character's history I hadn't read, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it's a great character, and I'm hoping that it's a character that we see come back again into its own series, because I think there's a lot that can be done with the character, and hopefully start to see some collections of some of the previous stuff that made the character so neat. Because he's another character that's kind of off to the side a little bit, that I would love to see get spotlighted a little bit more, because he's got kind of a unique twist to him. All right, my friend. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, because you're in Australia, and we've been trying to coordinate with this with you, and with the 17 hour, it's 17 hours, right? The difference between us, I think, or
something like that. Yeah,
for you
1:30 here.
It's 1:30 in the morning there for you, and Jim and I both got up at. I got up at 5:30, I think, to get up and get ready for this one today. But it was nice to be able to record with you, because I genuinely enjoy talking to you, and it was great that we were able to finally put this segment together and chat with you. And we're going to do something in the future. We've been talking about it for some time, and we'll do it in 2008. The Invisibles.
Yep.
So
yeah, I'll definitely.
We'll do a cryptographic.
I've been planning this one for. I've got 2 runs of the Invisibles now too, so I'm getting one of those down.
Yeah, so we'll have to discuss how we want to put that together. Maybe we'll do break it up over time and do a few Invisibles episodes where we can kind of do some Raging Bullets, Cryptographics crossovers, and really talk about that book. It's a run I have not read in ages, and I would love to revisit again. It's Grant Morrison stuff, and I know, Jim, you haven't read it at all, right?
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, you've got to read it from the issues. You have to have the letter pages to actually see what Grant was actually talking about throughout the actual issues as well.
Oh yeah, because
they play such a big factor in that.
Because and it was that it's part of the reason why I miss in some of the books letter columns. Because that was one really where if they do an Invisibles omnibus, they better put those letter columns in there.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know why they wouldn't collect
definitely.
that.
I even picked up the Anarchy for the Masses that goes through all the introductions of different ideas and everything for every issue, which is a really interesting read, actually. So you read along with the issue, and it actually even helps you understand it even more.
Wow.
Try to comprehend it even more.
Yeah, so we'll definitely get together and do that crossover, because it's something we have been chatting about for, like, ever.
Yes.
Definitely
since the last time I was on, actually.
Yeah. So let's definitely make sure to pull that one off. So,
but and speaking of Morrison, since everybody goes on about the actual numbering schedule, I've got my own one for you. This is the 100th recording, so it can be series 4, number 25. The next series is going to be series 5, starting with 25 and going back to 1.
Oh, just to really confuse people?
Okay, I like this.
I've been sitting on that since I sent you the message saying, what am I going to do for the 100th recording?
You know what the funny part is? It got so bad with our numbering, and one of the reasons why we started simplifying the numbering again and just going back to, like regular numbered episodes without the A, B, C, D, it's got to the point where at the beginning of recordings, I was asking Jim, what episode are we on? And neither of us knew. We had to actually go and look at the previous release to see what we numbered it in order to figure out what this recording should have been numbered. And I told him, I said, you know what, all right, it's time to simplify our numbering. When we don't even know what number we're on, that's pretty bad.
You do what we do. We actually don't say what episode we're on. We just actually put it up as the episode, because when we actually put all the tags in and that, we just change it from the one before.
Oh, there you go. I think it's become to the point, though, where I say it in the beginning and then it leads into my little Jim phrase that I almost can't do that now. I've kind of trapped myself.
See, I kind of like this going Raging Bullets Series 2, Episode 1. Let's do a relaunch. I like this idea.
I'm having enough trouble keeping track of what number we're on. I know this will be
come on, that'd be wonderful.
This is recording 101. I know that.
Yeah.
So that part I know. I'm gonna kind of stick with that now.
So this one's actually it's series 5, episode 25.
There you go.
You know what?
And if anyone wants, I'll remind them every time you put out a new one.
Oh, that would be funny. According to Lord Shaper numbering.
I just make it up. One point we'll get to the end. We'll get to this one starting at episode 60. Okay.
If we ever get to a point where we do separate feeds, like we actually release our show on 3 different feeds, depending on which numbering system you prefer. How do you like your Raging Bullets? All right, my friend. Well, I'm going to let you get going because...
Yep, so I've got to get up to go for work in about 7 hours.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coordinating with us, though. We've been trying to work this out for the past couple of weeks for our listeners out there, and Damien's been very flexible with us, and I definitely appreciate it because we definitely wanted to get you a part of this because you've had such a rich history with our show, and I'm glad that you came on and got to join us, and thank you so much again for your support. Jim, this is your baby.
Our next review will be Countdown number 27. The writer is Paul Dini with Sean McKeever. Breakdowns by Keith Giffen. Pencils by Carlos Mango. MAGNO. Inks by Rodney Ramos. Colors by Pete Pantazis. Letterer Travis Lanham. Covers by Ian Churchill, Norm Rapmond, and Tom Chu. Assistant editor is Elizabeth Gerlin, and editor Mike Carlin.
Yeah, I know I've butchered Pete's name multiple times. I think I always call it Pete Pantanzas.
Pantanzas or Pantan.
But I know I'm butchering it. So I mean, it's one of those, and I hate that. When Bob Wyacek was on, it was one of the first things, and you heard on the last episode, we threw a thing on the end of the show where we had a conversation with him about just name butchery and stuff like that. And it is funny. I'm terrible with it. When I get something stuck in my head, I can't let it go. So I know when I'll read a name and I'll get the pronunciation wrong. As a school teacher, with my kids, if I don't know the kid's name, I always make sure I have them tell me how to pronounce it before I try pronouncing it. Because if I try pronouncing it wrong, it gets stuck in my head. So it's one of those, I'm glad that I catch myself there. But comics are one of the reasons why I know that. Because when I've heard creators' names, I remember, as a kid growing up, so many of them have gotten the wrong pronunciations in my head that it's actually helped me as a teacher. So it does help with your skills as a reader, especially even as a bad reader. All right, let's talk about Countdown number 27.
Okay. The issue opens up with Val, Una, Buddy, and the grandson driving through Bloodhaven. The area, it's funny because the area is so contaminated. Not only are they driving around in some space-type buggy thingy, but they have to have spacesuits while they're inside the car. Buddy even makes a comment that the area is such a massive petri dish that they're one soup break away from being in a situation worse than what Val is. Una asks Buddy why he brings his grandson there, and Buddy says he wants him to see firsthand what the world could become.
And I keep wondering, what is Darkseid moving these people into place for?
Yeah.
As you see him on his little chessboard, shifting people around, what is he doing? Why is he moving them around? What is the point? And I want to see what he's up to. Because, you're obviously seeing forces that are aligning and setting up for something. What is he trying to do? What are his overall goals? I love the cover for this one, Jim. As we were looking at the cover, it was an interesting one because you see Jason Todd with the gun out and basically, shooting Donna Troy. And that set up the whole issue where I was looking at him like, okay, what's Jason doing? Why is he turning? And
and it's called Betrayal even on the front cover, right?
No, True Colors.
True Colors.
Yeah, True Colors is what it says on the front cover. And it's a good-looking cover, and you see Kyle's shock in the background. Even Bob is kind of shocked at what's going on here. It's an interesting issue, and it sets up the tone and the mood for where this is going.
Now, one thing I'm curious about, now, I'm not a father or a grandfather or any of that stuff. Just the thought of bringing, my grandson into this massive environment where a simple accident could get him killed or worse. What is up with this kid? Who is this kid? There's something significant about him that I'm hoping we learn that even, throughout the mystery of Countdown.
I think this kid's going to play a major role. From who he looks like he's supposed to be. Technically, he's supposed to be Commandy.
Yeah.
So I don't know how. I think. It'll be interesting to see how that's going to play. The problem, and the reason why I'm saying I think is, what is different now? How is this going to play out, and in what way is it going to play out? Because things have changed to a certain extent within the universe. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. But you're right, though. It's interesting that kids in the DC universe seem to be thrown into very perilous situations quite easily.
Not good to be in a comic book these days.
Like children's services would be all over these people.
Not good to be in the comic book or be Robin's friend.
Yes.
Next we head over to Earth 8, and the Challengers are dealing with the Extremists and Monarch's army. Just as Forerunner is about to take out an unconscious Donna, a big green fist slams into them, and Kyle flies in for the save. Tell you, for me, this was a very telling scene, especially as to which side Monarch is on, because as Forerunner's moving in for the kill, she verifies with Monarch that it's okay to do it. And Monarch gives the authorization because it's her own fault for refusing his offer to join his army. Dude, I tell you, you got to be a little rough, you got to be a little tough sometimes if you're a hero, but we always say, is he a good guy, is he a bad guy? That right there kind of statement for me says that this is a villain.
Well, his moral code, it's laid out there. His moral code is his absolute rule. It's either you're with him or you are against him. There is no gray area there with him. There's no middle ground of people that he's sort of allied with. This is a war. I am leading it. I am going to be the monarch. I am going to be the absolute ruler when this is done. You have to follow my orders or you're done. So he's offering these people to be a part of him and to be, part of his group and a part of his army. It's interesting to see the people that he's allying himself with, though. They are not, the nice
they're not
people
good
of the
guys.
universe.
They're not
right.
heroes. They're
a crime syndicate.
Yeah. These are killers and, murderers and extortionists and just, the basic underbelly of a universe. And he said, oh, okay, yeah, you're on my team. And that's, a telling that what we're going to deal with Monarch.
It's one of those things, we do preach on this show, that if you want to get the basic Countdown story, you follow the Countdown book. As far as the limited series that are on the outside, it's really what threads are interesting you. If you want to know more details on the bad guys that are joining up with Monarch's army, you want to pick up the Lord Havoc and the Extremists Countdown Mini. That's in there, and you're going to get... Are you reading that one, Jim?
Which?
Right now? Lord Havoc and the Extremists?
Oh, yeah.
But that's a great one that gives... I think it gives more insight into this group that is joining Monarch's army and what they're all about, and it really paints a pretty grim picture for what Monarch's army is going to be like.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, again, if you're right now happy just knowing that these are bad, these are some bad dudes that are aligning themselves with Monarch, that's the basic of what you need to know in Countdown. That'll flesh it out a little bit more in the miniseries, but you're going to get all the details that you need right here in Countdown. But every so often I like to throw in what these miniseries are actually about, so that way if somebody's like, I want to know more, that's the miniseries you want to go to if you're interested in that.
Yeah, definitely. As the action continues, we have Donna and Kyle are trying to regroup, and we see a really cool 2-page panel. We have Jason and Bob. They're back-to-back with Monarch's army on one side, Lord Havoc on the other. The battle from last issue continues right on through with this one, with everyone fighting each other. There's no one set, they're fighting these two. It's one fights here, one fights there, and it's kind of like a triangle battle.
And they're standing over the dead body of the jokester.
Right. Which also adds a little bit of the grimness of it. We got Dreamslayer blasts Owlman, while Wonder Woman swings Gordon into Kyle and Donna. For me, which it's kind of a cool moment when you see someone using a person or a person's body part as a weapon. I always thought that was a neat thing, like you rip someone's arm off and you beat them to death with their own arm. Or
you mean Superwoman?
Yeah. What did I say?
Wonder Woman.
Oh, sorry.
Superwoman. It's their Wonder,
I know.
Their Wonder Woman, their Lois Lane, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah.
But she's kind of both of that archetype, but she is Superwoman.
Okay. Yeah, Tracer and Forerunner are throwing down with the quote-unquote King of the Seas, attacks Jason. And I tell you, Jason was true to form, and he guts him like a fish. I cheered. I literally cheered. Granted, you shouldn't cheer for just the villainy and just the sheer whatnot of it, but it was a cool moment,
But he did it for multiple purposes, which is what I really enjoyed about the whole thing. First of all, he did it deliberately for shock value.
Yeah.
It's funny, you see those gratuitous scenes and you talk about that, well, that's thrown in there clearly for shock value. Jason did it for shock value. The main reason he did it for shock value is, first of all, he wanted attention. He wanted Monarch to know, hey, dude, I'm ready to join you. This is what it's all about. Putting my foot. I really liked that whole setup, that it wasn't just Jason being Jason. It was Jason playing a very dangerous game that only Jason can play, but again shows his roots in the Bat family to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Setting up a plan, making it really a cool, interesting setup to this whole thing, and they're starting to really use this guy in the way that I want to see him used, and this is very well done.
Yeah, and it's cool because, as you're saying, Donna calls Jason out on it, saying, hey, what are you doing? This isn't you. And Jason responds, you have no idea who I am. Hey, Monarch, I think I finally had enough of this crap. I accept your offer. Okay, I saw what's going to happen. Okay, I saw what's going to happen. I'm butchering it.
You saw what's going to happen. That basically he's going to turn on Monarch, right? Is that what you're going for there?
Right. I'm stumbling on my own words here.
Yeah, that's all right. There was definitely, I had no doubt, especially if they put it blatantly on the cover.
Right.
It was like broadcast on the cover that Jason's doing this, but we know he's not leaving the challengers. Yeah. I liked it, though. I liked the way that they set it up. I guess I expected this to happen very early in the issue. I was surprised at how they paced it in this storyline. I'm glad the way they did it, because they stretched it out a little bit more in a way where you got to see a little bit more of Jason's setup to the whole thing, which I enjoyed.
Yeah, it was a neat thing, especially like, we mentioned the shock value, because there was that, wow, the cool looking art on everybody's faces that just when he did it.
Yeah.
It's all a nice telling stuff. It's coming, but it's still enjoyable when it actually happens.
I'm glad it wasn't a quickly done thing, because I wanted to see step by step what was going on with the whole thing, and it's a nice issue. It's the pacing's really good on it. It is one of those things where it's nice to see events starting to kick up in this book. The more that they are, I think now that we have a better idea of what's going on with Monarch, it's nice to see these confrontations. They're really being chased by a lot of people when you think about it. Not only do they have to deal with Monarch, not only do they have to deal with various bad guys they run into in each universe, not knowing who's good or bad, too, because a lot of times your archetypes that we think are good in this universe are not necessarily so good in the other universes they pop into. They're also being chased by the Monitors.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a multi-front warfare for these challengers, too. And I like that, because it feels like they are scrambling to get to Ray Palmer. Wouldn't it be funny if they got to Ray and he's like, I don't know anything.
Yeah, what are you talking about, man? I got nothing to do with this. I'm just trying to hide and get away from everybody. Leave me alone.
My wife went crazy and, she became Eclipso. Dude, don't you get it? I escaped. I don't know anything.
Holy anticlimactic endings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, clues. I don't know, man. I went to that world, but I didn't leave clues for you to find me.
I was just looking for a better place to live.
Right, yeah.
My world stinks.
Yeah, I want Ryan to take over being the Atom, man.
Okay, next we head over to Jimmy and Forager. And Forager tells Jimmy that...
Aren't you skipping the Oblivion bar stuff? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm skipping. Go ahead.
Okay. Next we see Jimmy and Forager as she tells Jimmy that he must help find the souls of the dead new gods. And little banter back and forth, and Jimmy eventually agree, and they boom out. Now, here's one thing. I kind of don't know why they put this in here. For me, we already had an agreement that Jimmy was going to help Forager the last time we showed them. And I was so jazzed with everything going on with Jason that I was like, come on. And I flipped the page and I see it. I'm like, what the heck?
I see what you're saying. It's kind of like redundant.
Yeah, it's a redundancy, but it's also just like it kind of... Now, the reason I think they did it was to break up such a dramatic moment of Jason gutting a fish dude and saying, I'm out, I'm joining you guys. I can see that. But instead of going with the Jimmy Forager stuff, I would maybe rather seen a little thing with Val or even some other story.
I think it was done as a placeholder, too, for where Jimmy's at, because Jimmy's not a huge part of this particular issue. And I was thinking maybe it's just kind of this is what Jimmy Olsen's doing at this time. Let me ask you this question, as long as we're on this topic. Do you think every one of the Countdown players needs to appear in every issue? No. Would you have cared if this week we had no Jimmy Olsen at all?
I wouldn't have cared at all. And I wouldn't have had an issue with it because...
I wonder if they felt the need, let's do a page to kind of explain where Jimmy's at right now, and that might be that's where this is coming from. Because you're right, it wasn't really it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, see, it's...
I don't know that we need them every issue, because the stuff surrounding it's really good, but I think you're right. This was definitely one where I was kind of like, huh?
Especially then, right after that, we go right into Mary Marvel versus Shadowpack. And... I tell you, that whole page that Jimmy Olsen they could have done another page of the Mary Marvel Shadowpack fight. Instead of just doing just the one page that they did.
And actually, the Mary Marvel Shadowpack would have probably been more fitting after the pacing of what was going on right now with the challengers. There was, this big, huge, intense event. Let's jump right into more intensity. It would have been a good time to do it, because it almost like they put everything to a screeching halt. I know the part where everything blows up and they kind of disappear. Because of Forager's powers, was supposed to feel intense. I just didn't get that vibe from that particular segment. It just kind of...
Yeah, and now I do like the fact that with the Shadowpack, we jump in the middle of the fight. And part of me wanted to see that lead into the fight.
I hate to... Sorry, I don't mean to pause you there. When we're talking about the Jimmy part, I want to refer everyone back again to the Death of the New Gods, because there are some big events going on in there when we're talking about the souls of the New Gods. In issue 2 in particular, which is pretty appropriate to talk about with this particular week of the book, there's some big reveals as far as what's happening with those souls. I don't know, how are you enjoying that? I know we've talked about it with the first issue. Isn't that a fantastic
miniseries? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm honestly really glad I'm picking that up. That's one of the series I really picked up because of the show. I really didn't have a big interest in the New Gods, and yeah, I'm liking the Jimmy Olsen Countdown storyline, but I was thinking, this is probably one I could skip over. But I figured, get it for the show in case we talk about it, or there's some tie-ins that, could need to be mentioned, and I'm glad I did.
Well, that's an epic miniseries. Honestly,
Yeah.
I would go as far as to say right now that that is my favorite Countdown tie-in. Big, huge, epic. It just feels like it means something to the universe. It's not to say that the rest, it's not a knock on the rest. Although I am enjoying following the Challengers in the search for Ray Palmer too, as they bump between universes.
Yeah.
So that's up there too.
See, here's the thing. I kind of like the Lord Extremist, Lord Havoc and Extremist. I
like Death to the New Gods better.
Yeah.
I gotta be, and I'm enjoying Lord Havoc and the Extremist, so it's not a knock on it as a bad series. But if I had to pick between the two, as far as which was the better, which is the series that I would follow, they're collecting Death to the New Gods. I'm not going to go back and rebuy all of these Countdown miniseries. I'm just not going to do it. But Lord Havoc and Extremist, I'm glad I have the monthly issues and I'm buying them. I'm not going to buy that collected. I am going to buy Death of the New Gods collected. I want to see that. The Jim Starlin artwork, the storytelling, the way it ties into the Cosmic Odyssey, and really honors the past of the New Gods for me. And maybe that's just because of my, how much of the stuff I've been reading lately with the New Gods pasts. I'm totally eating that up. I do think the omnibuses have reading those Fourth World omnibuses have something to do with the fact that the Death of the New Gods has even more bang to me right now.
You're saying you're not going to get it. Okay.
The Lord Havoc and Extremist one?
Yeah.
I honestly...
You're like, oh...
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm not knocking it. I just... it's not one of those... I see myself liking to have it with my Countdown issues, but I don't see... Countdown even. I'm not sure if I'm going to get the collected version of Countdown. I'm going to keep my issues and keep the issues of the related time. Because, see, here's my rationale behind it, and here's why I'm thinking that. Because I'm probably going to just keep my Countdown issues. I'm probably just going to keep the issues of some of the tie-ins that I'm enjoying. But then there's something special like Death to the New Gods and stuff like that I want bound and collected. And
okay. I believe you. I completely believe you.
Well, no, you know what? I'm being totally fair and honest with you. I'm looking at it, the 52 trades that I have right now. I read the first trade all the way through. Because I'm reading so much stuff right now, I haven't read the second, third, and fourth trade. So I'm kind of like, it's actually making a decision for me on whether or not I'm going to pick up the Countdown trades, because I haven't actually read the ones that I've got from 52. So I'm like, well, why am I going to get a set of Countdown trades if I haven't even read my 52 trades yet? It's enough for me to have the single issues to go back to. So I don't know. I'm rethinking that strategy. Because there's so many collected editions that are coming out. Another thing that's affecting that is that the Starman omnibuses are going to be coming out. And they're starting to collect Countdown. And the omnibuses for Starman are coming out. So I'm looking at, I can get these big hardcover collections of Starman, or I can be that. So that is affecting my decision as far as my purchase. So the Countdown trades are going to be good for anybody who passed it up, though. Because that's probably a much more interesting way to read some of those early issues where the pacing was a little bit slower. For people who haven't read it before, they can read a whole bunch of it in one sitting and probably get a different kind of experience out of it than maybe some of us who were reading it from the beginning straight on through. We're back to Shadowback.
Back to Shadowback.
Oblivion Bar. Yeah,
they're in the Oblivion Bar. Mary Marvel versus Shadowpack. And as I said before, we joined basically in the middle of the fight, which I kind of like the fact that it was a boom right into the action. As we see Nightshade getting blasted back by Eclipso, Mary is throwing down with Enchantress, as Detective Chimp and Blue Demon are recovering. They're already been taken down and they're trying to get back in the groove. Interventions failed, apparently time for a new strategy. It's kind of neat, you see Enchantress is trying to still reason with Mary, but Mary doesn't trust them, and here's kind of where I would like to see the beginning of the fight, to see what was the thing that sent Mary over the edge. Was it just a simple, "Hey Mary, how you doing?" Blam, and she blasts him, or was it, "Come on Mary, we need to help you. We're gonna siphon some of your powers to study it." "Oh, you're just trying to steal my powers from me." Blam, and she starts to fight. I'd like to see what began it, but you don't need to, really.
I was going to say, my only caution with that is it seems like we're doing that every time Mary gets in the fight. I kind of like that this time we just jumped into the fight. And the things were being revealed all along, that they're basically trying to help her to get away from Eclipso in the way that they're communicating with her. It almost is kind of like Mary being there was almost holding them back initially, because they didn't want to attack Mary because they know it's Mary Marvel.
Right.
So it's an interesting kind of twist.
And I tell you, the fight scene itself is some pretty cool team dynamics as Shadow Pact actually starts to look like they're getting the upper hand on Mary. We have the Blue Demon jumps Eclipso, which distracts Mary and gives Nightshade and Enchantress an opening to blast Mary Marvel. Just as a team, is getting ready to possibly take her down, maybe contain her or whatnot, Eclipso teleports both herself and Mary out of there. And the fight's over. So it's one of those fight scenes where it starts quick, ends quick, boom.
I love that her only reasons for hanging with Jean are not because she believes in what she's doing or what Eclipso's doing. It's because she's been honest with her. And that's going to become a major question mark for her later on, I would hope.
Right.
The fact that I've been allying with this person only because she's been honest with me. Well, let's say hypothetically she was completely honest with her the whole time. That doesn't mean that what she's doing is right. And there is a huge issue there as far as right from wrong. And that becomes and I think it's where Jean's latching on that weakness. Right now, Mary is feeling betrayed because people have been dishonest with her. Mm-hmm. And she's latching onto that, and that's Mary's only reason for hanging with her right now is the honesty factor. So what happens when that's gone?
Or what happens when Mary realizes that Eclipso wasn't being completely honest with her and had her own little ulterior motives?
Well, then she has to look at what's Eclipso really doing. That's the interesting part of that whole thing. It's every time she mentions her reason for allying with her, it's only the honesty factor of it.
Yeah, and you also wonder if Mary thinks Eclipso isn't truthful, isn't her friend, and she turns on Eclipso. What next? We have Mary Marvel, super powered, where every single person every single person she's come across has been dishonest and untrustworthy. We're really going to see her go over the edge or over a line.
Do you think that's what's going to happen to her?
I think so. I think without
I could see it going that way, or her having to take a cold, hard look at herself and see what she's really been doing, and questioning herself. I see her either questioning everybody, or questioning herself. And I don't know which it's going to be, but I see that other possibility. A lot of times when you hit rock bottom like that, you've all of a sudden got to face the reality that of your actions. I don't know. I'm curious to see.
I don't think she's hit rock bottom yet. I think we're going to see her go. I think she'll realize Eclipso, what's going on, and then take it to a whole new level without even Eclipso around her. And when we get to that point is when she'll hit rock bottom. And we'll either see Mary Marvel return, or we will see the complete and permanent birth of Black Mary. So
I'm going to keep going on this. I really, it's one of the last things I want to see. I'm not saying that she even needs to give up the Black Mary powers in order to redeem herself, but I definitely want to see Mary step up. I want to see her redeem herself. I don't want to see this total destruction of this character. And I'm not saying that this storyline's doing that for me right now. I'm latching on to the hope that she's been manipulated this whole time. Especially with the fact that her argument for hanging with Eclipso is so weak as honesty. It lends even more so to the fact that Eclipso's been playing her all along, and that she's been slowly worming her way into her system, because that's been Mary's issue. Everybody's lying to her. Zatanna, Billy, Freddie. It's lying to her, abandoning her, that type of thing. This is the first person that's been right up in her face. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious to see what happens.
Yeah, Mary Marvel is the storyline that when this all began, I wasn't too excited about, really. Mary Marvel and Jimmy Olsen were the two that I wasn't excited or thrilled about. But as Countdown's going, both of those, I'm like, man, this is cool. What the heck are they going to do with this? And I'm anticipating, and these are the two storylines where I have probably some of the most theories on what's going to happen with them.
It's funny, in 52, one of my favorite storylines was the Black Adam storyline. And in Countdown right now, my favorite storyline is Mary Marvel. I am enjoying following this particular story. So I'm hoping out of this that we see the Marvels more prominently in the DC Universe. I want to see more with the Marvels. Billy worked so well when he was part of the JSA. He was such a great character in the JSA. Black Adam was a great character when he was involved with the JSA, and then launching into 52 and stuff like that. These are characters who really when handled correctly, can have a very viable role in this universe.
And heck, maybe that could be how we get Mary back, is the JSA. Because they are the grandfathers, trainers of the heroes. Maybe they take her back under the wing, and we start seeing a little bit of Mary Marvel come back.
I almost want to see Billy step up, though. Like, I want to see Billy or Freddy. Especially with very soon, finally, the Trials of Shazam's going to be wrapping up.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we haven't seen them because of that. I don't know, though. It almost would be kind of like to have Billy and Freddy in there at this point would be too soon.
Yeah, she needs to hit rock bottom before they step in.
Yeah. I want to see the inevitable confrontation, though, so...
Next, we head over to Holly, and she's at Paradise Island with the other survivors. I don't know what you want to call them, survivors, Amazons in training, whatever you want to go with. And,
from the women's shelter.
Yeah, the women's shelter.
Yeah.
So, and it's funny because Harley is already sucking up to a guard, and... it's like, hey, I was at the bigwig at the Metropolis shelter. Did you know that? And
she's name dropping.
She's name dropping already. Yeah. And it's funny because Holly is saying exactly what I was thinking. How she just swam ashore and she's already trying to climb the corporate ladder. And it's funny because people like this. Everybody in society where you got that person who's the, hey, buddy, hey, how you doing? Doing the little schmoozing, the little, wingdings to try to get, in with the boss and, look at me, I'm important. You want to keep me around. The other side of it, though, is also that Harley isn't just a suck-up, but she's a psycho. And this same type of mentality, this same type of loyalty and just, die-hard, I'm one of you mentality is what kept her with the Joker so long. It's the same problems she's had before. We're just seeing a new emphasis. Instead of being a Joker, it's Athena and the Amazons. Dude, this is just going to end horribly wrong in some way, shape, or form. Either Harley is going to realize that she's being played and open up, or Harley's going to realize she's being played and say, oh, okay, well, what side am I on, really? Oh, okay, good. And she'll join right up with Granny Goodness and the Apocalypse Army. So I'm like, dude, this is some interesting stuff going to get thrown down.
And I believe the current Wonder Woman storyline takes place before these issues. Because it was in the most recent issue of Wonder Woman, there was an editor's note that takes place before Countdown 30, I thought they said?
Yeah.
So it's actually before Holly and all of them arrive on Themyscira that the current Gail Simone Wonder Woman storyline is taking place. So I think it's because of what they're doing right now in that particular storyline on Themyscira that they're noting that. So let me ask you this question. Does it bother you? I know some people it does bother. Does it bother you that, like, for example, we're getting in Wonder Woman now, this storyline that's taking place as almost like a prequel to this, so to speak? But it really tells what Diana was doing, as far as during this time frame. It doesn't bother me at all. I appreciate the editor's note because it's some clarification that, yes, these do take place in a continuity. And with what's going on right now with the fact that in Diana and her storyline, she's on Themyscira, where do these events with Holly and all them fit in? I'm a big fan of editor's notes, and I don't care if it's, in one direction or the other as far as continuity-wise, whether Diana's story takes place after or before this, that I'm glad they put the note in. But does it bother you that it's out of sequential order?
It doesn't bother me that it's out of sequential order or any of that. And I love the editor's notes. Now, first time I read this stuff through, I didn't notice any of the editor's notes. So at first I didn't know that where the time frame goes place.
You mean in Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
Or in...
I didn't notice...
Because obviously this was... Yeah. We read these before
right.
The most recent Wonder Woman issue.
So when I read Wonder Woman the first time, I didn't notice the little notes saying where it took place. So I was like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then I started, of course, the conspiracy theory started running through my head. I'm like, hey, maybe they're not actually on Themyscira. Maybe this one takes place on a different thing, and they're just telling them it's Themyscira. Oh, yeah, so I'm throwing out all these different ideas. Yeah, that'd be neat. And maybe, oh, wait a minute, they're actually on Apocalypse. And I'm like, I'm throwing out...
I wish you would have had this talk on the air.
I know.
Because then I could have said, no, dude, it's right here. Takes place before Countdown 30.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate the editor note, though, because we had this discussion about Amazon's attack, when does it take place with regards to Lightning Saga and all that, and it was nice that Dan DiDio was able to answer that at the convention, but I like when they put in the occasional editor's note. It shows that the editors are stepping up and saying, hey, wait a minute, people want to know when these take place. So they're listening to the fans and listening to the fact that we've had complaints as far as where things take place. We want to fit things into a neat order, and they're trying to do that for us, and I appreciate it. So to me, it doesn't matter if it takes place before or after. Just tell me where it takes place, so in my head, I can place events where they go. That's all. It was topical because we were just talking about the Amazons on there. I guess I just want to say kudos to the editors for putting in editor's notes in the most recent Wonder Woman issue, because it's something that it's a small little tiny thing, doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is something that kind of clarifies in my head placement.
As we see Holly, she's talking to the other survivors, and we get some real human moments interacting between them. One of her fellows Amazons in training is a former gang member, and she talks about how she did some time, and then she gets rejected by her family. She's got no place to go, so she turned to the gangs. When that got too crazy, then she turned to the women's shelter, and now here she is with the Amazons. And
she may have been better off with the gangs.
I know. Well, that was the thing. Dude, as the more she's talking and the more she's telling about who she is, I'm like, oh man, this is cool. It's so sad she's going to die, because there is no way that she is going to live.
Oh, she's the red shirt.
Oh, definitely, dude. Yeah. Just slap the big old shirt on her, and especially even right after these moments, as I'm thinking all this stuff, the one Amazon comes in, calls him to attention, and it's she sends them on a little midnight run. And when Holly says how they're all tired from swimming ashore, she brings some motivation. Those motivation being some dogs, which to me, they kind of look like pit bulls. So that's what I call motivation. It sends some, rabid, or well, maybe not rabid, just some angry pit bulls chasing after you. I tell you, I see something bad happening to the, I don't even know her name. I didn't even write it down. Okay, yeah. The red shirt. And if anything, it will just reinforce to Holly that she's not dealing with Amazon. She's dealing with somebody evil who is going to, do some bad stuff. And it's going to be a horrific thing.
Yeah, it's Trisha and Marta are the two that...
Trisha and Marta.
Yeah.
Yeah, both probably red shirts. Definitely the one. Just because she had some dialogue and lines. As Holly and the others are running away, you see that this isn't some type of Amazon boot camp, but more like a prison, including the wall with the concertina wire along the top, even prison towers with guards in it. So
which makes sense, though, because they don't want them to get back to the outside world and tell what's going on.
Right. And that was actually also part of the thing that was feeding into my conspiracy that this wasn't the real Themyscira. I'm like, no, this is.
Oh, you meant the one in Countdown you thought wasn't the real Themyscira. Well,
when I first read it, I'm like, oh, wait, hold on, this isn't going on.
Well, that's interesting. I can see that. I can see that point, too, where you're like, they told them it was Themyscira, but... Right.
This segues to, Two-Face being led down a hallway by two checkmate pawns, when all of a sudden they are knocked out, and we see it's by Piper and Trickster. Two-Face sees them, tells Trickster to drop Piper and join him. Three's a crowd, friend of mine. What do you say we drop the switch hitter and double time out of here? I found that a little bit chuckling. Trickster shows him that it's the cuffs, the chains that are binding him together, that he can't leave, and asks him for some answers as to what's going on here. I like this with Two-Face. They ask him what's going on. He goes, hold on, pulls out the coin and flips the coin to see if he's going to help him.
Again, what I'm liking about the Piper and Trickster storyline is the fact that we get to see how it ties into Salvation Run, very similar to what they did with the wedding of Green Arrow and Black Canary, and other events that they just kind of tie these guys into. But again, you don't have to be reading those things. Like if you're reading, if you want to know more about what's going on with the villains and with the the ones that are being abducted and all that, take a look at Salvation Run. But if right now you're kind of like on a budget, you're like, I can't read Salvation Run right now. Here they tell you this is how Piper and Trickster intersect with it. And let's move along. Yeah. It's nice because you see events from their perspective, which is very cool. I'm reading Salvation Run. I'm enjoying Salvation Run. So it's nice for me to see Salvation Run from their perspective right now, as far as how it's intersecting here. But I don't need, to see every little detail of Salvation Run. I could have just read Countdown and kind of been like, okay, villains are being abducted. That's there's the under assumption it's being done by Checkmate, and here's the reason why, and that's it's given you enough of a flavor for what's going on around me. Let's move along. Now, it's very surface level. I understand that. If you want, obviously, all of the little tiny details, then, yeah, you do have to pick up Salvation Run. But it's enough to know, there's enough of a tidbit in here that you know villains are being abducted and sent somewhere. And it's being done by, in their eyes, checkmate, and here's why that they think that they're doing that. And we're getting little tidbits along the way that are just enough for you to follow along. I'm not saying that has to be enough for everybody, but I like that they're doing this and they're trying to pace it in such a way that they recognize not every one of their readers is going to pick up every single Countdown tie-in when you've got this many books. And they're giving you just enough that you can generally have an idea on what's going on and move along if you need to. So for me, I respect that. I think it's moving along. I'd rather see this than... You have to go now and read Salvation Run number 2 and jump back into Countdown at this point.
Exactly.
Like, I like when I read the Countdown issues. I can go from A to B. There's a complete story in here. It's clear to me that this is tying in with Salvation Run here right now. I don't need an editor's note to tell me that because I'm reading Salvation Run. But if I wasn't, I could just move along and keep on reading as well. This is the Countdown issue. I don't want to have to set down my Countdown book, go read Salvation Run number 1, number 2, whatever issue of Salvation Run at that point in time, come back into Countdown. That's not what I wanted from this. So this way of telling the story is working so much better for me. I am so glad they didn't do stuff like that. Because that could have been very easily done, where they could have just said, well, now you have to read, if you want to know more about what's going on with Monarch's army, you have to go read Lord Havoc and the Extremists right here. No, give me the general events, let me move on, let me decide if I want to know the details, but I want the storytelling right here. Let me just go straight through and read this story, and, that's making me enjoy the minis more because I can read them, because there's certain minis that I'm reading like 2 or 3 of the issues at a time and saving them up. Just because I'm following Countdown weekly, but I don't necessarily have the time during my weekly schedule. When you've got things like the saga of Ra's al Ghul going on, the resurrection of Ra's al Ghul going on in the Bat books, and the stuff that's going on in Action Comics, Wonder Woman's back up to being a top-tier book. We got Sinestro Corps going on right now. I don't have time to, I'm not going to the Countdown minis as quickly as I am those books. So I will collect 2 or 3 of them at the time. I will say the number one that I'm reading right now out of those connecting threads is The Death to the New Gods, and then whatever the particular issue is that's being released for the Ray Palmer one. Like Red Sun and things like that. Those are the ones I'm going to first, and then I'm going to the other minis. So,
and one of the things I liked about the way they're doing this with this is it's exposing, other possibilities to people. If you're not reading Checkmate and you hear Checkmate's behind this abduction, not only maybe will you pick up the Salvation Run stuff, but you may even say, hey, wonder what's going on with Checkmate. And take a look at the Checkmate story. So,
I can't recommend Checkmate more highly enough. Checkmate's awesome. With the Fall of the Wall stuff that's been going on in there. That is a great book.
And it's associated with this stuff, but it's not a direct tie-in. You don't need to read Checkmate to enjoy this, and you don't need to read this to enjoy Checkmate. There are separate entities, but if you're reading both of them, you're getting a lot more out of it.
Yeah, I'll say that if you're listening to this right now and you're not reading Checkmate, you don't have to read Countdown to enjoy it. Like Fall of the Wall stuff really doesn't tie into this really at all.
But it's kind of an associated event.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. It's kind of an associated event, but it's a very, that's a complete storyline on its own that you can go ahead and read right now. And Fall of the Wall would be a great place to jump on Checkmate if you haven't been reading it. Because they give you enough in that particular series, enough of a background as to why that's happened, that you could pick up that and continue reading it. The Checkmate's a great book.
I agree. So Piper and Trickster find out about Checkmate, and they're like, okay, we need to get the heck out of here. They're learning people are getting shipped off to other planets or far away and no one's returning. So as they go to leave, Piper turns and invites Harvey to join them. And even Trickster's like, are you serious? And Piper's like, yeah, come on, Harvey. Once again, it's showing Piper's character. When earlier, just like a couple seconds ago, Two-Face is telling Trickster, hey, drop him, you and I, we head out of here. Still, Piper is he's a kind of a good guy, and he's like, hey, come on, Harvey, you come with us, we'll get out of here.
I really needed this from Piper. Yeah. I've been saying that over and over again, but I need reestablishment of who Piper is in this world because, we had some very disturbing moments with Piper. It's great to see, him reestablishing himself in his actions and interactions with people that he is a good guy, and he is being considerate of others. He's like, well, this guy just helped us, so come with us. You helped us up, so you scratched our back, we'll scratch yours. Get over here and join us, and let's get out of here. I like that kind of camaraderie thing. That's why he was back with the Rogues. He was looking for camaraderie. So now all of a sudden he's got, the trickster with them, and he's like, well, this guy's helping us out, so, come with us, pal. He would be that guy that's basically putting out the olive branch, and trying to get another person on. I like it.
Yeah. Well, Harvey flips the coin, and this time it goes the other way. And so it's the rogues on their own, and they steal a Hummer to try to get on her. Of course, it wouldn't be a rogue escape if these two weren't fighting with each other while they're being blasted by someone else. And once again, surprise, surprise, it's about Piper's preferences. The main reason is because Piper has to drive, because if for Trickster to drive, Piper's hand would be on the Trickster's lap. And, well, Trickster's not about to allow that to happen. And it was funny, when these two are just going back and forth, and this has been a constant reoccurring theme between the two of them, something kind of struck me, and I remembered the movie American Beauty. The one character, Colonel Frank Fitz, played by Chris Cooper, the dad, the psycho dad, who in the end turns around, and he's playing for the other team as well. And it just sends the whole thing over the edge. Throughout that whole movie, he's that hard edge, kind of personality that, super homophobic, super over the top, calling his kid gay and all that stuff. Trickster is just screaming these same type of character traits and whatnot. What if they're setting up for something later down the line?
Between the two of them?
Between the two of them, or between the Trickster saying something that he doesn't want, that slips out or something like that, and then it sends Trickster over the edge, and maybe that's how the end of Piper. Because I'm still to this, as reading this, I know Piper's going to die, just because he is such a cool character, and because he is such a good guy that of the two of them, he's the one who has to die. Now. So I'm wondering if something like that is the cause of it. I don't know. Probably not, or maybe I'm even reading more into this.
Let's move on.
Okay.
I can't say anything. What issue? I'm curious. As of this recording, what issues of Countdown have you read?
Well, as of this recording, I've read more than what I'm doing is when I do my notes, I don't go ahead forward and read it. So
you've read recent issues?
I've read recent issues.
Are you current?
I am current, but the reason I said that I'm going by what my notes.
Your notes are from before you got current.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So if you hear stuff like that, that's why
I was confused because when we last did this recording, you told me you'd gotten current, so I was like, all right.
Yeah, my notes though are, and I'm trying to keep with that and not interject stuff in the future.
Okay.
Segment ends with just Harvey kind of just standing there, and after the rogues have left, and it's kind of funny because I chuckled because Harvey's just standing there going,
He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because he's not being given any choices.
Right. And I thought, wow, that is a classic weakness for Harvey Dent. If he doesn't have a choice, he doesn't have anything that he can consult the coin with.
That's funny.
He's done, just like we say with Jimmy Olsen. Yeah. It's like with Jimmy Olsen when we say he's got great power, but if his life isn't in jeopardy, then he's got no powers.
They would be the ultimate comedy television show. You put Harvey in one corner, don't give him any choices. You put Jimmy in the other corner and don't attack him.
Granted, it would be only about funny for about 5 minutes. Then you're like, okay, do something.
Somebody please attack me. Somebody give me a choice.
We end the issue with the challengers. And Monarch is not completely impressed with Jason killing the fish dude. By killing an enemy combatant, that's hardly deserving of my trust. Jason then goes over to Bob, pulls out his gun, and blasts Donna. Well, how's the trust coming along?
That was a great moment, too, because I was just kind of like, what are they doing here? I still was pretty clear. First of all, they're not killing Donna Troy. I would have been very pissed if they'd actually killed. I didn't think when I was reading this issue that they were going to kill Donna Troy. That would have really irritated me.
Yeah, I know.
But it was interesting to see Jason setting himself. I guess I wasn't totally sure. Part of me thought that there was like a slim possibility Jason was actually going to turn, like he would go with Monarch. Another part of me was like, well, this is definitely a swerve, and Jason's up to something. It was an interesting enough segment to me. I guess I was always convinced he would go back with the challengers, but it was an interesting person to have do this.
Yeah. it was an appropriate person to have do this. Had Kyle done this, they would have known he was faking. And even Bob, had Bob done it, it would have been, obviously a trick. But I tell you also, though, the look on not only Kyle's face when this is going on, but Bob's face as well. That was a cool, he had the surprise and the shock value. So I like that. I thought this was a really, really cool way to end this issue, especially you have the cover teaser and then you have the payout at the end, the final panel. So beginning and end payout. I was like, that's cool.
I like that the cover teaser was there, but you never see it leads to the cover teaser.
Right.
Instead of it being that the cover teaser's explained partway through. I didn't expect that. I guess I expected to see the resolution in this issue.
The backstory is the origin of Two-Face. And I was actually a bit surprised that they didn't mention the events from Face to Face when they were talking about it. They went through his traditional origin. They did mention Face to Face in the essential storylines for Two-Face, but we've seen with the past, like with...
Well, they mentioned that it's an essential storyline to read, though.
Yeah, they mentioned it, but like, for example, with Penguin and Riddler, they bring you really currently up to date with them being quote-unquote legitimate businessmen now. I thought they would mention something, with his involvement in, with Batman in the 1 year later or something.
I definitely see your point there. What I really liked, for me, it was... a lot of these origins, for me, they're nice art pieces, too. I'm liking that, like Mark Chiarello, and if I'm butchering his name, I apologize. Mark Chiarello, who did the art on it. It had that film noir style to it, which is very fitting for a Harvey Dent piece. So I guess for that one, for me, it's kind of like I've read so much Two-Face that it wasn't so much a big deal to see his origin right now as it was just to see the art and really kind of enjoy the whole little... It was an enjoyable little segment, and I thought the art was fantastic. It was a good choice. And I like that they're being picky on some of these artists that they're doing and trying to pick people that really fit the particular characters. But that's what it was for me. It was a nice little art piece that told a little story of, Two-Face, and then we move along. But it was good looking. It was very good looking. Wasn't bad. I mean, that's what it was, though. It wasn't one of those that I was blown away by the story, like how they did it. I think it's good for people who don't know who Two-Face is, but he's kind of a tough character because he's very recognizable. So I don't know,
Now, the DC Nation for this week, they talk about Zuda. It was Zuda. It's ZudaComics.com. It's a DC webcomic that the readers submit stuff. Yeah, it's a contest and it's an ongoing project and whatnot.
Well, it's not the readers that submit stuff. It is
it's people sign up for it. It's not.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But then readers vote.
Right. It's it's not professionals creating the webcomics.
It could be.
Well, it could be, but it's not like you're not going to be going up against I'm drawing a blank on a name.
These could be. The trick is, though, with Zuda, it could be, and you've got to be careful with that. Zuda could be a lot of independent comic creators who are just trying to get their name out there and that type of thing too. It's an interesting open platform where people can just kind of submit and then they win a contract afterwards for a certain amount of time on the Zuda website to have a regular webcomic published. On there, it's interesting. Have you been following it all?
A little bit. I've read a couple of the stuff, and I just figured I'd throw that out there, make sure everybody knew about this, because I know we have a lot of creative people who've submitted stuff to us, and we have people who are listening who could probably, maybe knock something out. If you wanted the rules and whatnot of the contest or project or whatever you want to call this thing, it's ZudaComics.com. Check it out. If you have a comic or a cartoon up there, let us know, or on the forum posting, because it is reader voted. So if we know one of our people are there, we're gonna we'll back you. We'll help you out.
And let's forget about that for a second. Take it on a different level. If you are a fan of comics and you haven't had a chance to go check this out, a lot of people are talking about how their budget's getting tight and things like that. These are free comics you can read. There's a lot of web comics on the net right now, and now at DCComics.com, and you can actually go to DCComics.com and just click on the Zuda link. It's there as well. But this Zuda site, it's free. You can go up there, you just go read comics right from their website and check it out. It's an interesting way to read comics. There's a wide variety of comics that are available there, and the more people that go there, the more accurate of a show of how well these creators will do. This is a chance to give some people who are independent creators, people who have either they've been self-publishing, or they've wanted to self-publish, haven't had the opportunity before. These are creators, and I guess I will, because I mean, just speaking from my own standpoint, I have zero artistic talent. I'm not exactly a writer. I'm not a comic creator. Anybody who puts something up on Zuda is. They've done something that I will never do. They've published their own comic. They put it up there. They put it up on Zuda. So they did it through this contest. So kudos to them. They are comic creators, and the stuff on there is really high quality. It's good stuff. I would recommend to anybody, go check it out. It's free. It's free. You can go read free comics. So go over on there and say, check it out, and then vote on your favorites. Be sure, if you read something and you're like, this was just incredible, make sure to let it know, because those creators need, and you can interact actually on each page with the, let the creator know, like, hey, I like this is why, and that type of thing. And try to, if you enjoy one, try to get some really, strong comments on what you're enjoying, because that's going to help the creator to know, like, hey, when I did this segment, people really latched onto it, and it let them know what about their work is captivating. It'll help them when they do future work to know, this is what I need to do to captivate an audience. These are the things that they're noticing. These are the things that I thought that they noticed that nobody mentioned. So it's helpful for them, because a lot of times I understand the whole, like, you want to give constructive criticism, so you throw the negative out there. But I'm also going to go on the end, definitely throw out positive comments as well. If you see something that you're really liking, it's good for a creator to know what about their writing or what about their art is really making people stand out, because as they're trying to develop a consistency, they need to know what their strong suits are as well as their weaknesses. So, it's okay to throw some constructive criticism out there as well, but don't forget to throw in the, hey, this was really great that you did, and remember to, do this kind of thing in the future. But Zuda is, it's
a definitely neat and fun thing to... I just figured I'd throw it out there, because I don't know if we talked about it yet.
No. And if anybody listening is a Zuda Comics creator, just going on what you're saying, if you ever want to come on the show and talk about it, we haven't had an opportunity to do anything with Zuda yet, just because of all the craziness that's been going on. If anybody knows a Zuda Comics creator who would like to come on and discuss their work on, Raging Bullets, please feel free to shoot us an email at ragingbullets@gmail.com. I'd love to do something talking a little bit about Zuda. Zuda's an interesting imprint, so... basically it's their web comic imprint line. And it's great because we get to have a say in what the next published comic's going to be on Zuda. And these creators then might then be able to then launch into a DC comic or something out of that. And it's great to see that. So, interesting experiment.
Yeah. Our next issue will be Countdown number 26. The writer is Paul Dini with Justin Gray and Jimmy Palmiotti. Breakdowns by Keith Giffen. Art by Scott Collins. Colors by Tom Chu. Letterer, Ken Lopez. Cover by Claudio
Castellini.
Castellini. Castellini, with Alex Belliard. Assistant editor Elizabeth Gerlin and editor Mike Carlin.
I think it's Blayard.
What?
Because it's Bleyart.
You know what? It probably is.
I don't know. First of all, just let's talk about it. The reason why I'm so focused on the cover team is this was an important cover because this was the 26th issue. So kudos to the creative team, and we're sorry we butchered your names because I feel
very talented, looks wonderful. Sorry about the mispronunciation.
This is a pivotal issue because this is the halfway point. And on this particular one, this is where the title changes from Countdown to Final Crisis. So, you've got Midge on the front cover.
You gotta love it, man.
Yeah, Midge is taking a stand and rallying the troops, so to speak. This is a big, big issue because it starts to lay some groundwork. And this to me was the issue where Countdown really started to kick up a notch. When this one hit, I've been enjoying the series. We've made no bones to pick about it. We've been enjoying it all along. But this was the one where I'm kind of like, all right, now they're finally kicking their feet in. They really want to make this feel like an event-driven book. And it started to feel like that with this issue because big events happened in this particular issue, so I'm glad we get to finally talk about this one. I'm glad it happened right at the halfway point where that title change is because I'm starting to see the shift now. Like we are hitting into the second act, so to speak, of Countdown, and this is a biggie.
Yeah, you gotta love an issue that's Midge focused, and this one he starts off with a pep talk, Midge style. For me, this was a mandatory multiple read. Partially because there was just so many things going on, but it wasn't just words, it was words. And then the background...
It wasn't just words, it was words? You know, Jim, you're right. It wasn't just words. It was words. Yes, I'm going to shock you all right now. When I turned the page and I started reading and I read it again, it wasn't just words, doggone it, it was words. And those words made sentences, and they weren't just sentences, they were more sentences. And the art, in fact, was art. And Midge was Midge.
Okay.
Yeah, back to you, Captain Obvious.
Right there, a Stone Cold salute for you.
All right, here, I'll let you catch your breath for a second. One of the things I noticed, besides the words that were words, were the fact that each of the monitors has a different look to them now. And that's really starting to be emphasized in this particular issue. Each one has a very unique look that, I don't know if it's representative of their world or what, but that's one of the big points of this particular issue. I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys started off when we were way back when we were in that one shot, Brave New World, and we saw them for the first time. They all looked alike, with the exception of the one monitor had a little bit of a different coloring, who is in fact Midge. But you know, with this one, they've all developed their own unique look, individual identities, which was not the case ever before with these characters. So it's interesting that Bob seems to be the only one that's remained in the standard look of the monitors.
Right. Okay. Issue opens up with Midge letting the other monitors know that, you know, it's basically the end of the multiverse is coming. They're on the brink of destruction, and while Midge has acted, it's not been enough. They all need to step up the role. And a couple of the monitors start throwing out, hey, how do we know? What evidence do we have? And so Midge starts going over the evidence. And as he's talking, you have some TV monitor type stuff in the background that are showing like accents to what he's talking about. And it adds to not only just words, but we have also some cool background art. And it's these interplay of these two that you could lose something very easily. And that's why I said this was a must-read for me.
Mm-hmm. You know what's nice about them, too, when you look at Midge also has maintained his same look.
Yeah.
So it's Midge and Bob seem to be the monitor-anti-monitor kind of relationship. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but I'm getting more and more of that feel of these two.
That's my personal guess,
yeah.
But it's an obvious guess that a lot of people are throwing out there, so who knows? When they start going over the evidence, you know, he, of course, first brings up Bob. Not only is Bob traveling between universes, but he is taking abominations with him. And each world they encounter, they further weaken the wall, the dividing wall between them.
The wall that is a wall.
Right. As he's sitting there talking about this, we get a visual recap of last week's Challengers fight with the extremists where Jason shoots Donna. Next he goes on and starts talking about Monarch. You know, not only does he travel through the universes with impunity, but he is also recruiting people from different universes to join his army. His recruits have included the Earth 3 Criminal Society, which displays malevolence. Thank you. Monarch, Midge's main claim is that Monarch seeks to upset the balance of the multiverse by waging war across 52 realities. One of the interesting lines from Midge throughout this was, a crisis born of his ambition, a crisis that will, as has happened in the past, reduce the multiverse to one unified reality, a reality he intends to rule as absolute monarch.
I like this, too, because just for the reason you're saying, again, it further develops Monarch's role from the eyes of those who are seeing him from the outside. Part of me keeps wondering, though, if in some way Midge isn't allied with him.
I was actually thinking
It seems to me like Midge almost, while he seems to be rallying the troops, in many ways he's also breaking them up.
And he's also aiding Monarch's cause in a lot of ways by doing some of this stuff.
Yeah, because, I mean, right now you're seeing the individual identities of the monarchs. So instead of becoming a unified front, they seem to be becoming an individualized front, where they weren't before.
One of the things that I thought was cool, throughout as he's talking about Monarch, they're showing on those different monitors some really cool artwork involving Monarch's army. They're in the bleed, so you have this heavy red tint and tone throughout everything, whether it's the bleed itself, Monarch soldiers, but interject in that you have people member of the Crime Society, Power Ring, Ultra Woman, Superwoman, Ultraman, Owlman, Monarch, Forerunner. All these people have these really kind of bright contrasts and colors with the red background. I thought that was a really cool looking page.
And even Monarch Standard has that red banner.
Yeah.
Where it's basically him. It's funny. It's his hand, which I'm assuming is his hand, the way you look at it, holding like a one world. So it's like they're fighting for that one unified world under him. So it's almost like Monarch Standard clarifies that what Midge is saying is 100% true.
Now, to go along with your thing with talking about Midge, kind of like, are they in cahoots with Monarch? He even uses Forerunner as one of the arguments against Monarch, saying how he was able to corrupt her to join his cause. The sole reason he was able to corrupt Forerunner to join the cause was because the Monitors, kicked her to the curb and destroyed her world. Had they not done that, she would have been loyal to them. So right there, that was something that kind of struck me as a chord. Maybe he is in cahoots with them. Maybe he is trying to help them. Maybe he wants to be the one sole Monitor.
Or he's in cahoots with Darkseid, which the reason why I'm thinking that possibility, Darkseid there would be an advantage for Darkseid to put the Monitors against Monarch's army, because you are going to really, maybe not completely destroy, but you have an opportunity to decimate two forces down to a point where maybe Darkseid could run them over and then take over himself. So I don't know. These are just theories I'm throwing out right now because this has not been clarified yet. There's three fronts going on here right now, and I think that there is a hidden connection between certain people in certain parts of this front, and it's going to be interesting to see how those all come together and what that looks like. That's part of the promise of Countdown for me right now. It's, okay, we're setting up all these surface level battles and things like that to take place, but there's stuff going on behind the scenes we don't know yet. That you can feel them there. You can feel that there's stuff hidden that we don't know. You can feel that there's people who are interconnected that we don't know. New players are being introduced, and it's just interesting. There's a new player in this issue, a big new player that's being introduced that I didn't see coming into this quickly, and I'm glad to see that character coming in here because they kind of fit what's going on at this particular point, because he honestly has very similar goals to Monarch. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that character as we continue. We'll talk a little bit more about that character when we get to it. This is a great issue. I like it because it's almost all told from the point of view of the Monitors.
Oh yeah. As Midge continues, he starts talking then about Val. How he's time displaced, and he is the seed to the foretold great disaster. His quest to find a cure should have ended before it began, but he has been helped along the way through insurmountable obstacles. And I tell you, it's kind of interesting because he's kind of suggesting that Val is getting help from an outside, unforeseen force, and we're seeing Darkseid is the one who's kind of manipulating stuff to help out Val. So it's like Midge doesn't know about, or in his speech here, he doesn't know about Darkseid, which I was kind of curious because one of the things I did think is maybe he's in cahoots with Darkseid. Does he not see the Darkseid connection, or is he just doing that to throw off the other Monitors? I don't know. And as he started talking about Val, we see on the Monitors Val and his crew in Bloodhaven, and Firestorm shows up on the scene and is helping Val.
It's an interesting tidbit because I agree with you. I think that there's definitely a Darkseid involvement. The Great Disaster has always been something that Darkseid has been about in some capacity, and it's interesting to see those two tied together right now with this particular situation. It would be to Darkseid's advantage to put that Great Disaster in place.
Yeah, because that would help his role, and so is everything being really manipulated? Because it's kind of interesting because Val is going along and he doesn't even know how he's able to know some stuff. We see that in later issues as well as it's mentioned here because they show Val reaches a destination and tells Firestorm to blast through the rubble to reveal some secret chamber. Midge even questions, is it merely coincidence that Val is able to accomplish these things where he should have long failed? It's kind of still, it's an interesting thing. He knows where to go, but he doesn't know how he knows it. He's doing something without being actually able to say, this is why I'm doing it. First thought that popped to my head when I was thinking about that is Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy Olsen is the same type of deal, where he's got these powers, he doesn't know how he got them. He's doing stuff that he shouldn't be able to do. It's, there's a lot of, unforeseen manipulation going on.
The other possibility I'm thinking of, too, is, let's go a different route with this. Let's pretend Midge isn't in league with Darkseid.
Okay.
Let's pretend Darkseid's manipulating not only Monarch, manipulating not only Karate Kid, manipulating not only Midge, manipulating Jimmy Olsen, because he's shown interest in that particular character. I can't help but wonder if maybe Darkseid's manipulating everything to bring all these players together and set up his own claim. Let's put the Monitors against Monarch. Let's put let's put all these people against each other, and I'll clean up the mess that's left behind in its wake.
And he already, Apocalypse is already not the funnest place in the world to live. So if there's a little chaos going on Earth, he'd be fine with that.
But none of these people are looking at him right now.
Right. So maybe we're seeing conspiracies where there isn't supposed to be, and the real true conspiracy is Darkseid manipulating everybody. Mm-hmm. And we're just there's got to be something else because it's so obvious it's Darkseid. Well, it's obvious to us as the reader because we're seeing Darkseid move the pieces around the chessboard. To the Monitors, maybe it's not. To Monarch, it's not. So
and none of them are looking at him.
Right.
He's not being mentioned in all this.
No, he's not.
Which I think is an interesting point of distinction. New gods dying are.
Yeah, and actually then, where Midge leads to next, where he starts talking about Jimmy Olsen. He says, the new gods are dying, and not as foretold, but by a deliberate act. Dude, I tell you, the foretolling of the new gods. Was there ever some giant prophecy that the new gods were going to die? Because I don't know new gods at all.
Maybe from the Monitor's standpoint.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
I figured I'd throw that out to you because you know more about them than I do.
Right. I'm learning a lot more from them as I'm reading the Fourth World Omnibus. I don't know if that's something that was told partway through, what's in the Fourth World Omnibuses or not. I don't know about the foretelling yet. There's stuff they're hinting at in Death of the New Gods, but nothing that's really stood out for me yet as far as that's gone. It's funny. I'm on right now the second Fourth World Omnibus. I've got the third one. I haven't gotten to it yet because I'm still reading the second one, and I haven't seen anything with that yet. But that might have been something, because the fourth one goes all the way up to Hunger Dogs, which is some of the last work of Jack Kirby with these characters, and I know that they're revamping that. I don't know if that's something that's told in there or in some of the later issues or not. I don't know.
So as Midge is going on with Jimmy Olsen's connection to the Death of the New Gods, how he's getting his powers now when all these people are dying, he also says he is drawn beyond his comprehension to Apocalypse. And they show, of course, Jimmy arriving at Apocalypse with Forager. One thing is clear, his role in this crisis that looms is every bit as pivotal as the time-traveling Karate Kid.
Perfect timing, though, for Midge to have said, and what of Darkseid? And
right.
Darkseid name's mentioned, but he never goes over in that direction.
I tell you, this is seriously just they're building to this great disaster. This is more than the final crisis. This is something huge that is going to rock the DCU. And it was funny. I was kind of thinking the official theme music for Final Crisis is probably going to be Drowning Pool Bodies. Cause,
oh, jeez. Yeah.
Dude, this is going to be some serious stuff going on. And I like how we've had 26 issues where they're building to the final. They keep mentioning the Great Disaster. It's now countdown to the final crisis. People have talked about Crisis and oh, come on, I'm sick of Crisis. We had Identity Crisis. We have Infinite Crisis. Come on, let's get to it. This is Final Crisis. I don't know what's going to happen. There's thousands of theories. Everyone's throwing this out, throwing that out. I don't know what's going to happen. But this is going to be something significant. And this issue really, it's building thing for me. Now, first time through, I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. It's not until second, third reading that I started really, really just getting the vibe and getting the gist that they're trying to do with this issue and where they're going with this. I was getting kind of pumped up here.
I think the fact that Midge is completely ignoring Darkseid in this whole thing, though, is a big, important part to note.
Yeah, big time. It's funny when Midge is questioned whether Jimmy could maybe save the Fourth World. Midge answers that it's not likely. He cannot control his power, and he is clueless that he is being guided. I kind of poor Jimmy. That's kind of true. Much like Val and Mary Marvel. once again, these are manipulations from an outside force. Great point in time to mention Darkseid. Didn't mention him. So, I don't know. It's okay.
I don't know why they are. I guess
it's like
it's almost like I'm sitting there saying to him, "Why won't you just say it?" Darkseid's manipulating them.
Yeah,
and it's almost like he's trying to deliberately avoid.
And part of me is like, does he not? And that's where I'm like, does he not know, or is he in cahoots with them, and he doesn't want to tell his fellow monitors?
Is he so obsessed with his own ideas that Bob's in the wrong,
right,
and his crew are in the wrong, and it's these basically these people that are in the wrong places that are causing these problems?
That, he's so short-sighted that
or
he
can't
thinks
it's all Monarch.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what I'm like. I'm like, oh my god, it's kind of building, and I'm like, wow.
But like any fanatic, see, and this is the whole thing. When you look at your Hitlers and things like that, they deliberately start guiding people towards their end goal. In this guy's case, his goal is he wants a war to start, and he's doing everything he can to display the facts in such a way to merit bringing in a war against Monarch. He wants to stop Monarch. He's got his own personal agenda. He wants to stop Bob. He wants to stop these anomalies from going on any further. So this is something that this is his goal, and he's going to do everything he can to make sure that everything heads in that direction.
Yeah, and Midge then goes right into the challengers. Once again, start talking about how they're looking for Ray Palmer. But who knows if Ray is even the key to stopping the crisis. While they're looking around the multiverse, however, they're disrupting the sanctity of the actual multiverse. This traveling back and forth. Could this be something that weakens it even more? Weakens the wall between the different universes? Could this actually be the thing that leads to the downfall? While he's talking about the challengers, we see Kyle's reaction to Jason shooting Donna. First, we get a big green fist slamming into him. We see a green chainsaw that's just about to come down, but gets shut down by Bob as he teleports Donna and Jason out of there. Kyle then throws down with Jason, and it's Bob returns to get them out. It's kind of a neat thing where you're seeing the extra bit at the end of 25.
What I liked
27.
What I liked though was that Jason was able to get the upper hand on him.
Yeah.
Because he knows the hand-to-hand combat.
But even though Kyle, even without his ring, he's still going to throw down. This is the guy, he killed Donna. This is a monster in his opinion. He's going to take him out. He's going to fight him no matter what. It doesn't matter that he doesn't have his lantern. He doesn't have his power ring. He's still a Green Lantern, and he's going to take down Jason. I liked seeing that in the background. And it was a cool moment because we know 27, when it kicks off, it takes off right after that point. And I was like, this is a neat little flow through that you have, Midge talking what's going on, saying, oh, the sanctity of the wall. And in the background, you have all this action sequences going on. I tell you, this was just a cleverly crafted story where there's so many different layers on each other that you're like, what am I looking at? What am I, you're bouncing back and forth. Really, really can't say how much I enjoyed this. Midge finishes up with his Newt Rockney speech by reminding them that Bob has placed himself above the collective by aiding the challengers. And I tell you, it rivals any motivational speech, but Midge just has a doozy. We are monitors, once of singular mind and purpose, now growing distant in thoughts, deed, and appearance. Such are the changes wrought by the multiverse, but should the multiverse be corrupted, what then becomes of us? Our brother is prime example of the changes brought about by the multiverse, but he has taken it too far. He has embraced his individuality to the detriment of us all. We must not make our brother's mistake. We must act as monitors despite our growing individuality before we are corrupted by an unstable universe. We must act now. What do you propose? I propose we go to war. Dude, man, I was sitting there reading that. I've read it a couple times. Like, man, that is a win one for the Gipper. Ask not what your country can do for you type speech. I was like, that was a really cool rally point. And, throughout this dialogue, you get some really awesome close-ups of Midge and some outstanding, just events going on there.
Also, you got to wonder, is somebody trying to keep all these parties busy so they can do something? which is another option as well. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of possibilities here, and that's what I'm enjoying about this. Every time I turn around, I keep seeing another possibility. I'm like, oh, this could be what's going on. This could be what's going on. I wonder if possibility, this is Darkseid moving players into place so he can then do something himself while they're all busy fighting each other.
Yeah, and I tell you, and the issue could have ended right there, and I would have been happy with that ending. Just have him standing there, we go to war. But they continue on just a little bit more. Add the final nail in the coffin, if you will, because some of the monitors are still resisting. But Midge stands his ground and says the entire multiverse is facing extinction. If not us, then if it's not us, then who will fight or we die? And I was like, this is just a cool thing. He sees him. He's got him in the palm of his hand. He's slowly going, and he feeds him that final bit. One of the female monitors steps up. She co-signs the war, and eventually every one of them, one at a time. They all start chanting.
I like that, too.
Yeah.
Not only does she co-sign it, but they go on further to talk about the fact that it would be a glorious war. We're calling on powers that we haven't used before. And I like that it wasn't just a simple, clean-cut yes. Some of the monitors were saying, but to interfere is wrong. They were putting it on the other side of the argument. You were seeing them talk about the old ways, and this is not what we do. This is not who we are. And yet, the end result was that we need to unify and we need to do that. I liked that. I liked the whole debate. I liked that was actually thrown in there.
I tell you, it ends with all of them chanting, united as one. As they're pumping a fist in the air, Midge has this little kind of smirk on his face, which I was like, okay, he's happy he got his way, but is there something more behind this? And it was funny because as they're chanting, united as one, united as one, I was waiting for one of them to throw out a Zeke Heil because it just had that same type of mindset, that same type of flow that we saw in a lot of the Nazi Germany tapes and movies and whatnot. It's just that same. You get them all fired up, you get them all pumped. We're going to war. Hoorah! Let's take this down. Let's do this. I was like, wow, that was a powerful moment for me. Next, we head over back to the Challengers. And we see Bob separates Kyle and Jason. Off camera, you hear, "No, he's mine," as Jason is punched right in the gut. That's for shooting. Crack. That's for being a jerk. As Donna obviously is not dead, gets 2 good shots in on Jason, which I kind of chuckled. Turns out Bob immediately recognized the ruse that Jason was going. So he not only powered down his gun so it wouldn't hurt Donna, but he also made his gun available so Jason could pull it out of the holster and shoot him. I also kind of liked how Donna was giving Jason the business about shooting her, and she almost called him Red Hood. She did the...
No, she called him Retard.
Retard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. that makes a little bit more sense. See, I read that as she started calling him Red
Hood. It hurt
Hood.
like hell when Retard shot me.
Oh, okay. That's even better. I like that.
That's why he was coming back saying, "Good one, Don."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was...
I also like the line that she says, next, after you shot me, your next sentence should have been, "I'm sorry, Donna." And he never really does apologize for shooting her.
Well, because he thinks he's in the right. And honestly, wait, I got to be honest with you. I'm with Jason on this one. He did the right thing. First of all, he couldn't show remorse. If he did, it wouldn't have worked for what they were doing with Monarch. Donna was the one to shoot because she could survive it, and he knew that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a move that had to be done at the time. It needed to look real. It needed to be convincing for Monarch, and if he showed any possible emotion of remorse at any point in time during it, it would have totally blown the thing. He was in the right.
Oh, big time.
I'm actually pro-Jason on this one. I think Jason did the right thing. You needed to move at that point in time, and it ended up paying off. They got away. In a situation where they would have died if they stayed there, he bought them the time they needed to escape.
Just then, Bob can feel something change with the other Monarchs. And... he's like, we must continue our search for Ray. Boom. And there's kind of like a little bit of panic, if you will, on Bob's face. He either is feeling that they're all united in war, or maybe even something by their unification, has changed the state of the Monarchs. I mean, the Monitors. So, once again,
he knows it because he says right away it's the Monitors, and it's worse than you can imagine, Kyle. So, I mean, he knows what's going on. He knows that now all of a sudden they are hunted.
Next, we see Earth 15. Someone in a black, costume type is attacking a Lex Luthor and blaming Lex for failing to make the universe perfect. this Lex appears maybe like he's a good guy because there's some Humanitarian of the Year awards, and he doesn't seem like the same sinister type Lex Luthor we're used to. We don't know who it is, but we can all guess who the Man in Black is going to be, which we see in next issue, so that's kind of cool.
Especially from the teaser poster. Well, and actually, if you see him from behind...
Yeah, you can kind of see that it is going to be Superman Prime. So now we got Prime in the mix. The issue ends with Midge and that female monitor who was the first to really co-sign the war. They're talking, and Midge is happy that the others are afraid, and their fear united them. But he is also convinced that a single entity is manipulating the situation and that their lives are in jeopardy. Darkseid, probably.
Who has the most to gain? Well, they show him. It's Darkseid. His back's towards his, basically his chessboard. I mean, so it is clearly Darkseid that's manipulating this. For what reason and how is he doing it? It led me, by the end of this, I was kind of more and more convinced that Midge isn't necessarily in league with him, that they're all being manipulated and placed into battle
by Darkseid. He's that good. He's that good that he can manipulate monitors. I
just kind of find it funny that nobody's pointing at him. How would the monitors not know?
Yeah, that it's not Darkseid.
I mean, if you take a look at everything, it seems almost like at any point in time it's like, no, Darkseid, come on, Darkseid.
Yeah. Now, the only thing I can think of is Bob is the monitor. Is Darkseid? Is there a version of Darkseid on every one of the universes?
No.
So only Bob and Midge really know about...
No.
If the other monitors are only concentrating on their universe, I'm saying.
Why would Midge know? Midge isn't the...
Because Midge is cool like that. Midge knows everything.
I was going to say, because it is in Midge's Earth that the Darkseid would be from. Darkseid, Apocalypse is from... There's only one Apocalypse.
Right, and I thought he's from Bob's Earth. Because I thought Bob is the regular DCU continuity.
Right, but what...
So Bob knows about Darkseid. Maybe the others don't know about him. Mm-hmm. Maybe Midge doesn't know about him, which I don't know.
Well, and the New Gods are tied heavily into the source wall. So I almost wonder if like Apocalypse isn't somehow outside of the multiverse.
I do not know that.
Because it's somehow tied directly to the source wall, that the New Gods, when they die, they become part of the source wall. So I don't know. It's real interesting. It's really interesting. The New Gods stuff right now, that's the pivotal stuff going on as far as Countdown goes. The end of the fourth world, the beginning of the fifth world, and who's going to live, who's going to die. It's interesting. This was a great issue because it was kind of like the halfway point summation of where we're at now and the opening salvo for Act 2. And I think it's at a point where really right now I think a lot of readers need Act 2. A lot of people are like, all right, great. Understand what you're doing already, but can we pick up the pace a little bit and get something going? And I think they really needed to, at this point, start saying, with 26 is really where this book, for me, I've been enjoying it all along. But as you know, we've done our top bullets. I haven't put this in my top bullets for months. I've been enjoying it. I think Raph even says it in one of the threads. It's probably in the forum comments that we're going to go into right now, that he considers it a good B-level book right now. And all that type of thing. And I would say that's a fair assessment of it. I've enjoyed it. It's up at B in the stack, which is a good book, B in the stack. But it's not the best book that I'm reading right now, but I'm enjoying it every week. And it is, because it's a weekly title, I'm rushing to it every week to continue following the continuing story, and it's a good book. But it was with issue 26 that really, for me, this kicked up to the next level. And these are the issues now that I'm really salivating to read. There hasn't been an issue since 26 that I haven't rushed to. But this is still, I pick this up first every week. I've done it all along because I like the serialized storytelling. It's done very well. Jim, let's take a look at this countdown thread that we've got here. We've had this one going since August, and it's been just kind of a thread for listeners to kind of do some countdown rants. And it's kind of an interesting time to go back to this thread because right now we're at the halfway point of the book. And let's take a look at listeners' journey from August basically to present day to see how they've been feeling about the book and maybe how things have changed as the series has gone on. I'm kind of curious to see what our listeners are thinking. First one's from Galactus. Hello, everyone. First, I want to say that I enjoy the show. The countdown discussions on Raging Bullets and CGS have been more interesting than the actual issues so far. As of the end of this month, I'm dropping Countdown. If it was cheaper or it only came out monthly, I'd stick around, but it's just too inconsistent to justify the expense. Storylines will look interesting for an issue or two, then fall off the face of the earth. Jimmy Olsen without control of powers is interesting. Jimmy Olsen trying to be the hero and embarrassing himself, not so much. Having 52 monitors is interesting. Watching them spend an entire series arguing with each other, thumbs down. The scenes crossing into other books I'm reading don't really add anything to them. Jason, Donna, and Bob were more interesting in the last issue of The Atom than in all of Countdown put together. Still, if this is as important as they say it is, I'll probably read the trades eventually. Keep following the series so I don't have to. This is from Jedi Nightwing, and he just says, well said. DC is really pushing me away as of late. I don't want to complain about my budget, but DC leaves me no choice. I spend about $100 every month on comics, $1,200 a year. That's a lot of money for me. It's really annoying for over $1,000 a year, and I can't enjoy the full spectrum of the DC Universe. Are you frickin' kidding me? I can't think of any other media outlet that is currently pricing me out of their market. Maybe DC thinks they have fans to spare. They need to really rein in the scope of their overall story if they expect to keep me as a reader. This month, for the first time, I'm dropping all of Countdown and the Sinestro Wars crossovers, and when I've placed my order on DCBS, I spent money on comics from Ape Entertainment, Boom Studios, Oni, and Dark Horse. The total was about $35 that I would have normally used on DC books. Perhaps this is my small rebellion and will not make a difference at all. The thing is, though, I am not increasing my budget at all. If I like what I find at other companies, DC may not see that money again, and it's a real shame how they are running things right now. As for Countdown, I've considered dropping it, something I never considered with 52, but the recent news that they are changing the name to Countdown to Final Crisis bought them another month. Your reviews of Countdown, however, have always been top-notch. I am looking forward to the new numbering system after episode 50, but I hope you guys don't feel the name to change the content of the raging style with which you review things. It's always terrific. Honestly, the way we do the show is what you're kind of stuck with because this is who we are. It's kind of, I think that's kind of the nice thing about different podcasts is if, we're not your flavor, you've got other podcasts to choose from. But if we are, you're going to get us. So so thank you for that comment. It's funny. There's an interview up right now currently with Dan DiDio on Newsarama where he talks about the changes that they've made at DC in 2007 to try and address a lot of the concerns these guys are talking about right now, that they are noticing number changes and number drops in books because of the fact that fans aren't happy about certain things and they've been responding accordingly. I think that's why at the end of the year you're seeing changes in creative teams and foundations being built for certain titles, especially with the Trinity. I think the Trinity has been one of the biggest changes towards the end of the year in a very positive way in that we're seeing big-time stories, big-time creators doing big-time events with the Trinity where these are characters that are starting to feel important again. And I think we've seen a shift, too, in Countdown to Final Crisis as of 26 straight on through. So it's interesting to see if a lot of these readers who back in August were having these feelings are now today starting to see a DC that they want to come back to. Maybe I'm curious to see if people like Galactus who maybe dropped Countdown jump back on, because 26 is a great point just for any of you out there. If you drop the book and you want to see what's going on, pick up issue 26. They kind of do a nice little recap of what's going on so far, and it really is the opening of Act 2. So I don't know how you feel, Jim. I know from 26 on, I really feel that this is a book that you can read from this point if you dropped off and just check out and see, hey, is Countdown worth picking up again?
Oh, dude, definitely, man. It was like a boom, at 26 with, kind of taking off. A lot of these stories have come to head throughout these couple of issues, and there's some more mystery still out there that we still haven't seen the answers for, but we're starting to get the glimpses of what actually is going on and what maybe is going to happen. So,
this is from Red Lantern. I figured it out. All of the books in the DC Universe, with the exception of the Sinestro Corps, are part of one huge year-long crossover. 52 brings some important stories together, but it's not the main story. All the rest of the books are. That Final Crisis book better be something. That's all I got to say. I got to disagree with that. They're not all tied into Countdown right now. There's actually a majority of the books that aren't tied into Countdown right now.
Yeah.
In Sinestro Corps, if anything, Sinestro Corps, the events of that do lead into Countdown. That's how we wound up with Kyle in this book at all. Sinestro Corps certainly is its own crossover, but I'm sure events spinning out of the saga of Ra's al Ghul right now that's going on in Batman are going to in some way tied eventually into Countdown as well. But books like Shadow Pact and stuff like that haven't tied into Countdown at all. They made an appearance in Countdown, but that had nothing to do with their book at all. So there's a number of books out there that, and Adam actually walked away from Countdown.
He has his own thing going on. We know Wonder Woman is it's not a tie-in, but I know there's going to be something.
Oh, sure.
She's going to be involved, and we'll probably see some stuff in her monthly, that'll either be a Final Crisis tie-in, that'll be a Countdown tie-in, or
it seems
something.
like books are dipping in and out of this, though, versus being they're all tying directly into it. And you almost have to be if they're all, because really everything should be eventually leading to Final Crisis at the end. I don't think we're going to see every single book. Like, I don't think we're going to see, for example, a Simon Dark tying into Countdown. Maybe we will. I don't know. It'll shock me, but I certainly hope not. This is from Captain Canuck. I know a lot of longtime DC fans may not be enjoying this series, but as a new DC reader, this is pretty good. I mean, I had a basic knowledge of who Bats and Supes were, but I didn't really get into reading DC books until 52 was pretty much over. The basis of my DC list pre-Countdown was Detective, Aquaman, Flash, and Green Lantern. Now I've added Green Lantern Corps, mainly because of Sinestro Corps. All new Adam, just as much for Mike Norton as for the storyline, and a few others I can't think of off the top of my head. This is a great way to introduce newer readers to lesser-known characters and giving them a way into books in which they appear. Keep up the great work, guys. By the way, I think they should do a book based on you guys. Sensei of the Whatnot and his sidekick, Sergeant Slick.
I like that answer. I like that idea.
Except I don't use Slick anymore.
Yeah, I don't recall you really using it a lot.
No, I don't either. I think it was a couple episodes where I did.
Dude, you had it. Hold on. You use Slick a lot.
Well, yeah, but the difference between you and me is I have things that I get on. I give kicks that I get on. Your kicks last forever. Outstanding.
Hold on. Outstanding is something I've done like forever. That's
right.
That's me in real life. That's not just the podcast. So
I have my own redundancies that just I have ever changing redundancies. They are redundancies, though.
Yeah.
In fairness, I consciously go from one redundancy to the other after somebody points them out. You're right. So you know what? I take that back. So I actually should be Sergeant whatever the redundancy is this week. It's kind of funny, though. I'm curious to see, like, Red Lantern's thoughts and all that. Because, I mean, these are from back in August. So, I mean, that's something I do want to point out. And part of the point of going to this thread right now is really just to kind of see people's journeys. I'm curious to see if some of these people are having a change in tune as far as how Countdown's tying into the universe and how they're feeling about that right now. JD74. Here are my thoughts on Countdown. I just haven't been interested in it. More to the point, I haven't really liked the weekly format series. I wasn't a huge fan of 52, and this hasn't been much better. I can't spend $2.99 for a weekly book that I want to collect books that I enjoy, and Countdown, while I believe is taking the DC Universe to a whole new playing field, and I want to keep myself updated as to what's going on, I just don't care enough to get it on a weekly basis. It just doesn't interest me. Now, I'm not saying that the quality of Countdown or even 52 is bad, I just didn't like the format. The only time I ever bought a weekly book was Action Comics Weekly for Nightwing and the Green Lantern stories. I respect the daunting task of 52 and Countdown, as it can't be very easy, but it's just not interesting to me, and that's my 2 cents anyway. Now, see, that's an interesting point. You're talking about an issue where the format for him and the way that the stories are being told just doesn't appeal to him. I'm curious to see if maybe that picked up, or if he's still even reading it, and changed at all, or if maybe the issue is just really that type of pacing and that type of storytelling is just a preference-wise does not appeal to him. Like, for me, I've enjoyed the weekly series. I really enjoyed it with 52. I enjoyed it leading into Countdown. But I think if I didn't enjoy the weekly format and the presentation of this kind of I like the longer storytelling. I like the pacing of this. So I guess I can see where he's saying, preference-wise, for me, this type of storytelling just doesn't appeal.
Yeah, you got to read what you like. Comment. Yeah, you read what you like. If this isn't your cup of tea, then, move on. It's
try out a thing like a Simon Dark. Or, there's a lot of books in the universe right now that could use some readership. That if it really is the point where you're sitting there like, I'm not. And I would urge you to pick up, if you haven't picked up Act 2 of Countdown from 26 really on, pick up 26. I would just say pick up issue 26 and see, hey, is this opening call to arms enough to get me reinterested in the series? If it's not, there's a lot of books you can be picking up in the DC universe that are going to give you a lot of bang for the buck, and I would urge you to do that. I don't know what books you're currently reading right now. Some of the ones that I think for me are kicking it up a notch right now. If you're not reading Action Comics, you should be reading Action Comics. The stuff that's going on in the Batman books are incredible right now. If you're not a Batman fan, haven't been reading those. Sinestro Corps War, if you missed that baby, I don't know. That to me was the event of the year. And if you haven't pick up Sinestro Corps, you can do the hardcovers of that one, because it looks like it's going to be 2 hardcover collections, I'm guessing, from the way they're saying it. There's a second hardcover that's been solicited. And that's a great way to read that series, just to be able to sit down and really enjoy that whole thing. Wonder Woman right now is absolutely amazing. The first 2 issues of that have been stellar. So that's a book that I would pick up.
Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, Brave and the Bold is... Brave and the Bold is great for anybody. Actually, Captain Canuck addressed something where he said, I'm a newer reader to DC. Brave and the Bold, once again, there is a book where if you want to get to know the characters of the DC universe, it's a monthly title you can grab. You're going to see different people all the time. And, like, for instance, if you're a Flash fan, after reading that Flash Doom Patrol issue, the writer of The Flash writes Brave and the Bold. It's a great introduction into The Flash, which is a great title right now. I'm enjoying what's going on with him and his kids, so it's another great book. There's a lot of great books in DC right now. If it's really the weekly format, you're just like, I can't get my head around that, then, jump to something else. Yeah. You can always pick up Final Crisis when it comes out and do that. That's the decision you ultimately need to make. This is from Skajam. Issue number 38. This issue is an example of where editorial mix-ups can make reading more than one book confusing. It's been cleared up that the scene in the Flash issues where Pied Piper and Trickster actively helped beat Bart to death? Wasn't that supposed to happen for the purposes of Piper and Trickster plotline and Countdown? So the scene in number 38, where Montoya lets the rogues go after the puppet show, convincing her they're innocent, isn't supposed to make her look like an idiot? Which it does if you've carefully read the Flash issues. Of course, you should still be bringing them in as material witnesses, but perhaps there is some mitigating circumstances we aren't privy to. And Batwoman appears to be there solely to prove she's alive and still likes punching people. It was funny in that one, and that was one we mentioned before that we had problems with the whole Flash issue when that happened, and we kind of done that one to death. That was a major, they admitted that was a major mistake. That was not supposed to have happened, and it was a miscommunication. And that's an example of Dan DiDio was talking about in 2007, there were some mistakes that were made, and there are things that we're working to rectify. I think it is why the end of the year we're seeing much tighter knit universe and much tighter knit communication between stories, and we're seeing editors' notes pop up in particular books. I think they're trying to get on the ball with a lot of this stuff. Wildcard 9. Countdown is not living up to my expectations. While I knew it would be the spine of the DC Universe and thus have to touch on some things going on in the major series, what it is touching on just drags along since Countdown is weekly and the series it touches on are monthlies or longer between issues. While there are a couple of stories that are self-contained within Countdown, Mr. Action, Mary Marvel, The Search for Ray Palmer, so far, too much of it assumes you are reading everything else. There are now 8 different Countdown spin-off series planned with more coming. Some look like extra non-required material, different worlds visited and searching Ray Palmer. Others look like they're part of the heart of Countdown, Death to the New Gods. It feels like fleecing the fans by getting them to buy extra books that should be part of the main series. I was hoping Countdown would be something closer to 52 in the way that stories are presented. Instead, we get teases for the rest of the DC books without enough substance. It's funny that he says this and he puts this in a different way, and it's something I wouldn't want to see. I don't want to start seeing weekly where we get Countdown, book 1, 2, 3, 4, just to, let's say, you've got to read these books in order to understand Countdown. I prefer what they're doing. We touched on it in this particular episode. One of the things that I'm enjoying is the fact that you're getting the basic surface-level story in Countdown. You don't have to pick up all those books. And I'm going to tell you that right now. You really don't. I'm reading all of them, and I'm enjoying them to a variety of different degrees, but realistically, if I had to drop them right now, I'm enjoying Countdown every single week. Some of them I'm collecting 2 and 3 issues in, and I'm reading them well after they've already taken place in Countdown. I'm enjoying the expanded story, but I don't feel that there's anything that right at the moment I'm going, oh my gosh, this has really just blew me away. Honestly, Death to the New Gods for me personally, you said Lord Havoc and the Extremists.
Yeah, I'm digging that. It's just because they are so different and just so... They're not your typical superheroes, but it's a neat little group. I kind of like it.
I like that they're expanded stories, though. Like the Ray Palmer stuff is great because I like seeing a spotlight where you see an expanded story in each world. I don't think pacing-wise, I think if they started putting that in a Countdown, all this stuff that they're talking about, Countdown would take forever to finish, or you would start having 3 or 4 issues of Countdown released each week, and I don't know I think that would be a detriment to the story. Where there are people right now who I'm sure are just reading Countdown and are probably just enjoying that ride and being done with it, and you're going to get a complete story in there. You really are, which is leading to these extra things are really if you want to see more of what's going on. Very similar to what was going on at Sinestro Corps with those one-shots.
Yeah.
Although those were equally impressive, so I don't know. It's kind of the case. When you were talking about that Lord Havoc, that's done by Frank Thierry, and if I'm butchering his last, Tieri. He did a really impressive run of Wolverine over at Marvel, which I really happen to enjoy. And he did a spin-off series off of that was called Weapon X. So for any of you that are Marvel fans that were reading over there at the time when the new Weapon X series came out, that was Frank Thierry who did the writing on both of those at that time. He was writing Wolverine during that time.
I may have read those. They may have been around when I was reading Wolvie.
Yeah, that was a new...
because I remember the Weapon X series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the star of the Weapon X series.
Right.
That was it was a spin-off series that had... Who was the girl from the X-Men that had the bones?
Okay, no, that wasn't me.
No, she was in that one.
Okay.
It was a good series. It was a really solid series. I really liked it, especially his Wolverine run. I particularly like that. So it's very appropriate that he's writing a book like Lord Havoc and the Extremists because it is his style of action-packed writing. So for any of you Marvel fans out there that are wondering, should I pick up Lord Havoc and Extremists, I would say, yeah, that's definitely one of the ones you need to pick up. But I got to say, the Countdown stuff, I don't want to see that in the main story, the spin-off series, because if you put those in the main story, I think it totally ruins the pacing. I think the pacing in the actual Countdown books, what I'm really enjoying. I'm viewing these other spin-off series a lot like World War III versus the Infinite Crisis tie-ins that I really think were integral to Infinite Crisis. Like, there were those 4-issue minis leading up to Infinite Crisis that I think you really had to read. These, I think you can pick and choose. I really do feel you can pick and I'm reading them all, so I can just say that there's nothing right now that I'm really reading outside it that isn't doing anything except expanding. Darth Dad, I guess I'm the minority here. I'm starting to really get into the storylines. As some of the stories are starting to pay off a little, I'm becoming more and more intrigued. While I do want to see more consistency from the title, I no longer see this series as one that could be on the chopping block if I needed to drop 4 titles. And Skajam, Countdown number 36 has a startling revelation, easily the most shocking in the series so far. In the Jimmy Olsen plotline, we learned that Batman is secretly, and he goes, Jesus. Funny little joke. It's kind of funny. This is from Darth Dad. Any conjecture about the message on Rip Hunter's board and Booster Gold number 1, ignore the Countdown focus elsewhere. I've been trying to work that one out. Galactus says, I took it to mean that Countdown is one big red herring and the real build-up to Crisis will be happening in John's book, but that's probably just wishful thinking. Skajam comes back with, it just means that you shouldn't expect any crossovers between Booster Gold and any of the main plot lines in Countdown. Booster and Rip have their own agenda and are trusting the other heroes to take care of the obvious problems cropping up in the main universe. I think the Mystery Woman is the most recent Holly Robinson bit. Would have been more mysterious if there were more than 2 other named women in the plotline. Mine, this is currently the most interesting plotline in Countdown due to the true nature of Athena. I think, he's got a good point. He's talking about Harley and all that stuff that was going on in the Holly, seeing if there was more women actually involved in that storyline. I think, though, the relationship between Holly and Harley as it developed all the way through, what I liked about it was it was another one of those buddy cop moments, very similar to what was working with the Rogues. You got to see those two interacting with each other so much, it actually built their relationship and made you want... I mean, we want to see the inevitable throwdown between those two. Yeah. I want to. I know I do.
Oh, big dude, come on.
Yeah.
That should be... that'll be a really cool fight just because... Physically, they are both, matched up well. They have the same type of actions, but the characters themselves, you got Harley, who is a psychopath. I don't care what doctors say, she is still a nutjobby. And then you have Holly, who is the hero, but how much of a hero? It's, will she cross the line? What will she do to win? Because she's going to be in a fight to the death with Harley. Harley will kill her, if necessary.
It's from Wraithmaker. So I was sort of disappointed by Countdown in the beginning, and I think a lot of us were. DC has made a few changes, including proliferation of the miniseries. Reading the past few Countdowns, I'm starting to feel better about the series. Is it the top of the stack? Not yet, but I'm still eager to find out what happens, especially with the revelation of Jimmy in this past week and the fate of Trickster and Piper after they are picked up by the Flash. Good series. B series for me, though, middle of the stack, but at the higher end. It's kind of funny. Dan DiDio did mention this in the interview that was on Newsarama, where he said that he really feels one of the things with Countdown is because of the way certain monthly series were tying into Countdown and the way that the pacing was of those particular events, he felt that Countdown slowed down at certain points in a way that they hadn't originally envisioned, and that was something they were working to correct. And he said that's one of the reasons why you're starting to see a lot more out of the pacing of Countdown in the current issues, is because they took a look at that. They are working to direct those type of things. I know they mentioned that Keith Giffen is starting to be a little bit more involved in some of the plot development, too, of Countdown as it's going on.
Yeah, his his title goes from breakdowns to
story consultant.
Story consultant or something like that. Yeah.
So I think that's another example of let's get Keith in there, let's tighten this up a little bit and kind of bring everything together, which worked well in Countdown. On Countdown 52. In 52, he was a story consultant there as well, and that was a big boost, I think, to that particular series. When you've got multiple writers, I think you need that one linchpin in the middle to help out Dini and these guys because he's had that experience with 52 of tightening things up. So it's a good move. Red Lantern. I was just reading the latest issue, 34, and was just loving how the separate storylines are being paralleled in the dialogue. It really played off well and made me wonder who the writer was on this issue, which was Gray and Palmiotti, perhaps my favorite writers right next to Jeff Johns. Almost makes me want to read Jonah Hex. The only problem is I really hate Westerns, and I can't wait for more freedom fighters. You know, I would say if you don't like Westerns, give Jonah Hex a shot, because it's a solid... Are you still reading Jonah Hex? Where are you at on that book?
Jonah Hex... I have the issues, and I'm like, and every time I get the issues, I'm like, I'm just going to go to trades. I'm just going to go to the trades. And I think I'm actually going to go to the trades on Jonah Hex. And I'll have some trades, some floppies, and some trades. I'm going to try to do it. Yeah, I know. I'm going to try to do it. You know, I normally I don't do that, but...
What is your reason for going to the trades? Just because you've got so many stockpiles?
I'm back. I'm already stockpiled a couple, I think I got like 3 or 4 months worth of issues to read. I'm already stockpiling it, and my pull list is just so huge. I need to help manage it a little bit. I want to keep the story. I want to keep reading what's going on with it.
So it's not that you want to drop Jonah Hex.
No. It's not that I'm not liking it. It's a sole matter of I got to pick and choose what I'm going with, and I think that's a title that I could do trades with.
I could see that too. I think for me, though, the reason why I wouldn't drop Jonah Hex as a monthly, one of the things I really like about Jonah Hex with all these crossovers and tie-ins and things like that I'm trying to follow right now, you talk about palate cleansers. For me, Jonah Hex is that great title that I like to pick up and just kind of go, I can read a single issue of it, or, when they sometimes do a 2 to 3 issue arc, it doesn't tie into anything. It's just Jonah Hex. So I can sit down with a couple issues. There are times where I let Jonah Hex stockpile too, not because it's not a great book. It's, if I notice it's a 3-issue storyline, I'll wait till the 3 issues are completed, and then I'll just read them together. And it's usually got great art, it's a great story, and it just doesn't tie into anything. And it's really solid. It's a really good book. So I think that's the reason why I couldn't go to trades for that one, because sometimes I just need that. I need that book. Like Simon Dark was such a pleasure to read because of the fact that it didn't tie into anything. It was just a great story and all that. I love tie-ins. I'm a big crossover fan. Like I shouted off the main crossovers that are going on right now. The Batman one I think is fantastic. The stuff that's going on in Sinestro Corps was stunning. This is just stellar stuff that's going on in the universe. But it's nice to, like a Wonder Woman is a great book to read right now because it's not tying into everything. So it's just fun to just follow what's going on in Wonder Woman. So Jonah Hex is kind of one of those books that I need to balance out the ones where like my head starts to hurt trying to remember what happened in the last 5 issues of the books that tie into them. If that makes sense. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it makes sense.
After I read, a book where I've had to go back and look at 3 issues to figure out what's going on, it's nice to jump over to some of these other titles that are just very well focused and tight monthly books. So... And that's what Jonah is for me. I'm not saying you're wrong for going to trades. For you, I understand why you're doing it, and I completely understand. I think it's a good reason to go for it. It's just, I would say to anybody, if you haven't read Jonah Hex, it's a great series. This is from Darth Kramer. I loved Countdown number 31 due to a couple appearances by some of the characters that a lot of people might not understand their significance. Buddy Blank is, of course, the original OMAC, and his grandson grows up to be Commandy, the last boy on Earth. So that's going to be, I think, kind of a biggie. Equinox. I'm still in a love-hate relationship with this book, and I can't completely figure out why I'm not behind it more. In my honest opinion, if you jettisoned Jimmy Olsen and the Holly Robinson storylines and focused only on the Rogues and Black Mary, you would have a much better book. I also think that maybe Mark Waid would have been the better choice for the head writer on the story. I think that might have made for better coverage of each of the characters overall. In addition, please do not give Carlos Magno any more work. In my honest opinion, his art took me completely out of the story for issue 33, especially when I was so looking forward to how Wally was going to lay down the possible smackdown of Piper and Trickster. It's possible the blame could be laid on the feet of the inker, Jay Leaston, especially since he was involved in some of the early issues of The Flash, The Fastest Man Alive, that had Ken Lashley art that was not very awe-inspiring. Anyone else feel the same? Carlos Magno issues. I don't remember disliking those. That was the issue where the SmackDown was going on between them. Did you? I don't remember art-wise having any issue with the artwork. Did you?
No, not at all.
That was the SmackDown issues.
Yeah, and he just did 27 that we just went over. So yeah, I'm not having an issue with his art at all. I like it.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Yeah,
I didn't have any problem with it. It wasn't one of the ones. I mean, we talked last episode, and we talked about some of the issues where I was really blown away by the art. And it isn't on that level, but I thought it was, it was decent enough. I didn't have any problem with it. I will say there were last time we talked about Countdown, there was a couple issues that really just made me go, "Wow, this looks really sharp." So it's not on that level, but I don't know. I'm curious to see if there's more listeners that are having trouble with some of the art on there. This is from Skajam. The jokester is actually kind of cool. Speaking of which, The Search for Ray Palmer Crime Society is perhaps the first Countdown tie-in special to be really worth the money. It answers, if only by implication, several dangling questions from Countdown and 52, and is also a good story. Supermore adds that Countdown is just all right for me. I have to finish the full run of Countdown to end, though. 52 blows Countdown away. That's the funny part, Jim. Where you're at right now, how would you compare? Do you compare to 52 to Countdown, or how would you? It's very different. It's hard for me to compare the two. In fairness, as far as an overall book-ended story, I'll go for myself because I'm pretty set on my thoughts on this one right now. I'm starting to agree that I liked 52 better, but some of the reasons why I liked 52 better were because they're trying to do two different things. Like 52 was meant to be a very contained story. I know when it was originally announced, it was meant to fill in the year where the heroes were away, but they made some decisions to pick certain characters and to focus on them, and it became the story of... we saw very little of the Trinity in 52, and it became really a focus on Animal Man and Starfire, and they were exclusively in those books. They told some really tight stories with those characters and really did some fun things with the universe during that time, the stuff that was going on with Black Adam and all that. They didn't have to really worry about anything that was going on in the universe because it was 1 year away. I don't think you can repeat that. In the sense that they were able to specifically, that was the DC universe for that year. You can't repeat that because, you'd have to do another 1 year later type of thing and all that. And it was a nice one-off that really worked well. So I agree with that. I think 52 was just an impressive undertaking. That being said, I'm enjoying Countdown a great deal. I mean, if you want to get an actual comparison, which one was better, 52 because of its unique nature and what they were trying to do there. I really like this, though, and I mean, I like the weekly format. I like what they're doing. It's definitely a very different type of storytelling than 52. The pacing's been very different, but I've liked it, and I've liked the slow build and what it's leading to now. Where are you at? I mean, do you compare the two? Are they the same for you? Are they different?
It's hard to compare them because 52 was more like an anthology title to me. It was multiple smaller stories all contained in one, which told a giant story in the end. Countdown, as I said from day one, is the spine of the DC universe. Yes, it has its running stories, but its main purpose is a tie-in to everything. So you have 52, which is a really self-contained story arc. It's compared to Countdown, which will have influences from the outside DCU. Given those two factors, I do like the 52 anthology, contained stories in there more than I do like Countdown. Now, I like Countdown. I think Countdown's a fun read. I'm enjoying it. I'm excited that it's just this great build-up to the final crisis, to the great disaster and everything. And it's something I'm really looking forward to in 2008 to see what exactly is this. Well, who is manipulating? Who is there? This outside force that we still don't know about? There's so much stuff that I'm getting like, yeah, okay, wow, what happens to the Rogues? What happens to Mary Marvel? All these different things that I am looking forward to and I do want to see. But if I had to see, if I had my Countdown books or my 52 books in front of me, and someone said, Jim, you can only have one of them, which will it be? I will go to 52 just because of the self-contained story aspect of it.
Okay, this next one here is from Skajam. So, 26 has the name change. It is an all-recap issue. It's admittedly a fairly well-done recap issue, but let's face it, this recap points up just how little some of the plot lines have advanced. Interestingly, the changing universes seem to be warping the Monitor's memories too. Or they might question why there's now 77 of them, 78 if you count Bob for the 52 Earths. I guess my question there is, where are you getting to? And this is great because these are the first threads that are starting to get right where we are today. So I want to preface that this is the first actual thread that we just talked about that actually are currently in line with where Jim and I are at in the series. So a lot of the listeners' thoughts might have changed as they've gone along. I'm not sure, but I guess Jim, in issue 26, did you get the impression there were more monitors? Because he kept
No.
referring to each of their worlds, so that would imply that there were 52 of them, and they never threw the number 77 out. Skajam, I'd be curious to see where you're getting the 77 idea from, or 78, as you mentioned, if you count Bob. I never had the impression there were more than 52 monitors.
Yeah, and even Midge in that final hoorah, of his mentions how we are each like our worlds. We are changing. We are becoming individuals, but we must resist that change. And it looked like to me like a 1-for-1 relationship.
Yeah, I never. I mean, I might be wrong. It might be something you noticed that I didn't somewhere within some of these series that you saw that there were 77. I'd be curious to see where that came from. It's from Modern Lover. He was just talking back the Flash inker. He said, I wonder if it is the inker, because I didn't like the Flash art that much, but I've seen Lashley's work in other things like Rising Stars and really liked it. I just read number 26 as well, and I rather liked it because it was more of a recap. It really did start to explain a lot of the things I had trouble with, like the source wall and answering what the hell Monarch was up to. There's still a lot up in the air, and the teaser for Earth 15 is certainly interesting. My interest in Countdown has been waning, but 27 and 26 have started to renew my faith in the series. I better start seeing Monitor Warfare soon, though, because they've been teasing that since the beginning of the series. Something Bob and John mentioned on the latest Mayo report, that maybe the reason that Countdown is less well received is because the characters are in general lower profile than those in 52, which is, when they mentioned, is actually pretty true. Mary Marvel hasn't had a solo book in about 59 years. The Rogues are cool, but only secondary characters. Olsen hasn't had a solo book in 33 years. Holly may have had nominally starred in Catwoman for a while, but even though her story was somewhat secondary, Selina's non-costume storyline. Kyle Rayner is probably the biggest named character with a long-running solo series, but he didn't even appear till 33. The other challenges are also high profile, as Jason was Robin and played a big role in Batman, and Donna for her Wonder Woman role and Titans Connection, and I guess Eclipso had a solo series for a while, but still. Whereas in 52, Steel, The Question, Booster Gold, and Animal Man all had solo series end within the past 20 years. And Ralph was the focus of Identity Crisis, Black Adam was huge in the JSA, and Renee was one of the main characters in Gotham Central. And it kind of makes sense when you consider that in addition to the other things Countdown has going against it, such an atrocious art and smaller name writers. And it certainly does make it harder for people to give the series a chance to grow. Smaller name writers, Paul Dini is the head writer on this whole thing.
And like the other writers, Justin Gray, Jimmy Palmiotti, Sean McKeever,
Adam Beechin.
Yeah.
I mean, these are, big names. I don't get that.
Yeah.
As far as the characters go, I don't know. I guess it's a matter of perspective. Mary Marvel has been, she was on the Justice League. That wasn't 59 years ago. Animal Man was at the same time. So I don't know what's going on there. Booster Gold was also a part of the Justice League at the same time. He was part of that same group along with Ralph. Yeah.
Actually, I gotta co-sign on his comments about Mary Marvel, though. You think about it, yes, she was in the Justice League, yes, she's had a role in this, but if you weren't getting that Justice League issues, I don't know if you would know her as well.
Okay, Jim, before 52, were you reading Steel?
I knew who Steel was.
Were you reading The Question?
No.
Do you know who The Question was?
No, I didn't know who The Question was.
Did you, from the cartoons, you know who Renee Montoya was, so we'll say that.
Right.
What about Booster Gold?
No.
Animal Man?
No.
Black Adam?
No.
Okay, then.
And Ralph? No.
Okay.
So almost the entire cast of 52 I didn't know, aside from Steel and Luther.
Jimmy Olsen is a cultural icon.
Right.
He's been in every Superman movie. I mean, talk about a big-name character. The Rogues are the Flash's main villains. I mean, I'm not saying that they're necessarily a higher step from the particular characters in 52, but I don't think the 52 characters were any higher profile than the ones we're seeing in Countdown. I got to disagree with that. I don't see the profile difference. They're not your top-tier A-list characters, is what I'm trying to say. That's the point I'm trying to make.
In both runs, they're not the top tier. They're at basically probably the same level.
Yeah, I mean, whereas you can interchange some of the characters and that's probably going to vary from person to person based on their experience as far as who you can interchange. My point is that, people like Animal Man and Booster Gold, their solo series, when they ended, they were also in the Justice League at the same time Mary Marvel was, so they were in profile at the same time, if you're following me. Jimmy Olsen, like I said, cultural icon, you can throw him in there. You knew Steel, you'd know Jimmy Olsen is, whether you like him or not. I mean, it's who that character is. You get into the Rogues, they're part of the Flash. They've been part of the Flash ongoing today. they're part of the Flash. They were part of high-profile runs featuring Jeff John. The Rogues War was Jeff John's last run on the Flash. It was a very high-profile storyline in the Flash. So I mean, these are big characters. So I don't. Holly, since issue 1 of the Ed Brubaker series kicked off of Catwoman, Holly Robinson has been a main character in that book, a main supporting. I mean, she was part of the supporting cast, but her supporting cast was her family. Very much like Jimmy Olsen is to Superman, Holly Robinson was to Catwoman in that particular book. Again, more of a B-list character who's not high profile, but I don't know, part of the reason why I liked 52 so much is because they could really play around with these characters because they weren't the top-tier characters. So they really messed around, and they killed Ralph.
Yeah, and you think about it, that was the thing I really digged about 52 was that I didn't know who these people were. I was introduced to who they were, then I got attached to them, and I wanted more from them.
And they were all expendable.
Yeah.
In this particular case, I can say the same thing about this crew of characters. Jimmy Olsen must die. Actually, the one character you probably needed to put that tagline on where people might put a question mark on whether or not they'd actually kill him, and probably still put that question mark, is Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah,
so putting Jimmy Olsen must die on that character was brilliant, because he's probably about the only one walking into the series that I would think wasn't expendable. I could see them killing Mary Marvel. I could see them killing the Rogues. I could see that. I mean, there's all kinds of people going through this thing that they could see them killing off. Realistically, I could see them killing Kyle. I could see them killing Donna. I could see them killing Jason. They've done it before.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I could see them doing any of those steps. Holly is expendable. I could see her being killed. So I guess that was part of the thing I liked about 52 was that. I'm not disputing the fact, though, that he's saying that they're smaller name characters. I just think I don't see that there's a difference between character thing. I will say, when he's talking about the writer's part, when you've got Jeff Johns, you've got Grant Morrison, you've got Mark Waid, you've got Greg Rucka, those were at the time the absolute top-tiered cream of the crop writers at DC. So there's definitely a profile difference between those writers, but the writers on Countdown aren't schlubs by any stretch. They're they're great writers who've proven themselves in books, and that's why they were attached to them.
Right. Now the only
Sean McKeever would be the only exception as far as being at DC, being a new and untried writer at DC, but had very successful fan-loved runs over at Marvel. That would be the only exception where I would say, okay, I could see where you're saying Sean McKeever, we don't know much about what he's going to do with DC characters, so that one I got to give you. And I could see what he's saying. It's not your Morrisons, your Ruckas, your Johns, and things like that, so I can see that point. But they're not hacks. These are great writers.
Yeah. Now, here's one thing, though, that it just popped in my head now. We saw with 52, there was set writers writing a particular story arc from beginning to end. Whereas here, you get a writer, they do an issue, you get an issue, you get an issue. Now,
well, they're coordinated by a head writer, who's the head writer.
Yeah,
right.
You have Paul Dini, who's he's amazing, phenomenal writer, doing the overall writing, but you have these others who are coming in. Now, what if they would have done like they did Countdown with Paul Dini, head writer, and then have these others feed in for each one, pick a different story arc. That way you would have the same. I wonder if this would be read and more appreciated. Countdown.
Yeah, I wonder if they're. I mean, it's hard to tell because I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Are they doing Countdown summits the way they did 52 summits? The DC podcasted a 52 summit featuring the 52 writers, and they all were in the same room together, and they were chatting about plot lines, storylines. And they did this little thing for the fans, knowing that the fans were going to be listening to the podcast, but. This was, I guess, a regular occurrence where they would meet and discuss, and then they were all on the phone. I'm sure they're doing that with Countdown. I'm sure that they're all in. But yeah, I see your point. What if we had this writer who was attached to this character to keep consistency? Is that what you're talking about?
What if Sean McKeever only wrote the Mary Marvel story throughout the entire run? The Rogues. Adam Beechin.
Maybe that's why they brought Keith Giffen as a story consultant, though, to tighten up and keep this book consistent. I don't know. That could be something they're addressing. I don't know. I understand the point that you're making. I don't know. I'm just saying, as far as I don't think it's an issue of writer quality.
100% agree with that comment. 100%. I think, and I'm enjoying Countdown. I'm really enjoying it.
I think what he's saying though, and this is what they said on the Mayo report, and I guess to kind of address that. Is it an issue of this? It's not selling as well because you didn't have the top tier writers. Let's forget the people who are writing the individual weekly issues. I would say having a Paul Dini on the book with his basically his name being known so well for the animated universe, which has repeatedly, right or wrong, been labeled the Diniverse. I don't. That's a name.
Yeah.
That's a name recognition that's been attached to Countdown that I can't see that being a drop. I think more it was story pacing. I really do think it was more story. It was definitely a slower paced opening to Countdown than there was in 52. I liked the pacing myself, but there definitely was a slower pace. So I think people really had trouble with the pacing of this one versus 52. I don't know. Disagree with me if you think I'm wrong. Do you think there is a difference in pacing between these two storylines? I do.
Oh, no, I can see. And one of the things we commented on 52 when we were doing it, you would have one story arc would have a boom moment while another one was building. Whereas Countdown, sometimes you'd have multiple story arcs having the build moments.
Yeah, not enough of the boom.
Right.
Yeah. There was definitely a different of a pacing structure. I think we're starting to see more of that now, though. I think that's something they corrected along the way that I don't think was there in the beginning.
Yeah, I honestly think it has to do with the fact that they are trying to tie in and connections to the overall universe instead of a self-contained entity. And I think that is something that's given them... Well,
you commented... Let's go way back to the beginning. You commented on the JLA tie-ins early on. I remember the Lightning Saga ones. There was the first couple of them where you were just kind of like underwhelmed by, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think
some of those tie-ins where they didn't really add a whole lot. Where I think, and even those tie-ins got better as they went along, though, because some of them became like director's cut scenes, and that was where it was more interesting. The ones that were placeholders weren't super interesting. The ones that did kick it up a notch were. Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing that's pacing, that type of thing might be more of the issue. That would be my guess. I don't know. Because it was slower in the beginning. And I think that's why people kind of just jumped off. That's why I would say, seriously, if you drop this one, issue 26, they're right, it's a recap. But it's more than a recap because it's told from the perspective of the monitors. So they are explaining events and connecting them in a way. That's where you're seeing your connections between your Jimmy Olsens, your Mary Marvels, between the Challengers and all that. Now they're starting to lump these characters together, and they're starting to interconnect. And that's what I think we all have needed to see at this point. Why are these storylines in this book? How do they interconnect? How is this going to be the spine of the universe? And 26 is where they needed that issue.
Yeah, and this is the whoosh of the story now.
Skajam said, I like the cover to number 21, which makes you wonder what Desaad and Granny were up to before the scene that we see. And from Josh, sorry, he cut off part of his name, so I apologize. It's Josh from the Pompcast. I just read the latest 4 issues in a row. This is really getting good. I'm glad I didn't jump ship. Superman Prime is a really scary dude. And that's Josh from the Pompcast. It's Pompcast. And thank you, Josh, for participating in that. Jim, we're going to stop right there on our countdown thread because of the fact that we haven't gotten to those issues yet. So we're going to stop right there. For those of you that like to continue participating in the countdown discussion, we're actually going to get to it sooner from here on in. We just realized we haven't touched on that thread in quite a while, so we wanted to get in there and you get kind of a flavor for where our listeners have been at in this journey, basically from August to today. So we're now caught up with where we are as far as the countdown discussions. Jim, we're going to go on to Countdown to Final Crisis number 25. Why don't I go ahead and do the creators on this one? The head writer is Paul Dini with Adam Beechin. Keith Giffen is the story consultant, and we're starting to see now that shift to him as being story consultant. Ron Lim on pencils. Jimmy Palmiotti and John Staniski on the inks. Pete Pantazis on colors. Travis Lanham on letters. Claudio Castellini with Adam Blayart on the cover. Elizabeth V. Gerlin as assistant editor, and Mike Carlin as the editor. Before you get into doing the notes, buddy, I want to comment on this cover. This cover on this one with Firestorm, I was a big fan of this Firestorm. You heard me talk about how much I enjoyed the Firestorm work of Jamal Igle and his revamp of the character to the point where when I went to Pittsburgh, I asked him to draw me a sketch of this character. It's usually when I go to see a creator and I ask them to sketch a character for me, I'll usually ask them to do somebody a little different than we normally see. But lately, with my favorite creators, I did it with Mike Norton. I ran into him. I asked him to do the Atom. When I saw him, I wanted to definitely see Firestorm. I wanted to see when we had our good friend from Robin, Freddie Williams. I had him do he did this wonderful spread, and you can see it on RagingBullets.com, that took forward the inside cover right into the book of Robin, which looked fantastic. This is a Firestorm who I really like. I've been wanting to see him more since the final issue of Firestorm, where there was that big, where Darkseid basically separated him from the Professor. And now we're starting to see him appear in Countdown. And this one with the Atomic Knights, to see him in this particular book is great. And it's just a really cool-looking cover, so kudos to the art team. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. The issue opens up with Firestorm, Val, and his crew in Bloodhaven. And they're standing around the big old hole in the ground. And we saw this in issue 26, where it was one of the background shots as Midge was talking, telling about how, Val is continuing on and he's getting help from people he shouldn't be getting help from. And they showed actually Firestorm blasting the hole into the ground. So this is continuing right from where it left off. Val didn't know how he knew the entrance was there, but he just knew that it was, there, and told Firestorm to blast. You take a look at him, just the way he's drawn, the sweat streaming down his face. He actually takes off his helmet and pukes up what looks to be blood. He is definitely getting worse, and things are coming to a head for Val. And it's one of those things where 26, it started the building even harder core. We're seeing it right from the get-go with Val that things are progressively getting bad for him.
Talking about the artwork, Ron Lim, I remember back he did a run of Silver Surfer for Marvel, and I really enjoyed his work on that. He also did artwork on Sovereign 7 over here for Chris Claremont over at DC, which was a great book. I've always enjoyed Ron Lim's art, but to see Ron Lim on this particular book, I like seeing him do this version of Firestorm. I love Jason Rush's costume. I think it's just a great-looking, very cool-looking Firestorm costume. He's a great character, so it's another character who I'm just glad to see more of in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. And throughout this issue, the artwork, especially when they have their fight scenes, are some really cool-looking stuff going on. Firestorm doesn't want Val to continue. He's thinking he's getting worse and worse, and Val basically tells him stopping is not an option. And off-camera, we see, actually, it's your only option, as the Atomic Knights arrive on the scene. I loved the grandson's reaction. It was that typical childlike reaction. Cool, knight's armor, yeah! I like that. It was the fact that they throw this in. This kid has some great destiny to be the last kid of the world or whatever. I'm not exactly sure his story. Yeah, I'm not sure his story. But even that, you still see that childlike innocence, and that's still that typical kid action, which I thought was kind of cool.
This issue does that thing that I really enjoy where the ending scene kind of leads into the next scene.
Yeah.
Where they're, Firestorm is in a confrontation with Atomic Knights, and there's that, this is getting old, and it leads into the next panel. I really enjoy when they do that. I don't want to see it every issue, but I do like every so often when they periodically throw that in. So that is nice when they do kind of a writer shift sometimes. We get to see some of those neat things being done.
Yeah, and I like the fact this is the stand-down between the Knights and Firestorm. They're sitting there saying, Firestorm, you have special authorization to be here, but the others got to leave. We can extract you the easy way or the hard way. Which is it going to be? And just that kind of face-off between the two of them. I like that. I thought that was a cool just in lead. And it was also a nice segue back into the next, where we have the Rogues trying to escape. They're in that stolen Hummer, and Deadshot's hunting him down. Of course, he's hunting him down with a helicopter, and he's shooting missiles at him, so that's a little bit of an extreme to it. But it's the whole funny thing with the Rogues where they are always on the run.
I've got eyes on Siegfried and Roy. Apprehend them, Deadshot. We want them in one piece. Over. What's that? You're breaking up. You want them in pieces? I can do that. Negative. Alive. We want them dead. And he fired. It's just great. It's great. Typical Deadshot.
I know, and missile hits, the Hummer flips over, and Deadshot gets a little bit cocky for him. He leaves the helicopter. Now, granted, if it was me and I was going to kill him, I would have pumped at least 2 or 3 more missiles into that Humvee, or at least emptied the machine gun into it before going down and then picking up the pieces.
You're the fan in the Bond movie.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do in movies and film. We analyze, this is what I would have done and all that. I'm not going to get out for the cool moment. I'm blowing them up.
Yeah,
this is true.
It's true. Yeah. It makes more sense. If you want them dead, dead is dead. Whether it's up close and personal, because that's the thing. He wants to go out and he wants to finish him off, but he wants to take his time. He wants to make it painful. This is personal. No, it's not personal. It's business. You have a job to do. Now, you were told to bring him in alive. You're going to disregard that order. So if you're going to disregard the order, do it with style. Blow him up, be done with it, and say, hey, I tried to stop him, but the missile must have hit the gas tank. Oops. Deadshot comes out, and he's on the ground with them. And as I said, he's getting a bit cocky about dealing with the rogues. And it's kind of cool to see the rogues not only work as a team, but they turn the rope. They turn the tide on Deadshot. They use the chain itself to trip him up, and then they run away. Just building on something I said last time, we have Deadshot just making comments about the two of them being a couple. And he was throughout the whole. He said Siegfried and Roy earlier, and just even to them when he was talking smack to them, and of course this gets Trickster ranting about how he's gay. It's my tights, isn't it? God, Piper, why does everyone keep lumping me in with you? Hello, being shot at here. He's ranting and just saying how straight he is.
You almost
while
wonder
they're trying to kill him.
Why is he protesting so much?
Exactly.
And that's where you get the interesting, type of. It's like at that point, if I'm getting shot at, call me whatever the hell you want to. I'm running. But in this particular case, I'm like, why is he, taking it? And I think we're supposed to think that. I think we're supposed to question, wonder what's going on here. I'd really like Piper's handling of it.
Yeah. Just, come on, let's move. But
yeah. You're a complete imbecile, that? Yeah.
I know, and it's funny, because he's like, if he takes us down, everyone's going to think you and I were, headline, gay rogues found dead in each other's arms. Dude, I was cracking up while I'm watching this.
And that's Piper comes back with, have I done anything suggest to you? What have I ever done to you? Come on, James, what have I, almost just kind of like, you are being so stupid here, you moron. Let's just keep moving.
Yeah.
And I would be like that, too, because this point, it's kind of like, dude, we're being shot at.
Yeah.
All right? If we're not dead, you can go on the news and tell everybody.
Next, we head over into Jimmy Olsen in Apocalypse. And he's being marched to his death, basically. And it's kind of interesting how the passerbyers kind of see this as their version of entertainment, watching the slaves, being moved along. Jimmy says something to one of the onlookers. One of the onlookers who is taunting him, and he gets whipped by like an electric whip type thingy. But when the guard goes for another lash, he is zapped and fried by Darkseid. As Jimmy wonders if, hey, is that one of my new powers? Did I just do that? The head guy,
the leader.
The leader of them, I don't know if he has a special title, tells him...
Captain Vile.
What?
Captain Vile.
That's Captain Vile?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The lead guy who was talking to him afterwards? Yeah, Captain Vile told him that because he was the one who was...
Oh,
it was the Overslayer that was killed, and Captain Vile was the one that protected him.
No, I thought it was Darkseid who protected him.
No. I'm saying Captain Vile was the one that grabbed him afterwards and just said that Darkseid is marked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Darkseid's Omni Beams came out and fried the Overslayer because he was going to give Jimmy Olsen 40 lashes, which actually Captain Vile was the one that told him to do it.
Yeah.
So, Captain Vile just said, hey, you've been marked for whatever reason by Darkseid, and the Master found you worthy of notice.
It's interesting how they do the praise, though. May your death be long and exquisite. Hail, Darkseid. Yeah. Nice, friendly place to visit.
I love that the Overslayer was killed for following the orders of Captain Vile.
Yeah, and Captain Vile is fine.
I was like, yeah, well, it appears that Darkseid has marked you.
Okay. Well, make a mental note. Don't kill this guy. Okay.
No, mental note to say if I ever work for Darkseid, make sure I have people working under me that could be killed for the things that I order. True.
This segues, though, right into Eclipso and Mary Marvel, as Eclipso presents Mary Marvel to Darkseid. It's kind of creepy for me, to be honest with you, because he has like this little grin on his face as he turns to Mary Marvel, offers his hand and says, "Come to me, child, know true darkness."
Well, I mean, for him, power is pleasure. That's something, and he's looking at her as a power source that he can manipulate and utilize, and this is what he's wanted.
Yeah. And this has been the game all along, and what he's had Eclipso doing, and just building, primping, and propping her, and getting everything ready to rock and roll. So, once again, it's all coming to a head now. We're seeing the chugging out, so it's kind of cool. Next, we head back to Firestorm, back to Bloodhaven with Firestorm versus the Atomic Knights. And here are some really just cool fight scenes of the blasting back and forth. Bam, bam, bam. A lot of action going on. And I was really digging it. Especially like the fact that Val just can't sit back and let Firestorm do his fighting for him. Yes, he's sick. He's dying. He's at a point where most people wouldn't even be walking. Yet he is still throwing down. And he's still throwing down well. because he's still Karate Kid. He is still fighting just as hard as he ever fought before, even though he's in bad shape. Kind of really cool because he starts kicking some of the butts of the Atomic Knights, and it looks just the point when the Knights are about to get him. Val says, "We're not done yet," and just as Una jumps in, and they do a really nice flip kick kind of combo, between the two of them. Once again, I like the fact that we have Una, who also really doesn't have any powers, but she has the Legion training. She has the combat training.
Training from Val.
Yeah, and also the familiarity with Val. She knows if I do this, he's going to do that. It's a 1-2 combo punch. We've seen some of the stuff go on with Batman and Robin do similar stuff, similar fighting style. We've seen it in the Titans. Different team combos. And every time I see it, I always like, man, that is a neat thing. You would think that heroes who have worked together, who have trained together, who know each other so well, would be able to do stuff like that. And whenever you do see it, I'm like, yes, I like it.
I really like this next bit with Firestorm.
Yeah.
Because, I'd read Jason Rush's series, so I got to see him back when he was very green, when he all of a sudden just out of nowhere inherited the powers. And now we're seeing him, he's a lot more seasoned. He's been through an awful lot. And his experiences with the professor and learning more about the nature of his powers. I like how he just ended the fight out of the blue. It's kind of like, this was getting us nowhere. I changed the air supply to ether just long enough to knock them out. I really liked that was just kind of like, bam. It shows how powerful this guy is and how much more powerful he can become over time when he becomes even more seasoned than he already is. So he's another character to watch.
But it's funny because it also shows the seasonedness of him as a hero.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. I thought that was kind of a cool little...
Trying to find another way to handle it.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course, Val lets him know that he just bought himself some serious trouble by helping him, but Firestorm is not worried, and whatever is down there deserves an interest,
An investigation.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time reading now.
It's all right, I'm here for you.
Cool moment, though, because Val says, how his attitude reminds him of his buddy Drake, which is a good thing. And, you being a big, huge fan of WildStar, I figured you'd probably dig
Wildfire.
that. Wildfire.
Yeah.
Why do I keep... Man, I'm just off today.
Yeah. WildStar was an image character, I believe.
Yeah.
There was one. But Wildfire,
yeah.
So it was kind of a neat to have that little reference and to see that they do... Because of the power structure of Wildfire. It was cool. It was really cool.
Now, we know exactly the origin of Wildfire and all that stuff, or is he one of those mysteries in the Legion?
Are you asking if he's Firestorm?
Or some type of personification of him?
No, that had to do with he was an energy being.
Okay.
Who he needs that containment suit to hold on his powers. Remember, there's the relationship between him and Red Tornado.
Yeah, but I was wondering if Firestorm evolves and mutates and...
He's not Jason Rush, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I know he's got a different name, but I'm just wondering if that was a clue or something like that.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good question.
So the crew continues on, and they go down into the big hole, and they start investigating. It's interesting how Jason doesn't completely share with the group that he is there really looking for Dr. Stein. He doesn't fully trust him. He's talking to his girlfriend, who he merged with at the end of the Firestorm series. Val is, once again, he keeps coughing up blood, and Una... she tries to comfort him, and it's like, hey, how are you doing? But really, what can you say? And I like the fact that she acknowledges that it's probably a stupid question asking him how he's doing, but you feel for her. And it's, a cool human moment between these two that just draws you more into their connection and their personal relationship and whatnot. I was like, man, moments like that, I really want both of them to live. I want to see these two kids go back to the future, maybe in a DeLorean, I don't know, but go back home and live happily ever after raising little karate kids. I don't know. I want to see that, but it ain't going to happen. But, it's still, you still hold in hope.
And from your Where's What Not Now, you could train them.
Yes, I could.
Yes.
No, but I was the leader of the Cobra Kai.
You really were the leader of the Cobra Kai.
I was Cobra Kai.
Yes.
So. Yeah. Strike hard, strike fast, no mercy. Sweep the leg.
It does lead them in with the Desaad, though, I was looking forward to finally seeing some confrontation between Firestorm and the minions of Darkseid, and especially after the ending of Firestorm.
Yeah.
This has been something I've been anticipating for a long time, and to finally seeing it starting to pay off. And I had no idea it was going to go where it did.
I know, this was a cool thing. They show up to this big, huge steel door, and it's Firestorm who's able to breach it. But the thing I liked, once again, showing his maturity, he didn't just run it and jump into it. He waited until everyone was ready. He's like, okay, whatever's behind her is something big, rock and roll, lock and load, and get ready. Takes it, rips it down, and we see that, we see Professor Stein, but unfortunately, he is being tortured and held by Desaad. Jason goes to attack Desaad, but he puts up some type of force field, energy field, or whatever it is, and it catches them. I kind of chuckled because, the grandson reaches to touch the energy beam, a typical kid thing. Hey, what's this? Kind of thing. But it's the grandpa who stops him saying, hey, don't touch that. Personally, I don't know. Let him touch it. He'll only make the mistake once.
That's why you'll never be
That's
around
why
children. Yeah.
Hey, but
Sure.
Now, as
Do the same thing with a blender.
Hey, they'll only make the mistake once.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, but as Jason goes,
Maybe that's what happened to Simon Dark.
It'd be an awful big blender. Okay, as Jason attacks Desaad, it's kind of neat because I know a little bit about Firestorm and his powers and how it's like the energy matrix type of merging thingy and whatnot, but Desaad is actually able to enter the Matrix through Desaad and takes over
through the Professor.
Through the Professor and takes over Firestorm. And I tell you, this is not a good thing when a nutjobby like this has this type of powers.
I liked, though, before Jason even made his move, though, I liked that his girlfriend, who was looking from the inside out, and that would be the advantage of being that type of relationship, she is able to, while he's taking action, she's able to observe and act as a coach and as a guide, which is what the Professor's always done for him. So she was able to take a look and see this objectively, and she says, Jason, wait, he's playing you, he wants, a little too late. That's when he reacted, and that's when Desaad took over. But I did like that aspect of it where you got to see her role in their fusing when they were doing that. That when you're that other person, you get to you have a different role in the consciousness, and I really liked it. I thought it was cool. It was a great ending to the issue. It was a very cool looking cliffhanger. The artwork on this one, talk about some of the artwork in Countdown has been one way or another. This Ron Lim artwork I thought was fantastic.
Another thing I thought was kind of cool with this, when Jason was attacking Desaad, you see in the background what the other people are doing. And as he hits, there's that energy feedback, and it's Val who basically is telling people to get down, screening, I think he's screening the kid even, to protect them. Little attention to detail in the background that there is going to be some type of, ramifications to the attack. I like that. I was like, wow, that's a cool little bit that they didn't really even need to have in there, but the fact that they threw it in there, I like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Killer Frost origin?
I tell you, I really don't know who she is, so I really like this, and this was one of those things where learning about these villains are going to, when she pops up in another book, I'll have a little bit more knowledge to who she is, and actually understanding of her a little bit more. You know
what I really like, too, in the artwork? If you take a look at the first panel, they had the mirror image of herself from the past. It was in the ice.
Yeah.
It was kind of a neat way artistically to do it because they had her in her present-day outfit, and the mirror image in the ice was, in fact, her original outfit, which was really kind of cool. It was nice to see that kind of distinction between the two and that connection. The artwork was really sharp in this one. Jamal Eigel and Keith Champagne on the inks, they really worked well together with Hi-Fi did the colors. This is really a good-looking origin, and I really enjoyed it, too. I know her from, I read Firestorm, but she's definitely not someone that I have as much familiarity with like a Two-Face. So Two-Face one, while it didn't, the artwork-wise, I thought it was really sharp. I already knew Two-Face. I was kind of like, yeah, it was fun. It was a fun two-page read. Probably better suited for a newer DC fan than for me. But the Killer Frost one, I thought that was a nice refresh. It was nice again to see her MO and what that was all about and where she's at present day. So it was a good one. Yeah, Jim, we're now down to issue 25, and Countdown's starting to pick up.
Yeah.
And I've always enjoyed it. I'm not going to sit there and say, like, well, geez, I didn't enjoy it all along. But now it's getting to the point where it's starting to move up to my A-list stack again. And these are the issues that are starting to do it. I would urge people, if you jumped off, okay, because of the pacing, it was a slower pacing in the beginning. And I urge a lot of you to read the Dan DiDio interview to kind of get an idea on what DC's doing right now to improve. It's funny that that thread that we read is kind of nice to kind of take a look at 2007 where people were at and how things started to change towards the end. Did you notice that the thread started getting a lot more positive towards the end? I would look at the interview from Dan DiDio on Newsarama. Part 1's up there right now, and you kind of get him. He does a state of countdown and a state of the DC Universe. And a lot of what people are saying are stuff that he addresses and says, we are aware of these things, we have been listening. And I get that vibe from the company. It was really nice to see at the end of the year them really starting to, because those are changes you can't just snap your fingers and change overnight when you've got things in place. You need to make plans and careful planning and gradually change those things and get them into a place where you're not just putting a quick Band-Aid on something, you are basically healing the wound. And in order to do that, you need to shift around creative teams. You need to put like a Keith Giffen on as a story consultant and give Keith time to get up to speed. And they're doing things gradually to do that. That's why you got a Gail Simone on a Wonder Woman title right now. You're seeing these things finally come into fruition. That was something that was announced back around New York Comic Con, that Gail Simone was going to be on Wonder Woman, and now we're seeing her on Wonder Woman, which takes time for those issues to start coming out. And look at what's happening with that book. Action Comics and Batman are kicking it up a notch with their respective The Legion storyline and the resurrection of Ra's al Ghul. And stuff we're seeing with Green Lantern right now. DC's listening, and DC's giving you those big storylines that you're asking for. We're finally getting to that point. Things are cooking. Can we talk a little bit about... We should probably put a little spoiler warning in here about Green Lantern. Did you read the end of Green Lantern?
Yes.
What a stellar ending that was.
Holy crud.
Not even talking about just the ending of that particular series and everything crazy that went on. What the Anti-Monitor, sending him over there to become the Black Lantern for the Blackest Night, which isn't going to be till next summer.
I know.
What a cool teaser that was.
What was it? It was 2009, right? I thought it was 2009 they teased it.
It wasn't 2008, it was 2009?
I thought it was 2009.
Yeah, I just looked in the issue. You're right. It's 100%. It's 2009. I guess I was thought 2000. So that's a big plan ahead. But he does address, how we've been talking about on the show, how there is a plan at DC, and even though they changed some of the plans and all that, DiDio addresses this in there. And he talks about how that this is, a lot of the people have been saying that there isn't careful planning going on there. There's a framework in place that they're working with. I think they're changing it based on fan reactions and modifying and tweaking it. But there is a big plan here that's in place, and we're going to be seeing that.
The thing I really digged about the fact that I saw summer 2009 there, that means we're going to have Jeff Johns on Green Lantern, at least until then.
I'm with you. That's another top-tier book. I was like,
sweet, because I really like his writing for the Green Lantern. So.
And that's a great series, so I think we'd be remiss to not at least address how great that ended. I think that is the finest crossover I've ever read.
I will co-sign that because I don't remember too many crossover. Well, not.
I've read a lot. You've read
a lot more, but I'm sitting there thinking about that Up and Away, how much I love that, and Face to Face. This is definitely beats out Face to Face.
See, Up and Away for me beat out. Face to Face beat out Up and Away for me.
Really?
Yeah. That's a personal preference thing, though.
Yeah. You're more of a Bat guy.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Superman,
that those moments and those are both great. But there was something. What I think the reason why this one is hitting me, I've always enjoyed the Green Lanterns, but it's never been like my top tier character. I've always enjoyed the character. I'm more of a Batman fan. We were addressing that. Every so often, a miniseries will come along that will make me care more about that character than my favorite characters. And that was one where all of a sudden the Green Lantern through Sinestro Corps was eclipsing everything. That was the top tier must read book as it was coming out, and I think it's one of the finest miniseries I've ever read. It's definitely one of them. It might be the best I've ever read.
Yeah.
I'd have to really go through and sit down and read a whole bunch of stuff to really compare it. It's definitely going to be one of those landmark ones that it got me to when I was sitting here saying, well, do I really want to pick up the 2 hardcovers? I ended up pre-ordered them. I'm going to be getting the hardcovers. So
it's.
And that's a side. It's a no-brainer. Jim, I'm not quite sure what we got going on next. So I know one thing. We've got an Astro City audio comment for our next episode that we're going to put on there. I was going to put it on this one, but we're really getting into a heavy-duty, lengthy Christmas episode here, so I'm going to stop here. Next week, we have one of our listeners who sent in an Astro City audio comment that we're going to talk about. Astro City, the Dark Age, I believe, is what he's got in the audio comment. We'll talk more about that. Have you read any Astro City?
No.
You're going to want to cover your ears and do your la 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 because Astro City is Kurt Busiek, who's the writer right now of Superman.
Yeah.
I'm loving his Superman stuff right now, but think Kingdom Come and Astro City is that level of storytelling. So he's going to tell us a little bit about Astro City, The Dark Age, and we're going to get to chat a little bit about that one, which I've been really enjoying. So it's one that you're going to want to listen to and see if it's something that grabs you.
Translation, you're going to want to listen to, so you will buy it.
Over the next couple of weeks, Jim and I have a lot of things planned. We're coordinating a number of things with contest winners and things like that. So I'm not quite sure what our next episode is right now. We're going to be getting in those movies and things and everything we've been talking about. But it's all a matter of, with the winter schedule, what people's schedule is going to be over the next holiday week. Because we're basically trying to get an episode together for, the New Year's week right now. So it'll all depend on when Jim and I can get together, record, when we get together with our listener guests and things like that, and we'll get that together. But we've got coming up over either next week or the week after The Exterminators. We're going to be talking about that with Modern Lover from the forum. So we're going to be chatting with him because he is one of our grand prize contest winner. We're going to get to that. And we got some other things coming our way. We're going to do some more countdown discussion as well.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on the forum and on the website. As we flesh this out a little bit more, we'll let you know. We want to get in one of the movies, too, either Batman Begins or Superman Doomsday. I don't know if that's going to be next week or the week after, but we're going to be doing that, one of those two episodes, depending on how our recordings go with our guests. And we got Gail Simone coming up. I'm coordinating with her to kind of see. I felt bad because I contacted her back in early December, and she was going on a trip, and then she came back home and she wasn't feeling well and all that, which now we're getting into the holiday season, which I just sent her a recent email. I just said, you know what? I said, we're like smack in the holiday season, so if you want to bump it to a little afterwards, just out of courtesy, because I felt bad, because I'm like, I don't want to pressure you in the holiday season, so we're definitely coordinating with her to get her on as well. So we got some big things planned coming up and some big episodes. But I want to wish everyone a happy holidays, because this is actually our Christmas evening, I guess, release, depending on when I can get that out. I'm guessing Christmas evening, and wish you a happy holidays and a happy new year, and we will see you next week. And we've actually got to talk about our sponsor for this episode, GeekArmor.com. Geek Armor is your fandom apparel source. Jim and I are talking about that Superman Metropolis t-shirt, which is a copper-colored, pre-shrunk, 100% cotton tee. Small to extra large is $18.99. Double X is $21.99. There's the gorgeous Superman Doomsday 2 t-shirt. And I'm leaning more and more towards this particular shirt, Jim, with a huge picture of Superman on the front, huge picture of Doomsday on the back, both of them in giant-sized fighting stances. What I like about the images, Jim, they cover up the whole shirt. Sometimes the images are small and things like that, which are fitting for a lot of shirts. But in this particular case, because it's the overwhelming battle, it's going to give that overwhelming light and dark on the front side and the back side, and I really like that. Small to extra large is $21.99 on that one. This black t-shirt, this is the one I could see you possibly getting. Superman, Truth, Justice, and the American Way, the logo t-shirt. And it's a red, white, and blue logo of Superman, Truth, Justice, and the American Way. It's small to extra large, $18.99. Double X, $21.99. Show your fandom with the great apparel available at GeekArmor.com. Whether you're looking for something to wear when you're hanging out with friends or hitting a convention, Geek Armor is your fandom gear source. From film to TV, comics to animation, Geek Armor has the apparel you are looking for. And thank you for your sponsorship, GeekArmor.com. And want to remind everyone about the Hero for the Holidays drive. Remember, this is the holidays, so please go to RagingBullets.com. Click on that banner and check it out and see if that's something you're interested in participating in. We're asking people to consider please donating at least $3 towards it, the cost of one comic book, to help out some comic creators during this holiday season. And there's some touching stories if you go to the Hero Initiative website. You're going to get to see some of the stories about comic creators that they've helped out who really could use our help, so please consider doing that. I think it's a great cause, and it's definitely one that we're proud of. And Jim, we'll be back next week.
Bye.
We might as well record this part. No, I mean, if we're going on this tangent about the Dark Knight, might as well let's just record this part.
Oh,
well,
no, this.
You said you've been watching Heath Ledger, because we were talking. We just got to a little tangent right now. We were talking about the most recent Dark Knight trailer, and you were going into Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger's been on TV over here for years, and before he actually started to go in, get into the movies, and he was on this wonderful little show called Raw, which was done out here. It was actually filmed out here. It was actually an American production, if I remember correctly. It lasted one season. It was actually about the Romans actually trying to invade, or island, which is one thing they never did in history. They never actually got into the country, but they actually had, they had a slight foothold, and they were trying to take over the country at the time, and he was one of the main actors trying to free Rome from, the free island from Rome. So I've been watching it for so long, and seeing what he'd done as the Joker, I've never heard him speak that way when you actually hear the Joker talk in the new trailer. It's very reminiscent to, it's like a cross between Jack Nicholson and Mark Hamill as the Joker, just the way he's doing the talking of it.
It's clear he really did his homework on previous film and television, like iterations of the character.
Like when he the deep voice he's got is the Jack Nicholson voice, and then when he actually hits it to that high note, and you actually hear him sort of go into the Mark Hamill sort of happy Joker, I'm about to kill you sound. And I was just blown away when I watched that. Yeah.
When I first saw him in the movie The Patriot with Mel Gibson. That was the first time I ever saw him in anything. And when I heard that
was his first movie, if I remember correctly.
What?
That was his first movie.
Yeah, he played his oldest son. I'm almost positive that was his first film as well. Or if it was like the first big one where his name was known. And I remember when they announced, I thought of the kid from The Patriot. I'm like, well, I really liked him in The Patriot. So, I mean, he's a good actor and all that. I just don't see him as the Joker. And then they started, we saw the trailer in Chicago, and you got to actually see him in there. And I got to admit, when they showed the first teaser photo even of him, and it looked a little weird, I was kind of like underwhelmed. I was like, I don't know. The first time they showed the actual teaser photo of this Joker, I was kind of like, I don't know. But then
that was the Harvey Dent. Was it I Like Harvey Dent 2 one?
No,
where you had to click on a pixel. That one.
Was that the first one where they showed the Joker?
That was the first one where it had the picture of Harvey Dent running for Congress or something, and you actually put your email address in, and it actually gave you a pixel coordinate, and it took away the actual picture. Pixels until the actual Joker face was revealed.
Okay, you know what? I saw somebody posted somewhere on the CGS forums a picture then of that Joker. It was after they'd already do. I didn't go through that whole process. I got to do it the lazy. I got to do it the lazy man's way, and actually somebody posted it, so I got to actually see that. And when I saw the picture, I was kind of like, all right, I get what they're going for. It's a little bit of a darker Joker, but I wasn't like clicking my heels together yet. When I actually got to see him in action, though, so to speak, where he was talking and moving, I'm like, all right, now I really get what they're going for here, and I really like it. And I never thought Heath Ledger would be able to do this. And now I'm really super excited to see what they're going to do with this film. So it is really one of those characters that it's just seeing a photo doesn't do it justice. You've got to really see what he's doing in action and see him acting out this role. And it's clear that he understands the nature of the character, which is so important if you're going to nail the Joker.
Yeah, this movie, I think, is going to be what we all want it to be. The one thing that actually I had one of the guys actually at work tell me, he was looking at the sort of the end scene of the trailer where you've got the Joker standing in the middle of the street telling Batman to come on while he's on the bike charging him down. He said that was very reminiscent to the first one where you have the Joker there trying to shoot down the Batplane.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Which I didn't even. I didn't make that connection.
That's something I didn't even think of it myself, but my boss at work actually pointed it out to me. So, but yeah, I can't wait to see what they do there, and I want that bike.
Oh yeah. I'm actually glad to see them.
Someone else can have the car. I want the bike.
I'm actually glad to see them branching into some different vehicles for different reasons, because this is a great Batman for that. It would make sense that this particular guy that they crafted in the first film would start branching out into other vehicles for specific purposes. Not just because they look cool or that type of thing. The Batmobile in the first film was very functional. And I'm assuming the bike's also going to be very functional. And that's going to be the cool thing. I want to see this thing utilized in a very functional fashion. Like, why did he have to go to a bike? What is the advantage of being with the bike? And what is that going to do that the vehicle didn't do? I'm really curious to see the difference between that and the car.
Well, the good thing about that, having the bike, he'll be actually able to weave in between the alleys instead of actually having the car that can shrink in size or fire something up the building and actually climb up the building. the bike might be a way to actually get, short trips, or if he knows he's going into a part of Gotham that's sort of nice and twisty and small areas, he'll be able to actually race through it that way.
Yeah. That's
the way I'm looking at it. So
I totally agree with you. I think that's going to be the neat thing, though, to just see that in action, because they showcased that the car so well in the first film that I think we're going to see the same thing out of the bike.
And they're keeping the same car, which is good.
Yeah, I don't see any. Why would you switch the tumbler out? It doesn't make any sense. They could always give it some new functionality, but it's kind of too soon to even go to a new car.
I don't see them needing a new car, to be honest. For what they set it up as, they don't need one.
No, bring in the bike. The bike was a good move. Yeah. All right, my friend. Now we will definitely let you go. But I figured that was... when we started getting on that tangent, I'm like, oh, well, let's record it. We're going to talk about this.
Yeah,
that on there.
That was one thing, actually. I was going to actually say something, because I watched the trailer today, and I was like, we're recording tonight. I'm going to have to talk about it at some point.
No, we might as well throw that on there, because it's an interesting discussion point, so...